It finishes at Leigh Sports Village. Manchester United won, Leicester City won.
Yes, and you very much think that is a moral victory at least for Leicester City, as those two teams, Manchester United and Leicester City, remain unbeaten in the WSL. It's Arsenal-Aston Villa, the other game on right now, which is also on BBC One at 2 o'clock. Flo Pollock's there for us. We'll keep you right across what happens in that one. At the Cricket World Cup, by the way, England chasing 285 to win. They are 22 for 1. Johnny Bairstow, the man out. I'm in Marseille ahead of Fiji against England in the Rugby World Cup quarter-finals, and we will have full commentary of that one. But right now on 5 Live, it's the news with Nick Hatfield.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. Israel's military says it's preparing to destroy Hamas, with tanks and troops gathering for an expected ground offensive into Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has held an emergency cabinet meeting in Tel Aviv. Hamas has been designated as a terror organisation by many Western governments, including the UK. Mark Regev is an advisor to Mr Netanyahu. He says the army has one mission.
The most important thing for us is to destroy the Hamas military machine, the sort of people who inflicted the violence that we saw perpetrated against our citizens. And we will destroy the Hamas military machine.
Well, the head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, Hussam Zomlot, has been reacting to the comments by Mr Regev that they're only targeting Hamas.
Seriously? Cutting off people from any sort of humanitarian assistance is the contours of international law? Does Mark Regev really know what international law is? Does he know that it is the responsibility of his government to protect the lives of the civilians? I haven't seen images of Hamas fighters being killed. All the images we are receiving are families being slaughtered.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to our Middle East correspondent Tom Bateman, who's in Jerusalem, and asked him whether an Israeli ground offensive is imminent.
The build-up of troops around the Gaza perimeter is vast. We had quite a detailed statement from the Israeli army last night, which was talking about many of the logistics being in place. And what the Israeli military is saying now today is that they're awaiting a political decision on the timing of the ground offensive. So I think that would suggest that from a military perspective, they think they're ready, and it's now up to the political leadership to announce the next stage in all of this. So you have that on the one hand. Inside Gaza, the humanitarian situation is absolutely dire now. I mean, Shifa Hospital, which is the main hospital in Gaza City, which is within that evacuation zone, you know, that very densely populated zone that the Israelis have told civilians to leave. Doctors there are now saying that the fuel for the generators is going to run out today. So that means they can't do any surgery. There's no oxygen for patients. They won't have lights. I mean, you're talking about a hospital that basically won't be able to run, with many, many wounded from the bombardments being treated inside. And not just those people, but many of the displaced are simply sleeping in the corridors. So it's a very, very desperate situation, and the ground offensive, when it starts, is obviously going to make things far more serious.
Yeah, from what you were saying there, some people literally can't move. Those that can, what are the options for them at the moment?
Well, what the Israeli military has said is that people who are in the northern half of the Strip, that's 1.1 million people, should head south. So they gave this 24-hour deadline on Friday, and that has led to, it seems, many hundreds of thousands of people heading down to Khan Yunis, which is a town in the south of the Gaza Strip, and some other areas. What that's done is to put huge pressure on that town in the south. So you're now seeing people trying to sleep in public buildings and schools, and the hospitals there are becoming very rapidly overwhelmed. We've just been hearing from our colleague in Gaza, Rushdie Abu Alouf, who's moved with his family down to Khan Yunis. Now, he was saying that it's hard to find bottled water now, and people there are wondering what comes next. And at the same time, the bombardment has continued. The Israeli military saying that it's killed another senior Hamas figure today. And meanwhile, the rocket fire from Gaza into Israel has gone on as well. There were siren warnings blaring across Tel Aviv and central parts of Israel this afternoon. So it does feel like this continued sense of escalation before a ground offensive might begin.
And what the aid agencies say, I mean, obviously dire situation for people in Gaza at the moment, and the UN calling it, it's been pushed into the abyss. Are aid agencies able to get supplies in? What's the situation there?
Well, there's no supplies can get in at all because what Israel has said is that there will be a complete siege. So they've cut off any access at all through their crossings. Their government ministers have linked that to the hostage taking by Hamas. So what the energy minister Israel Katz had said on a couple of occasions over the last week is that, in his words, not a single electricity switch would be turned on, not a single tap opened of water to Gaza until the hostages are released. Now, the Israeli military revising the figure today they've confirmed 126 Israeli hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza. So nothing can get in. The only option is the Rafah crossing with Egypt. So Gaza shares a border with Egypt. The Egyptians have been pushing for an aid convoy, which is backed up. It's ready to go. Many lorries there we've seen images of on their side of the crossing. But the Israelis aren't permitting that. The crossing was bombed a few times during the week by the Israelis. So what the Egyptians have now said, it appears to try and sort of put leverage on this situation, is they won't open the crossing to foreign nationals that have been trying to get out. So those are foreign nationals that are in Gaza and also Palestinians in Gaza that hold foreign passports as well. Those people have been trying to get out, including British nationals who are trapped in Gaza. They're not being allowed to leave, it seems, because of this standoff between the Egyptians and the Israelis. The Egyptians want the aid to go in, but they're saying they won't accept the foreign nationals until Israel allows the aid convoy in. And in the middle of all this as well, you of course have Hamas. Now, the Israelis have accused Hamas of preventing people, for example, being able to flee Gaza City, an area of heavy bombardment. So at the moment, it appears to be a complete deadlock, and the people that are suffering are the civilians in the middle of it.
Tom Bateman in Jerusalem now. Well, former US Marines Chief of Staff in Europe, Colonel Brendan Kearney, has been speaking to 5 Live about what an Israeli ground incursion could look like.
They're just going to go in with the gloves off. In the past, there has always been a very aggressive initial attack by the Israelis into Gaza. And what happens is that the international community raises its objections, raises its concerns, and the Israelis essentially curtail the effort that they had ongoing. I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I don't think the Israelis are going to respond to the criticism. I think they fully intend to avenge what happened last weekend, and they're going to go in there. They're going to take chunks of Gaza, and what they're going to do is they'll secure those areas and then get in and cleanse them. And it's going to be a very, very detailed, very, very difficult operation, military operation, both underground and above ground, as they clear these buildings. And it literally is room by room, closet by closet, and it will be, again, high-intensity combat. And for the civilians, they've just got to. Hopefully, they're going to just be out of the way of the immediate combat that's going on around them.
That's Colonel Brendan Kearney, former US Marines Chief of Staff in Europe. Clashes have also intensified on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. Our correspondent Anna Foster is there.
Hezbollah, based in the north, militant group very allied with Hamas. Hezbollah are also, like Hamas, a proscribed terrorist organisation by various countries around the world. The big question now is how much Hezbollah will actually decide to attack Israel, really to sort of make a show of solidarity with Hamas. And that is why these last few days we've seen these exchanges of fire across the border. This morning we saw Hezbollah fire an anti-tank missile across towards the village of Shtula. Now, I've been talking to somebody there this morning because we know that there was a fatality. Somebody was killed. The person I was speaking to said that it looked like it was construction workers who had actually been working on building a house, and they were struck by this Hezbollah anti-tank missile. A lot of what you will hear and what you can hear and what we are hearing, these explosions in response, will be almost certainly the Israel Defense Forces actually firing back on Hezbollah positions on the other side of the border. Now, at any time, that would be problematic. It would be signalling, people would be looking for an escalation. But the way things are right now, it is particularly tense, and it means there's a real increased concern that a new front could open up in this war here on the northern border.
That's Anna Foster, who's on the Israel-Lebanon border there. Just some other news in brief. The Scottish National Party is attempting to map out a route to independence at their annual conference, which has started today in Aberdeen. Members will debate a plan to use the results of the next general election to push for talks with Westminster. Afghanistan's been hit by an earthquake for the third time in a week. Several days ago, more than 1,000 people were killed by powerful tremors. And Piper Laurie, best known for her roles in The Hustler and Carrie, has died at the age of 91.
Rugby World Cup 2023 on 5 Live Sport and BBC Sounds.
So, here we go then. England against Fiji in the World Cup quarter-finals. Kick-off 2 hours away. And after losing to them in the build-up, a chance for Steve Borthwick and his men to right the wrongs of August.
We are bitterly disappointed. I think there's the potential that we may meet them again in a few weeks' time.
Fiji is through to the quarter-finals and they will play England.
Headlines made with England's starting 15. We'll chat those left out and those in.
Chest puffed out, there's Owen Farrell, and this one sneaks in, and that's history. 1,181 points, the record breaker, Owen Farrell.
And we'll be in Paris ahead of France, South Africa before 3 o'clock. So much excitement. England fans out there, get in touch at 5 Live Sport. We are in Marseille at the Stade Velodrome, the scene of heartbreak for Wales yesterday as they went out to Argentina. What can England do today against Fiji? We have another glorious day under the blue sunshine in Marseille. Before we talk all things England rugby, let's go to the cricket in Delhi. It's England and Afghanistan. England chasing that target of 285, Ellie Oldroyd.
And they've been struggling a bit, Sonia, because Joe Root is the second man out, who's bowled by Mujib for 11. Johnny Bairstow out for 2 a bit earlier on. So 37 for 2 at the moment, England in the 9th over. And that target of 285 should be achievable, but they don't need to lose many more wickets if they can possibly avoid it. Milan 20, Brooke is on 2, and England will get a 4 here. So 41 for 2 they are in the 9th over.
Thanks, Ellie. And the gates are open here at the Stade Velodrome, and slowly the England fans and the Fiji fans are drifting into this stadium. It's still a real bank of white seats at the moment. We are in the very early stages of the build-up ahead of this match. But a couple of people who are here are our correspondent, Chris Jones. Rugby World Cup winner Matt Dawson is here as well. I'm going to hear from Paul Grayson in Paris very shortly as well. Look, Chris, it's advantage for the Southern Hemisphere teams, isn't it, after those wins for Argentina and New Zealand? So how significant in the context of that are both these quarter-finals today?
Well, I think you want to blend, don't you? You want to have the European rugby nations represented and the Southern Hemisphere rugby nations represented. We remember 2015 when it was a Southern Hemisphere clean sweep with New Zealand, South Africa, Australia and Argentina in the semi-finals. So, yeah, I think from our point of view, an England-France semi-final next Saturday evening in Paris would be sensational. But yesterday showed us anything can happen. England have a tough game against Fiji, and who can call France against South Africa? So really, like we've said all week, Sonia, these games could go either way.
Dawes, you were there commentating with 5 Live Sport on the final in Tokyo 4 years ago when England got there under Eddie Jones. Would it be a bit of a backward step for Six Nations rugby if it was a clean sweep for the Southern Hemisphere side in the last 4?
I don't think so. I think it's slightly different format because of the draw this time round. I think everybody knows that there was a chance for a Northern Hemisphere clean sweep in the semi-finals as much as there's a chance for a Southern Hemisphere clean sweep. The performances, particularly yesterday, Wales played ever so well for a large part of the game and didn't know how to complete it. Ireland were awesome. I can't quite think of the right word to describe the All Blacks, which is better than awesome. It was a magnificent game of rugby, and as much as it's no consolation to any Irish fan or Irish player, they were brilliant and should be very proud of their Irish team. And I think, and then the game in general is still looking at the Northern Hemisphere as a real powerhouse of rugby, led at the moment by France and Ireland.
Exactly. Women's Super League today, we've just heard, haven't we, a draw between Manchester United and Leicester City. Arsenal currently playing Aston Villa, and we've had a goal. Flo Pollock.
Yeah, against the run of play, Aston Villa lead Arsenal by a goal to nil. Mas Pacheco with the header at the back stick. Arsenal still searching for their first win. Arsenal and the Emirates shocked. Arsenal 0, Aston Villa 1, 24 minutes played.
And I mentioned the aforementioned Paul Grayson, again a World Cup winner with England alongside Dawes in 2003. Hello, Grace.
Hi, Sonj.
You're in Paris, obviously, ahead of the big one tonight, France against South Africa. But I just wonder, are there some sort of slightly weary and dejected-looking Ireland fans wandering around Paris today?
Well, you know that we're in the sort of cultural heartland in Montmartre, so there's a massive Irish bar about 30 yards away from us, so you know you're in France. And yes, weary, but obviously committed to commiserating themselves with a diet of vitamin L.
OK. Now, let's bring it right back to England, who play Fiji here. Steve Borthwick has named his team. In many ways, he's rolled the dice a little bit with that selection of Marcus Smith at fullback. He's gone Farrell at number 10, probably a more balanced midfield with Tuolangi and Marchand. What do you make of the way England have set up today?
It makes sense to me. What you hear from the England camp, often there is an absolute certainty about what they're doing, and this has been a plan for ages. They've just picked now as the time, a little bit like having an attacking scrum half in Alex Mitchell, who they didn't actually bother to bring to the tournament in the first place. He's now the go-to guy. So mixed messages from England, but we're kind of used to that. I like the shape of their team. We've always said, I guess, from the beginning, Ford and Farrell, it's either or, not both, and that was proved again against Argentina that they can't quite make it work. So the fact Borthwick's gone with Farrell is no surprise, but Smith at fullback gives Farrell an outlet and an extra bit of creativity a little bit wider, because it will be Farrell giving the ball to Smith more often than not, rather than the other way round, which is where Smith and Ford have got lost in the past. So I understand the selections, but ultimately England have to deliver.
What would you have done? Hello, Grace, by the way.
Hello, Matthew. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, my friend.
If you're going to win, you've got to score some tries. I don't see England scoring tries without Smith in the team. I think that's a better position for him internationally than 10, to be honest, because it does give them freedom and it gives them a spare set of eyes, and it almost catches up with most of the teams at this tournament who do play with two fly halves, one at 10, one at 15. We saw it last night with Barrett and Mo'unga, which ultimately carried them to victory. So the fact that England are late to the party is symptomatic of where they've been as a team over the last 3 years. But I like it, and I would have picked pretty much the same team.
Do you, my sort of go-to strategy, either when I was playing or continuing to watch when England play against particularly the South Sea Island sides, it was always about, staying in the game, forward dominance, tire the opposition. Yes, they are going to score tries and be very creative with offloads, but the game's going to be won with 20 minutes to go. Is that still relevant? Is that still a way for England to approach this game, or do you feel that they're going to go more down the sort of Samoa route of trying to fling it around and beat them at their own game?
No, I don't think they are. I think they'll play the Borthwick way, which is to kick long, kick deep, try and apply as much pressure as possible. I think the difference, though, with the selection of Smith is when they get the ball back, they'll be able to do something with it. Whereas previously they played kind of the long ball game, been given it back in the areas to go and attack, and then have been lacked a cutting edge. So I expect them to do what you're talking about, to try and force Fiji to take some risks from a long way back in their own half. But once they get it hopefully, please Lord, let their attack just click into gear and deliver on some of the promises.
Dawes, I don't want to misquote you, but I got the distinct impression.
But you're going to.
No. Don't know. Well, to be decided. Earlier on in the competition, that you were pretty much nailing your colours to the George Ford mast. In terms of, if there was a picket between 10 and the 210s, that's where you would go. So am I right in saying that? And B, are you a bit disappointed to see him on the bench?
I was. We're all absolutely allowed our own opinion, and I was getting. Not as you would absolutely know, Sonia, I really do not get worried about what other people say about me or what I read, but there was a lot of comments out there about people in the media, pundits, etc., talking and having a go at Owen Farrell and making it personal, and it's like, that's utter rubbish. If we weren't allowed to have discussion and have a view on who was being picked, there wouldn't be any content to have during the week. My view was that I thought George Ford, particularly in the opening games when England were under enormous pressure because of the performances in the summer series, I thought George Ford had control of the game. I thought he looked like, not only was he in control personally, but the team around him looked like they knew what they were supposed to do from ruck to ruck, position to position, phase to phase, and I think that just counts for a lot, Sonia, and for Farrell to come in and not necessarily have that control and not play a lot of rugby at 10, it makes life a little bit more difficult.
Well, George Ford is at least on the bench, unlike Freddie Stewart, who's been left out together, who for a long time at fullback was Steve Borswick's go-to man. That's no doubt something we will also discuss in the build-up to this kick-off here, England-Fiji, which is about just an hour and a half away. Big game for another player here in terms of leadership for this England team is Jamie George at hooker. He's getting his 83rd cap today, his 3rd World Cup. He certainly knows how to start his interviews with a little bit of hype.
All the hard work's come to times like this. We're 3 games away from doing something very special. Opportunity to put a few things right, because obviously that Fiji game was shocking, to say the least. So, yeah, we make sure, we take our lessons from that and be a better team this week.
So that Twickenham game's on your mind, the one from August?
Yeah, it is. It would be wrong of us to sort of try and dismiss it. We're a better team, a much better team now than we were then, but I think there are some clear things that we had to take away from that. Kev Sinfield's been very clear about reminding us, showing us a few clips that hurt. Do you know what I mean? Like when you watch us defend like that and let Fiji run right at Twickenham, that's always going to hurt. So, we're fully aware that, we probably owe them one.
Do you think the game against Samoa last week, do you think there was a little bit of, we know we're through? Because you knew you were through already, you kind of took your foot off the pedal a little bit, knowing what you had this week?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know why it was as flat as it was. Because, the frustrating thing was, there were key things that we wanted, metrics that we wanted to hit, maul-wise, scrum-wise, and we didn't hit them. And maybe that was something subconsciously, but, it's always difficult.
Hard, isn't it? Because it's hard to get your head around that, actually. We've got a quarter-final next week.
Yeah. There's no excuse to perform like that when you're playing for England. You know what it's like, mate. And
you're doing it without even realising, because you know what's coming next week.
I don't know. All I know is that it was flat. It was very flat, and that worried me at the time.
Do you feel that before the game?
No.
Just when it got going and they started to rally?
I always think sometimes when you score early, there's an element of this might come easy. Subconsciously, again, you don't think it, but you might stop doing the early work, and I think that's what we saw. We probably, we're a team that likes to
be in it to 60 and then get it at the end. Yeah.
So
if you do it early,
we stopped doing the small stuff, and then the energy dropped. The crowd got behind Samoa. Samoa's energy increased, and I think it was just probably a knock-on effect of that, really.
So the problem is with that is that it's hard to then go into this feeling good for one, but you had the week off too, so maybe that had a bit of a combo having the week off. But now this week everyone knows it's back to what you did in Argentina week. It's that level. You know the standard. You know where you need to be to get past Fiji.
Yeah, and the best thing about the Argentina week was the build-up and the fact that we'd just lost to Fiji, a really poor, low-energy performance. And the build-up throughout that week was awesome because we knew that performance was coming in terms of how we defended, how we fought.
Yeah.
And, it wasn't perfect by any means. Our attack didn't quite click, but
we saw a difference.
14 men doing that, there's a difference. It's a very similar feel to this week in terms of clear things for us to go after. You put on top of that Fiji game at Twickenham, key reminders from that, and that little bit of hurt, that little bit of fear, we can't perform like that again. It's just good fuel for the fire, I think.
That is Jamie George at hooker today, winning his 83rd caps. Dorse, there's a lot of players in this team with an extraordinarily huge amount of experience. You go down the list. Mara Itoje, 73 caps. Ellis Genge has got 55 caps. Owen Farrell, over 100 caps. Tuolangi's into the 50s. Are we seeing enough from those experienced players in this England team?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure in the modern game or in the modern English game it's actually sort of a valid question anymore about experience. The game is very different. It's taught in a different manner. The types of coaching pathways from a very young age is less about running the game. We were talking yesterday about Jack Morgan and him being captain from a very early age, in age group rugby in Wales, and it coming through and being very natural as a leader. England don't have that, and I don't necessarily blame this system or this England team, this environment. I think it's the system. I think it goes to the clubs, the academies, because we're littered with hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of caps, and yet time after time we've sat on this behind these microphones and have commented about an England side who are, it's glaringly missing from the way that England play the game. They don't ever seem to play what's in front of them. They just play what they've been practicing, and if that doesn't work, it's a toss of a coin.
Yeah, because there's a subtle difference, isn't there, Sonia, between experience and leadership. And experience doesn't necessarily mean leadership. Have England developed enough leaders over the past decade or two? Big question, but they've certainly got lots of experience. But just making one result in the other has been a bit trickier.
Grace?
I was going to say the experience is actually irrelevant unless you use it.
Yeah, good point. Well made. Paul Grayson, before we let you go into the off into Paris, England do at least have, as Chris Jones has said earlier in the programme, they've got 4 wins under their belt at this World Cup. How much is that something they can build on and hopefully use it as a launch pad into a semi-final?
Look, it's tournament play, it's all about results. You've got to win your games, but if you talk to any coach before the game, they'll say the result is not important, it's the performance that's important. You can't have it both ways. England have performed badly but won their games. They're in a knockout match now, which they should, realistically, with the team that they got, they'll get some bruises from Fiji, but they should stroll past them into a semi-final. But when they're nowhere near that on performance levels, which is why we're all trying to solve the puzzle of why aren't England as good as they should be?
Yeah. Who do you think does win this one?
I think England win it. And
okay.
I think they've got enough to cope. They've got a little bit more creativity. And listen, if they can't raise themselves for this to win this game, whether it's by a point, whether it's by 20 points, if they can't raise themselves for a World Cup quarter-final to a level of performance that sees off Fiji, then there's something stratospherically wrong with English rugby.
Whew, okay, that game here is a 4 o'clock kickoff in Marseille as the crowd just start to build up here inside the stadium. We'll have full commentary with Chris Jones, Matt Dawson and Chris Ashton for that one. But now we're going to go to Paris. And honestly, this is a game, Steve Crossman, that I just can't call it. Absolutely. Somebody said to me, who wins, Sonia, between France and South Africa? I would simply say I haven't got a clue. Other than it's going to be the most fantastic contest. And so, you saw a fabulous game last night. Now you've got another one coming.
I know, I feel very lucky, and also I think that if anyone had tried to predict the quarterfinals we've had already, they probably would have got them wrong as well. So I think I'm going to give up doing that. I don't know about you.
Very, 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 very wise. Let's just see them unfold, shall we?
That sounds good. Sonia, thank you very much indeed. One of the great things about 5 Live Sport today is going to be the ebb and flow of atmosphere. So very soon that Stade Velodrome is going to feel like an absolute cauldron, and you'll be able to hear it when we hand back to Sonia in about 25 minutes time here in Paris. It is just that little bit more serene. We're on the rooftops of our hotel in the Montmartre district. Yesterday I was banging on about Sacré-Cœur, but come on, it is Sacré-Cœur, which is just away to my right hand side. It's actually deceptively far away, as I discovered when I tried to walk there this morning, up the beautiful, steep, cobbled streets, past the high-end patisseries. And what it allowed me to do was get a good look at the spread of fans. And it was effectively this. It was French fans in the bakeries, South Africa fans in the bars. I nipped into the odd patisserie purely for research purposes. And commentator and pundit up here on the balcony with us, Andrew Cotter, Paul Grayson. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Simply put, Andrew, it is the hosts and favourites against the world champions, and we lose one of them tonight.
Yeah, it's a very strange feeling. A very strange feeling having last night's game going into tonight's game because seismic encounters, just enormous. And you think, how can you possibly follow Ireland against the All Blacks and what they produced last night in the Stade de France with tonight? Well, you follow it with South Africa against France, and it's bizarre. You have to sort of pinch yourself and say, this is the quarterfinals. It feels far later in the tournament. It's extraordinary, and yes, it's a little bit, I suppose, a little bit of an injustice for whoever goes out tonight, because you would say Ireland deserve to go deeper in the tournament, and neither France or South Africa, if they lose, will have deserved to go deeper in the tournament. But I suppose it is just the great fortune of sport, or misfortune of sport, and there's been some real misfortune for any of the giants on this side of the draw. But we still get those meetings. We just get them a bit earlier. There's still that jeopardy. There's still that thrill watching Ireland against the All Blacks last night. And I think France against South Africa has the potential, perhaps a different style of game, but it has the potential to be just as thrilling and atmospheric.
And it all ends with somebody going home, doesn't it? Like it says quarter-final. I'm like, well, it should be a much bigger fraction than that. That's completely wrong. And last night's game billed as possibly the greatest World Cup quarter-final ever, and it lived up to the billing until tonight, which is like, well, this is going to be a little bit better, potentially. And with the extra bit of France at home, their World Cup, the 4-year journey they've been on, the level of expectation in the country, that extra narrative, and South Africa here to spoil that particular party, that just adds beyond the excellence of the contest.
But I wanted to ask, and I always think about, people say home crowd, that support that they have, and tonight there will be as many French fans compared to South Africa fans as there were Irish fans to New Zealanders. It'll be such a roar and such a will for France to do well that sometimes that can be suffocating as well. You think it can lift a side, but the pressure and the expectation on a side to deliver with their best side for a generation, that can work another way, I would imagine.
Yes, but I think France have almost been practicing it, because that level of expectation. And we've talked about the change in the French team. There's also been a change in the French crowd and the French rugby public, in that it's gone from we're not sure what we're going to get. Therefore, if it's not what we like, we're going to give it to you.
They used to turn
quick and loudly, and you would be in the stadium, and that's what you'd want to be hearing if you were playing away from home. But France carried the weight of their fans on their back. This time they're hoisted by it. They're lifted by them because they trust the team that they watch. They absolutely unconditionally love them because they know that they're going to get something that is heart and soul and still French, but superb rugby as well. So I totally take your point, Andrew, that it could constrict, but so far I don't think it has.
One of the other things I noticed as I was wandering around Montmartre this morning is that in some of the bakeries of Paris, they've been baking some rugby ball shaped bread with the great Gallic bird on the front of it, all powdered in flour. So certainly the national excitement has reached Paris. People were saying, this is very much a southern French sport, and I understand that, but it is very much the national sport for now, at least. We're going to speak to a French journalist after we've heard about a wicket at the Cricket World Cup in that match between England and Afghanistan. Ellie Oldroyd.
Yes, big blow for England because David Malan is out, the man who scored 140 in the last game against Bangladesh. is out for 32, and it was a simple catch just lobbed up off the bowling of Mohammed Nabi, and England are now 68 for 3 in the 13th over. 285 looked like a pretty modest target, it has to be said, set by Afghanistan for England to chase, but having lost Bairstow for 2 and Root for 11, they've now lost Milan for 32. Harry Brook is still there on 12, and England are wobbling seriously here. 68 for 3 in the 13th over.
Thank you, Ellie. So we have Andrew Cotter, Paul Grayson, both with us, and I'm delighted to say from Canal Plus we can bring in French rugby journalist Pierre Robin. Pierre, good afternoon. Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous.
Yeah, we are very, very excited today. Very excited for this match. We've been talking about capturing French imagination, but what about the potentially suffering, as Paul was saying, power of French expectation?
An appeal appears in the media from 2 days ago of what the French people think of chance of France, and 80% of people of France think they're gonna win the World Cup, and 88% of the rugby amateurs think they're gonna win. So yes, the population is really confident, trust in the national team, but I think the players used to, because for the first game against New Zealand it was a great atmosphere and many pressure, and they realized to do a good game. So I think they used to have the pressure.
Seeing as you brought percentages into it, what is the fitness percentage, do you think, of your captain Antoine Dupont?
I think he is on 100%.
Right.
If he plays, he is 100%.
You think or you hope?
The same, both. Because during his rest after his operation from Toulouse, he is still training, he's still running, and when he come back at the Aix-en-Provence, when the French team train, the first day he was already sprint and run with the medical team and starts with contact with pillow. So he's at 100%, and he really wants to win this World Cup, his World Cup, because it's the first great star of rugby in France, more than Michalak can be, more than Chaval was. He is the big stars of rugby in France, and he wants to win this World Cup, and more of that, play this World Cup. He is on 100%.
Big star of France, and also the big star of the world. I think a lot of people would say he's probably the best player in the world, and of course he is a World Player of the Year. For those that don't know, Antoine Dupont starts, he's in the 15, he fractured his cheekbone just 24 days ago. Like Dupont, Thierry Dusautois was World Player of the Year. He was also French captain for the 2011 and 2015 World Cups, and he's been telling Sarah Orchard there was no chance that Dupont will be stopped from playing tonight.
Well, I don't know so much about his injury. No, I just know that his confidence. If we were talking about this, no, you can't ask to a player that if he was going to play a quarter-final of the World Cup in his country. Of course, he's going to say yes. You know, well, with just one leg, I would have played this quarter-final. So if the doctors, you know, the medical staff say, okay, he's able to play, we have to trust them. Now, obviously, with Dupont, the French team is a better team. Any team in the world would be better with Dupont. But I think that the French have a lot of more qualities. You know, you have I would say, you know, Olivon, Jolon, Aldrit. We're lucky this year to have so good players. We have good Ramos, Penaud. So we're going to start this game with a lot of confidence, and I hope that we're able to pass this mountain, you know, because it's going to be really hard against South Africa.
France did not need this at a quarter-final stage, surely.
Yeah, well, we're quite excited to see first France at this level, to see with so much confidence. But it's true that I would have preferred Ireland, not because Ireland is a weaker team than South Africa, because just because South Africa is playing like a soft physical game. So I don't know if even if we win this game, the cost of this game will be really, really important, because you have to think that you have 2 more games. So it's going to be hard for the French side, but anyway, I think that they're ready for this challenge.
That's Thierry Dusautois. One of the things I find really interesting, Paul, is that this is not like a massive football game where a player's been injured and you're wondering if they're fit, because you can find out so much of the answer to that question before he goes on the pitch. with Dupont, he is going to be in contact that he won't have been going through in training. So we can't really know until the game gets underway just how ready that cheekbone is.
No, until he gets either makes his first tackle or his first carry, because he is a spectacularly instinctive player who's got that. Of all the great players in sport, anyone who stands out above the crowd sees the game in a slightly different way at a slightly different pace. So I don't think he'll be able to switch off those instincts and say, actually, I'm not going to carry the ball, I'm not going to put myself into the defensive line and go and make a big hit, because it's just, I don't think it's something that he can't unplug it, move the wire somewhere else. So we're going to find out pretty soon. I hope for his sake that he's had all the advice that he needs. I've read a bit about it. Brad Barrett did something in a paper talking about having the same injury, and he had the operation done under local anaesthetic and played the week after, which sounds a bit bonkers. It was a few years ago now. So yeah, you've got to trust in Dupont, but it's not like a heavily strapped leg, is it? It's under his skin, it's on his cheek, and we will. 80,000 people bated breath when he goes into the first clunk.
Or when Peter Steph Dutoy bears down on him in the first few minutes. I mean, but that's it. You've got that position. You're going to get a lot of big men running at you around the fringes. So you cannot play rugby and be fearful. And I don't think Antoine Dupont will be. That's not the way he plays at all.
And if we're going to assume, Pierre, that he is fit, as you say, he's 100%, there'll be lots of people listening today who know rugby inside out and they know Antoine Dupont inside out. Equally, there'll be lots of people who won't. So can you try and just sum up what he means, not just to the French rugby team, but to the nation, because he's a national figure now?
The Beato Mavaka yesterday in conference of press said we are more confident because Antoine is back. So he has an impact of the players because he is always there, always to have the ball after the game, in the pitch. He is always there. If you need of someone on the pitch, you always have Antoine Dupont. So he gives you confidence, and more of that, it's a figure to talk with referee. It's it's more than a player that we know.
Pierre, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to have you with us. Enjoy the game. Good luck.
Thank you. Have two.
Pierre Robin there from Canal Plus, who's been with us on 5 Live Sport. Right, let's go back into the WSL because the half-time whistle has gone in the game between Arsenal and Aston Villa. Flo Pollock.
Half-time, Arsenal 0, Aston Villa 1. Villa took the lead through Maz Pacheco's header. Arsenal looking a little desperate, and with Villa sat in a deep block, Arsenal have been reduced to crosses and shots from distance. Villa in charge at the break, and they lead Arsenal by a goal to 0.
Thank you very much, Flo. Right, let's talk about South Africa then. Sonia was chatting to Chris Ashton and Chris Jones about some of the big calls that Steve Borthwick has made for England. But there are huge calls, Paul, that Jacques Nienaber has made for South Africa tonight.
Yeah, 9 and 10. I mean, we were talking before about making predictions in games, and I'm 2 from 2 in the negative so far this weekend. And this selection is another one where you think, well, surely at this point you're going to go for at least one of your reliable halfbacks, as in Andre Pollard, probably as a goal kicker in a game where every point's going to count. When Manny Libbok's kicked somewhere in the 50s percentage-wise, which is,
You can't have a kicker kicking 50%, can you?
No.
It's just not a place kicker. Manny Libbok's a gifted player, and he'll create something. He's a wonderful running fly half, but they should have beaten Ireland. I mean, Faf de Klerk must have kicked theirs out, but they left 11 points out there against Ireland. And if you have a dominant set piece, as South Africa tend to do, almost more the line out in the scrum at the moment, but you don't actually take advantage of those penalties, what's the point?
It doesn't transfer into points, which is the whole point, which is the whole thing about putting the squeeze on up front. If you can't score tries, then you're going to collect points with penalties. And we talked about it when South Africa and France played in 2022, when they played down in Marseille, and South Africa weren't going to kick a goal, and then Cheslin Colby had a go and kicked 4, and Faf de Klerk whacked a couple from the halfway line, and it was a tight game that France won in the end, but they kicked 6 out of 6. I can't see them kicking 6 out of 6 tonight. No. And you wonder if the plan is just to go hell for leather and go for France in the first half, see if they can put some points on the board and then try and defend the lead with de Klerk and Pollard off the bench later on. I don't know. It looks like a massive gamble.
And that game in Marseille is such a pivotal game that they played last November, because it ended a run of 7 South African victories. So it gave France the belief that, yes, they're not the great bogeymen, South Africa. They can do it. But also, Peter Stephen was sent off. Antoine Dupont was sent off. So it had everything. It had a last-minute try from Falatea to win it for France. So it's another thing that adds to the mix in setting up this wonderful game.
If only we had a man with us who'd kicked every single point for his team in a Heineken Cup final victory.
Guilty as charged, yes.
I'm not trying to be too sycophantic here, Paul, just a little bit sycophantic. But it goes to show. And actually, even last night, if a player of the quality of Johnny Sexton can be perhaps slightly affected by the occasion, it wasn't just the fact that he missed the kick that he missed, it's the impact it had on everybody else in that moment. So it might not be not kicking 6 from 6. It might be not kicking 1.
Yeah, and there's context to every kick. I mean, the last one's as important as the first one because they're worth the same. But in terms of the flow of the match, last night when Sexton lined up that kick, it suddenly put the game back into it's going to be a one-score game. He's definitely going to get it. Ireland have got the momentum, and then he missed it, and you can just that little emotional balloon. Some of the air went out of it, and it wasn't, and that. It affects the team and it affects a player. Players when you miss a couple of goals, you can't help but have part of your brain still there, thinking, right, next one, need to fix this. It does put some people off. So it's a huge part of the game and always has been in rugby union.
And this is going to be a close game. It's surely going to be a close game when you look at the two sides. So kicks, penalties, they're so important, not just for the points you said, but for the momentum, the confidence. And I'd like to see Manny Libbok. You don't want to see somebody missing kicks to decide games, but he's a very poor place kicker at the international standard.
And that added pressure of he will always hold your hand. You'd always hold your hand up and say, yeah, I'll do it, give me the job. And fair play to him for doing that. But it is a massive ask for a player who's not that reliable.
There are so many great lines around South Africa. These bold selections that we've talked about, regrouping from the pool defeat to Ireland, the continuing brilliance and importance of their captain, Siya Kolisi. A little bit earlier today, I chatted to 3 Springboks fans on the streets of Paris.
Bali.
I'm Casper.
Michael. What are the levels of confidence then for tonight?
I'm very confident. As you can see, we've won 4, so 2023 is going to be added on.
They're all on your T-shirt?
Yes, there we go.
So I can see the 2019 there, Casper. How does this South African team compare to the world champions of 4 years ago?
And that is what is amazing about this team today. We've got basically the same team with some new young speedsters on the wings as well. The most capped Springbok team ever playing today in the quarterfinal against France, which is going to be absolutely epic. We're going to win today, win the World Cup, go straight all the way. I already got my semi-final and final tickets booked, so I'm back. I'm back for both games. So if you're not going all the way, you might as well stay at home.
Guys, let's talk a little bit about selections. So we have got with us on the show today Paul Grayson, great fly half. When I ask him about not having Handré Pollard in this team for his goal kicking, I think he's going to bristle. What do you guys think of that decision?
We got him in our 23. He brings that calmness to Manny Libbok, even if he's on the bench. He helps Manny during the week. He gives him that confidence to kick the penalties in the game. You'll see today, he's probably going to have a 100% kicking record today. Then Handré is going to come on the last 20 minutes if we need to slot the 50-meter three-pointer to win the game in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're quietly confident, but I mean, Libbok, he's our magic man, playmaker. Yeah. So maybe you see another kick today where he just doesn't look at the ball. He just,
yeah, he's a magician.
I just want to ask about Siya Kolisi, who I think pretty much everybody, you just said wow, I think everybody listening to this will know the significance of him as South Africa's first black captain and having won the World Cup 4 years ago. Just from all three of you, what does he mean to you and your nation?
For me, he represents the new South Africa because he is the first black captain, but he's carried the team so well. He's just charismatic and he has this great energy even before he starts playing. They sing, they chant. So it gives inspiration to the rest of the team. So we're really, really proud and he does such a great job being a captain.
I just mentioned Siya Kolisi and straight away Casper and Michael started hugging each other.
Yeah, no, he's brought the nation together again. One person, he's got that Madiba factor. That's what he's got. And he doesn't have an arrogant hair on him. He does... Thank you, mate. He's not arrogant in it. He lets everyone make their say as well, give their say, bring their part to the game as well. He's got 23 leaders on that field to help him as well, and it's because of his attitude towards the game that he makes the team a better game, and he makes the game a better game for it as well.
He's done this new thing where he just sings down the tunnel. And yeah, it's just phenomenal, the whole team. That's kind of what they do in the South African mines. Everybody just unites. He's such a role model, you know. If you have to think of Khaleesi, his legacy will just be unite.
Boka, boka, boka.
Boka, boka, boka!
I don't think, guys, in any walk of life, forget sport for a second, there is a bigger compliment any human being can be given than you have the Madiba factor.
You're Mandela, you're Nelson. This is Mandela on a rugby pitch. I mean, no pressure there. It's interesting talking about Dupont coming back from his injury so quickly and how he inspires France. Well, I mean, Khaleesi came back in April from an ACL injury. And yeah, I mean, it's astonishing. They thought he was going to miss the World Cup, and he's back. And South Africa are different playing with him. We saw that from the Rugby Championship, and from when he returned, they've been a very different side. There's no more confident creature in the world, incidentally, than a South African rugby fan. It's extraordinary. Oh, to have that confidence.
That is misplaced or not, and it's interesting. They say there's not an arrogant hair on his head, Khaleesi. There's plenty of arrogance about South African rugby in the stands. They are, they're better than everyone. It's theirs to lose. But having been to South Africa a number of times, been on a couple as a parent helper and a teacher on school trips out there, going to the townships, seeing the impact that the Springboks have on those people, and now having effectively one of their own in charge of the team, the captain, the totem World Cup winning captain. Transformative. It is an amazing thing to have witnessed over the last few years.
Thank you for the time being, guys. We will discuss Khaleesi at great length later on, and all the big stories ahead of that huge quarter-final at the Stade de France. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff. We'll bring it to you in full. France versus South Africa. But as I say, the ebbs and flows of this day are going to be great on 5 Live Sport. We're still very relaxed here in Paris. I imagine, Sonia McLaughlin, things with you are just about to step up a notch.
Yeah, that's because the man on the mic has rocked up here at the Stade Velodrome, and he is doing a kind of slightly strangling a version of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. That's actually a bunch of England fans in the crowd have been given a microphone and are singing Sing Low, Sweet Chariot. It wasn't a tuneful experience, let's just say. I think the crowd will do a better job en masse a little bit later. Thanks very much, Steve. We're going to go straight to the cricket. England in that World Cup match in Delhi, chasing a target of 285 to beat Afghanistan, but they've been making slightly heavy weather of it. Ellie?
They have indeed, 73 for 3 in the 16th over, so they still need another 212 runs, and it's not so much the run rate, that's just over a run a ball, and you'd have thought that with the length of England's batting lineup they ought to be able to get those runs, but it's just the fact that they keep losing wickets. Johnny Bairstow out for 2, Joe Root out for 11, then a big blow, David Malan softly dismissed for 32. Let's bring in Stephen Finn, who's watching this game in the stadium. And Finny, what's happening with England?
Yeah, it's been quite an un-England-like performance today. Yeah, a little bit meek and timid. They've only hit 7 boundaries in the 15 overs that we've had so far this evening in their reply to Afghanistan. Yeah, it's been very un-England-like. You still think with Brooke and Butler there and the power to come that England will have too much for Afghanistan, but certainly so far it's been an even contest, and Afghanistan are providing ample challenge for England here.
Yeah, 285 didn't look like the biggest target to chase, and actually if England kind of kept, they were very, very loose at the start of the Afghanistan innings, and then really tightened it up in the middle, and then went a little bit flabby again at the end. So you could say actually that there are probably 30 or so runs on the board that they might not have had to chase if they'd been a bit more disciplined late on.
Yeah, although saying that, with Afghanistan they got to 114 without loss. They lost their first wicket at 114. At that stage, 16.4 overs, you were wondering how many Afghanistan were going to get. It was only the introduction of spin with Liam Livingstone and Adil Rashid who really pegged it back. They took 4 wickets between them and stifled that middle order, and then the lower order managed to explode towards the end of the innings to get Afghanistan towards what is a competitive total. Like you say, still with England's power and depth, you would imagine that they'll be able to chase these runs if they hang in there, but certainly at the moment there's a lot happening. The edge keeps getting beaten. There was just an edge past first slip just now from Harry Brook down to deep third for 4, so there's lots happening and it's entertaining.
Absolutely is. England can't really afford to lose this game. It will really put them up against it if they do. But 78 for 3 in the 16th over, and still 207 more needed from 34 overs, Sonia. So England will keep on plugging away and hope that long batting lineup can get them out of a little bit of trouble here.
Thanks very much, Ellie. Talking of England, the England Rugby Union players are away to my right here, just starting their gentle warm-ups, and there's 1 or 2 Fijians out as well, but not quite as many so far as we build up to this commentary we have here at 5 o'clock, well, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. We have commentary here of England against Fiji in the quarterfinals of the Rugby World Cup. Just to mention that Aston Villa are leading Arsenal 1-0 at the Emirates in the Women's Super League, and earlier it finished 1-1 between Manchester United and Leicester City in the early kickoff. We will be back for further build-up here after the news on 5 Live with Nick Hatfield.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. The Israeli army says it wants to destroy Hamas as it prepares to launch a ground offensive into Gaza. It's in response to the attacks by Hamas on Israel last weekend, which killed more than 1,300 people. More than 2,300 Palestinians are being killed by Israeli airstrikes in the past week. And people living in northern Gaza have been told to move south ahead of a further offensive. Hamas has been designated as a terror organisation by many Western governments, including the UK. Daniel Hagari is an Israeli army spokesman.
We're continuing to prepare for the goal we set for this operation, destroying the Hamas terror organization, and are advancing the preparedness of all the units relevant for the next stage in the war, alongside intensive attacks on anything and anyone connected to Hamas in Gaza and elsewhere.
The Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, says the UK government is trying to get the border crossing into Egypt open so British nationals in Gaza can leave. Mohammed Galayini, who's from Manchester, is currently in the city of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza with some of his family. He says the UK government should be helping Palestinians trapped in the territory.
I'm not impressed with the way the UK government is handling this. The UK government is giving full support to Israel. Everyone that wants to evacuate from within Israel is evacuating and going to safety. They do nothing materially to help us get out. Even if I wanted to go to the border, it's not safe.
Well, our Middle East correspondent Tom Bateman in Jerusalem has been assessing whether a ground invasion by Israel into Gaza is imminent.
The build-up of troops around the Gaza perimeter is vast. We had quite a detailed statement from the Israeli army last night, which was talking about many of the logistics being in place. And what the Israeli military is saying now today is that they're awaiting a political decision on the timing of the ground offensive. So I think that would suggest that from a military perspective, they think they're ready, and it's now up to the political leadership to announce the next stage in all of this. So you have that on the one hand. Inside Gaza, the humanitarian situation is absolutely dire now. I mean, Shifa Hospital, which is the main hospital in Gaza City, which is within that evacuation zone, you know, that very densely populated zone that the Israelis have told civilians to leave. Doctors there are now saying that the fuel for the generators is going to run out today. So that means they can't do any surgery. There's no oxygen for patients. They won't have lights. I mean, you're talking about a hospital that basically won't be able to run, with many, many wounded from the bombardments being treated inside. And not just those people, but many of the displaced are simply sleeping in the corridors. So it's a very, very desperate situation, and the ground offensive, when it starts, is obviously going to make things far more serious.
Well, that's Tom Bateman in Jerusalem. Philip Ingram, a former senior military intelligence officer, has told 5 Live any ground offensive will be tricky.
They're getting their troops ready. Those that they've called up, they're having to train or give refresher training to. They're getting their ammunition supplies and their equipment in the right places. And they're also trying to work out how they're going to get through the heavy defences that Hamas will have put in place. They've learned their lessons over many, many years with Israeli ground incursions, and will have put improvised explosive devices. They will have mined different areas. They will have worked out where they're going to be sniping from. And attacking into built-up areas is very much in the defenders got the advantage. So the Israelis, from a military perspective, have got a very, very difficult act to try and get in and to remove Hamas from where they have placed themselves through the population of Gaza.
And we'll keep you updated on the situation in the Middle East right through the afternoon during 5 Live Sport. You can also head to the BBC News website and app. Elsewhere, Vladimir Putin claims Russian troops have made gains during an offensive against Ukrainian positions. Ukraine says fighting has intensified around the city of Avdiivka in the east of the country. And Luton Airport says it's unlikely any vehicles will be salvageable after Tuesday's huge fire in a car park. It caused the structure to collapse with up to 1,500 vehicles inside.
Every game live. Rugby World Cup 2023 on 5 Live, Radio 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website with Sonia McLaughlin.
We're only an hour away from the first of the final 2 quarters at the Rugby World Cup. Fiji shocked England in August. Can England redeem themselves and make it through to the last 4?
History for Fiji. There are going to be huge questions now for Steve Borthwick. Their World Cup preparations in tatters.
We are bitterly disappointed. I think frustrated, unfortunately, and made too many errors and then slipped off too many tackles. I think there's a potential that we may meet them again.
This is it. This is the big dance. This is the World Cup against Argentina opening game. There's a different feel this week about the boys.
What a noise the Argentina fans are making to jumping up and down with seconds away. It's going to sneak in. It has snuck in. Ford faultless. And England are in dreamland in Marseille. The forwards drive on. They're up to the line. They're over the line. England have scored.
And here's an opportunity for England. A hack through from Marcus Smith. Oh, it's wonderful work from Smith. That's what England want to see.
Kerr snipes and he's in, Danny Kerr. That's more like it from England and Kerr.
We built through this tournament, and there was many people saying we wouldn't be at this stage. There was many people saying we'd have already gone. There's lots of people saying we wouldn't get through the group, and here we are.
He sends it back to Farrell, who kicks it out, and England beats Samoa just about. What a tackle from Danny Kerr. That was a game saver.
Quarter-final is huge, and opportunity to put a few things right, because obviously that Fiji game was shocking to say the least.
Fiji is through to the quarter-finals, and they will play England.
They've only played each other 7 times, England and Fiji. Yeah, here they are playing each other twice in, back-to-back within a month. But this time, boy oh boy, it's way, way more important than that friendly in August. This is a World Cup quarter-final. Welcome back to the Stade Velodrome in Marseille on what is a glorious sunny afternoon here in the south of France. And this stadium is architecturally stunning. The crowd are just starting to filter in. Those white seats here are just starting to go of various technicolours as the fans come in to their seats. England and Fiji just warming up in front of me. The stage is just nicely set, isn't it? Let's go to the cricket, Ellie.
And England's captain Jos Buttler is out, bowled by Naveen for 9, so England 91 for 4, with Liam Livingstone coming out to join Harry Brook in the middle. 285 is the target, so they are getting closer to it. 194 more needed, but 4 wickets down makes this very, very shaky indeed from an England point of view, and for their chances of making it through to the knockout stages of the Cricket World Cup. 91 for 4 now, England. Harry Brook is still there on 26.
Thanks, Ellie. Steve Borthwick's picked his side, hasn't he? And the England 23 warming up away to my right. They're kind of in their white shirts, navy shorts, staff down there in their purple tops. And we've picked our team as well here, led by correspondent Chris Jones, who's alongside World Cup winner Matt Dawson and former England winger Chris Ashton. Have them been doing sterling work on the Rugby Union daily during the course of this World Cup. Let's talk a little bit, Chris, about Steve Borthwick, who you've seen a lot of him during the course of this World Cup, it would be fair to say. It's his first as head coach. What do you make of the way he's handled himself over the last few weeks in this sort of pressure cooker environment?
Well, I think he would be the first to admit that it's very different, isn't it? This is a Rugby World Cup, and for all Steve Borthwick's experience, he's been to World Cups before with England as an assistant and famously with Japan as an assistant in 2015. He's been there as a player in 2007. but as the head man, you have a whole heap of pressure on you that you just can't prepare for. And we've seen that with some of his selections, which perhaps haven't gone to plan. The fact that Johnny May and Alex Mitchell are starting in the back line, having missed out on the 33, suggests that things didn't go as Borthwick forecast. But on the other side, you admire his selectorial flexibility. I think he's big on horses for courses selection. I think we're seeing that with Marcus Smith. England won't get an aerial bombardment from Fiji today. They might next weekend if they get through. Therefore, Freddie Stewart could well come back in the number 15 shirt. But what Borthwick has been clear on, Sonia, weeks and weeks and weeks, even months ago, he said England would be ready for the 9th of September against Argentina. He was true to his word. And then he said through the pool stages, they'll be ready for this quarter-final, and we'll find out in a few hours whether he's also been able to predict the future and ensure his England team are peaking mentally, physically and tactically for the biggest game yet of his coaching career.
Yeah, and he's down on the pitch. I can see him here in his white shirt, his blue trousers. He was strolling across like it was a Sunday afternoon in the park, where he had his hands in his pockets, and he's just kind of walking back now the other way. So let's hear from him, shall we? Here is the England head coach on leading his side into a World Cup quarter-final.
Brilliant to be here in knockout rugby. I think the team's been building through the tournament. The players are embracing the challenge, and I think they're really going to rise to it. These are big players who perform in the big games, and we've seen that again through this tournament. I think we've also been very cognizant of the fact that we need to learn and develop quickly through this tournament as a team. This is a coaching team that's only been with this playing group since the start of this Rugby World Cup preparation. So every day is this experience of us bringing every learning we can capture as quickly as possible onto the grass. That's what we continue to do. I sense that this week those big players, they love these challenges.
One player who loves the big occasion is your captain Owen Farrell, who's starting at fly half with George Ford as a replacement. Just the thinking there between dropping George Ford to the bench. I know you'll say his role has changed rather than anything else, but why Owen at 10 for this one?
Yeah, no, and I think the combination of players I picked throughout the 23 is the blend that I think is the right one to get the performance and the result we want. I think that we're blessed to have such incredible players. We've got so many good players that aren't even picked in the starting 15. You talked about George. There's other names you could talk about: Freddie Stewart, Henry Arundel, Ben Youngs. There are many, many good players, really top-class players who aren't in the starting 15. What I'll say is this squad is built together, and everybody is invested in ensuring we get the performance and the result we want.
Is that the hardest part of coaching, telling players they're either not in the 15 or even worse, not in the 23?
The process I go through from a selection has a great deal of rigour to it. I understand exactly why I'm making the selections I'm making, and have all those decisions recorded so that I understand it and I can review every game I've coached of why I made certain decisions. And I think that then talking to the players, treating each of the players individually, respectfully, the manner of sharing my thoughts and why I'm making the decision I'm making, and I think that this is the blend for this week. I'm a long time retired. I still want to play for England, and I'm sure you want to play for England. But
my Welsh dad had a word about that. One guy who's going to be absolutely chuffed to be starting is Marcus Smith, who is not far into his journey as a fullback, but I imagine you've seen enough in his cameos to suggest he's ready to start a World Cup quarter-final.
Well, one thing with Marcus is he's a top quality rugby player. I think secondly, he's played plenty of test rugby. I think what you've seen every time he's come onto the pitch or in his start against Chile with 15 on his back, he has played brilliantly. And I think what he brings, what he offers is what we need this weekend.
That's Steve Borthwick, who's still down on the pitch with his hands in his pockets, strolling around, but it's really fascinating watching him actually, because he will go over and wander over to individual players, have a little chat. He's just been over to have a word in the ear of Maro Itoje. Then he wandered and had a word with Joe Marchant. And then he had a little quick chat with Alex Mitchell. Matt Dawson, what's he likely to be saying to those players, do you think?
I mean, by the sounds of it, it's going to be something very technical and statistically driven. I don't think Steve Borthwick, I mean, Ashley's probably a better person to talk to than I about his character. I'm not convinced he's not a Andy Farrell. All right, he's not going to be wandering up and maybe just having a look and having a word and just, you're right,
he is.
you're right, Mocha, everything good?
That's exactly what he is doing.
Yeah, but okay, but does he? I would never feel that Steve Borthwick would have that relationship with the players for that to resonate, to really go deep, to say, yeah, I'm with you, Faz, or opposed to I'm with you, Borthers.
Whether it resonates with the player or not, that is what he's doing. He has a different message for every single player in the squad that he will want to expect, and just instill confidence in the players right now. That's what he uses this time for.
So Chris, what would when you were playing with Leicester, what sort of message would he have said to you specifically in that moment?
It would be different for every game, but for finals or equivalents of it, what is today, it would have been do my role for the team first, make sure I've done that first, and then he would specifically give me people to try and get the best out of two who he thought that I could help within the team in the match day to support them and get behind them. So it will be different for everybody, but it was a message not just for me, but it was to help the others around me.
Because I found that interesting listening to Steve Borthwick's interview when he's talking about his selections and how he makes notes on why he's selecting players so he can refer back to the reasons, whereas it sort of says to me, where's the essence of, where's the instinct, where's the, do you know what, for what, I don't need to give you a reason. Chris Jones, you're asking why he's playing Owen Farrell. Not that he answered everything apart from why he was picking Owen Farrell, but sometimes it's just do you know what, it's my call, I'm the coach, instinctively for what I want out of my fly half, he's the right guy for me. That's all it takes. I mean, that's all the answer that we're asking for. I think sometimes there's a bit of over-analysis, and the reason why I mention that is because sometimes that's then reflected in the way that England play, rather than just that exhalation of we can just go and do what we know we're really good at. I mean, there were times where Clive Woodward would say he said to me once before a game that when he dropped me, and I went up to him and said, why you're going with Kieran Brackett? Can you tell me why I played last week? I thought I played really well. And he said, Dawes, we're playing against Australia. He said, Dawes, I don't know, I just got this instinct. Sometimes I need you on the bench because you were born lucky.
What does that mean?
I said, what? Because sometimes I just think you're born lucky, and when you come off the bench, you just make something happen, like you were lucky. And I was furious at the time. But I'm sure he maybe didn't sort of narrate what he was actually going on in his brain, but he was obviously thinking for that occasion, Kieran is right to start the game, and maybe Matt will need to mix it up with 20, 30 minutes to go.
Actually, is Steve Borthwick, you've played with a lot of coaches, and is he a coach that a player wants to run over hot coals for? Is he that kind of bloke?
I've played with him as a captain, and he led very well. He spoke very well. I really enjoyed playing under him as a captain, and then as coach, I was really surprised at how good he had transferred as a coach. From the moment I walked in at Leicester, I was like, wow, Steve's changed. He's changed the way he was as a player in a good way, and I found his presentation very engaging. Everybody bought into the plan. Whether Dawes thinks that might be hand-fed too much for players to not play their game, I don't know, but I enjoyed it. It suited my game. It suits some styles, because I think sometimes we forget that we are limited sometimes with the players that we have, and the skill sets that we have as in English rugby almost suit the style of kicking game that we are playing. It performs to our strength of set piece, and kick chase is what we end up doing in rugby a lot in Premiership.
And actually, is there still a need for someone to have the kind of emotional heartbeat of a dressing room in those moments before a game to fire you up emotionally? Does Borthwick do that, or is that more where Kevin Sinfield comes into it?
Yeah, that would be definitely left. Steve would pick and choose which days he decided to speak and which days he decided to leave to Kev. And if it was an emotional one or just speaking from the heart, I mean, the mum won everything at Leeds time and time again, and he's got whatever going on outside of rugby. These are things that pull on people's heartstrings, and you don't need much to hear from Kev for it to get you emotional.
It would be fair to say that the warm-ups are cranking up here. I've just watched Fiji in a big huddle, in a huge circle, kind of doing what it looks like sort of repeat burpees. Chest to the ground, up. Chest to the ground, up. It looks exhausting, and it's only the warm-up. We've got a Fijian expert with us here in James Nkose, a writer, a broadcaster, a comedian as well, I gather. First of all, just your emotions, because it's been 16 years since Fiji were in a World Cup quarter-final. What's it like when you sit in this magnificent stadium and your team are down there ready to take on England?
Well, it's very surreal. The Fijian intensity is sort of incredible to watch right now. Simon Raiwalui is shaved, and I think that's a very interesting sign that he's taking things very seriously. He looked like a drill sergeant out there. He looked like a man who was about to smack one of his own players in the back of the head if they messed up a burpee. I worry that Fiji are going to be too tight in that first 20 minutes. I think that's where the game's going to be decided. I'm hoping they can find their fluidity and get quite loose because that's when they're at their best.
You mentioned, we've been talking about Steve Borthwick, in terms of the opposing coach in Simon Raiwalui. You mentioned him. I follow him on social media, and to me, it's like he kind of bestrides this World Cup like a kind of avuncular uncle, sort of administering sage and wise advice to anybody who will listen. And there was that lovely moment he took a whole bag of kit from Fiji and took it to the Portuguese players after Portugal beat them. What sort of man is he to this squad and the relationship he has with this group of players?
Well, I mean, that's the most Pacific Island uncle gesture that you can make, is to go to a squad that's beaten you and say, hey, we brought you some gifts. He's not just a leader, he's a father-like figure to a lot of them, and he's a chief. That's the way that we'd frame it in the Pacific. He's a chief. He's the guy who is. It's not just he's leading them. He's got a vision for them. I mean, look at him out there on the field, hands behind his back, walking amongst them. It's almost religious, like a prophet of Fijian rugby, to go and tap them on the shoulder and say, "Today is today."
He's quite an imposing figure as well, isn't he? I mean, I imagine if he walks into a room, you immediately know he's there. He has that sort of presence, doesn't he?
Well, the joke is that Fiji's been able to get the funding they have from World Rugby because Simon's been the one walking into the room. I think the important thing is that he's brought a culture to the Fijian team, and that's why their forward, their set pieces, their defence. Fijian defence is what bet Australia, and I think they've forgotten that a little bit the last couple of weeks. It'll be really interesting to see how their defence holds up today.
Dors, you were obviously, he was around doing his thing as a player in the 90s. Did you come across Simon Raiwalui as a player? Did you go up against him? Because he played a lot in English rugby as well, didn't he? In the domestic game.
Yeah, the Saracens.
Yeah, exactly. And he was at Newport for a while.
I think quite a few times I successfully avoided him on the field, as I would try to do most of the forwards. He was. I think certainly the discipline, that side of Fijian rugby, and I don't necessarily mean about giving penalties away. I just mean about the way that they play and the structures that they hold and the reasons for staying in those big matches was historically always missing from Fijian rugby. And I think when your coach has such experience from those types of environments around the world, for him to instill that now into the Fijian side has stepped them up. Obviously the set piece has made a significant difference with the scrum. He's working hard with the line. He's staring over the line-outs at the moment because he knows that's been a weakness in this tournament. But they've made massive strides, Fiji, over the last couple of seasons, for sure.
We'll talk further Fijian rugby, but it's been a wicket at the cricket, Ellie.
Yeah, England are in all sorts of trouble here. Liam Livingstone is out, LBW to Rashid Khan. It's been Afghanistan's seamers who've done the damage at the top of the order, but now the great Rashid Khan chipping in as well. England are 117 for 5 in the 21st over, and a lot hanging on the shoulders of Harry Brook, who's on 41 of 33 balls. But England in serious danger of losing to one of the lowest ranked teams at the World Cup. They're 117 for 5. They need 285 to win.
Goodness, that's not an omen for what might happen here at the Stade Velodrome. If you look down this Fijian team, my goodness, it's awash with eye-catching talent. Semi Randrander is back. Joshua Tuasova. I mean, you can't fail to have noticed Wasaya Naya Televu, this rampaging centre and captain of Fiji. Albert Tuasui, well known to fans at Gloucester. But there's one name, and when we're talking about the breakdown and how important that is going to be, and that's Levani Bottia, who has enjoyed so much success with La Rochelle. Now, apart from the fact he's got one of the best moustaches at this tournament, tell us a little bit about him, James.
Well, I mean, look, Levani's moustache is part of his intimidation factor, I think. You know, he's out there looking like a Fijian Mr. T. I think he's one of the heart and soul players of the team. So his work rate is really going to, and his aggression at the breakdown is going to set a lot of the tone in the first 10 minutes. As long as he doesn't get a yellow card, I think that's what Fijian fans will be looking at and going, can we have controlled aggression? Can we not get a yellow card? Can there not be some unconscious bias going on with the referees? You know, what will happen? And I think he's one of the players that we're hoping the refs are not keeping too much of an eye on.
It's turned into a disco here, Chris Jones, at the minute. I think the England fans are enjoying themselves, would be fair to say.
Yeah, and we're trying to whip up as much noise as the Argentinian fans yesterday, filling up nicely. Yeah, I'm not sure we will have the same raucous atmosphere without the Argentinians in town, but I'm sure a lot of Welsh and Argentinians have made it here today with a lot of fans having tickets for both games. Interesting point about the officiating, because Steve Borthwick has been keen to point out quite how many penalties Fiji have won. They've bossed the penalty count in all of their matches, especially against the likes of Australia. Huge part of that is Bottia at the breakdown. England are conscious of Bottia's threat, and they're looking to maybe send a message to the officials to say, if he's going to get these turnovers, make sure he's legal. Because if England don't get rid of him on the floor, they're going to have a torrid night in that area.
Very true, and not for nothing does he have the nickname the Demolition Man. But his impact isn't just on the pitch. Here's Levani Bottia on how Fiji's success is influencing the nation.
I think if you ask any Fijian playing rugby now or young kids back at home, everyone loves rugby. When we start to brought up, things something going through our blood. We love rugby at school when we was kids. Back at home, like sometimes when we try to play, there is no rugby ball, so we use anything, bottles, empty bottle, some using coconut or something, just to play rugby. We're excited to give us a challenge so that we can wear the white jersey as well. We can jump on the field.
I just wonder for you personally and for the team, how big a fixture is this for Fiji?
I think this is one of the lifetime best moments for the team, especially for so many young boys in this team. So on this level, the boys were excited to get on this weekend against England.
Watch out for Levani Bottia. He's the centre turned flanker who will be a nuisance for England at the breakdown. I mentioned, James, that it's 16 years since Fiji got to this stage of a Rugby World Cup. We know culturally how important the rugby team is to the entire country. Just give us a sense of what it will be like in Fiji right now with this game less than half an hour away.
Well, I think it's the early hours of the morning in Fiji, and there will be TVs on in houses around the country. If Fiji pull this off, if Fiji become the first Pacific nation to make the semi-finals, the entire Pacific region may actually stop. The economy may grind to a halt. Political holidays may be declared. It's important to note, like, I bumped into Serevi outside the stadium, and he is still the god. He's Maradona of Fiji.
Sali Serevi, the great sevens player.
Yeah, it's rugby is power in Fiji, and elections have been won and lost depending on results.
Our lovely producer Claire here just showed me a note on her iPhone, and it basically said the following, and I kind of went, really? And it basically said that Ardi Surveyor is your cousin.
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah. We're from Wellington. We're from the Pacific community in Wellington, Artie and Julian, which means I was joking around earlier, nothing I do matters anymore. And I can call up my dad in New Zealand and say, hey, I'm on live TV. No, he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, but did you watch Artie? If I have a child in the next 6 months, he's going to have to be called Artie.
And last night didn't do much for that, did it? How well he played, yeah.
Well, don't sing during the haka is the old adage there.
He is just, but he is a colossus, isn't he, for New Zealand? And just, you know, were you surprised that they were as good as they were yesterday? I know we're saying it's because it's the All Blacks, right? But they've been so inconsistent coming into this tournament. That's why I say it. The way they played, the manner of that victory over the world number one team in the number one team in the world, did it catch your breath a little bit?
You know, we joke about singing during the haka, but I was saying before we broadcast, those first couple of minutes when I looked at Artie, and I've known him for years, and he's an absolute teddy bear of a man, and he looked furious. And those first couple of runs, you just want the blood's up. So I think New Zealand fans didn't know they were going to win in the first 10 minutes, but they did know that it was on.
Yeah, and so you could see that the All Blacks were in the mood through Ardie Savea last night. What about this team away to our right here, our left, sorry, in Fiji? Do you think they have it within their gift to beat this England team twice on the bounce?
I think so. I think they're an exceptionally talented team. I think it's focus. And let's not forget there's been a massive personal tragedy within that team, within that starting 15. The last 2 weeks, they haven't looked focused. They look very focused today. And I think it's that first couple of minutes, you know, again, first 10 minutes, we're going to know what kind of Fiji team's showing up.
Yeah, and on that point about the personal tragedy, I was with the Fiji side briefly on Thursday morning speaking to Levani Bottia. And Graham Hughes, the forwards coach, a hero of Fiji rugby from 2007, was speaking about how they have a reverend in camp, don't they? A kind of spiritual leader to help the players with their religion, with their connection to God, with their spirituality. And you left the press conference thinking, wow, that is so powerful. And if Fiji get their emotional levels right, it'll take a lot to stop them.
I think what struck me about when they bet Australia was Australia came out bounding onto the field and Fiji was a slow walk. And you could just tell the focus of their intensity. Having a preacher amongst the squad, that's quite a Pacific thing. It's very strong Christian background there. But it's also, this is the part of the tournament where the mental attrition kicks in. So having someone there that can help in that way, in the same way that England might have a mental health expert, that's sort of what the role of the reverend for the Fijian squad.
Any more famous cousins in your bloodline?
None that I want to name drop here.
Okay. Excellent. That's James Nkose. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the game. And, it's a fabulous occasion either way, isn't it? Really appreciate it. Let's go to the Women's Super League. Update at the Emirates. Arsenal playing there against Aston Villa.
Arsenal 0, Aston Villa 1 still, but Arsenal have come close to equalising. Ford hit the post, Russo couldn't convert the rebound, McCabe just had a good shot block. Arsenal frustrated, they trail Villa by a goal to 0.
Thanks, Flo. That's Flo Pollock. All the fans are just heading into this stadium now. We're nearly full in the Stade Velodrome. A glorious kind of multicoloured amongst these fans as the white seats turn. It's almost like watching artwork, it's like watching an artist with an easel, and it was white and now it's just, you're starting to see the images emerge on the piece of paper. Let's hear from some of those fans, shall we, right now?
Hi, I'm Megan.
I'm Dad Martin.
We're here from Gloucester, a bit nervous if we're honest.
If we get on it, I think we'll probably win fairly easy. If we don't turn up, it's going to be embarrassing. I feel George Ford should be starting. And I think Mr. Farrell should step aside, I really think.
Oh, well, we can't do anything about it, though, so we'll get behind the boys and see what they can do today, hey?
I'm Jack. I've come from Warwick, England. It's a lovely day, about 23 degrees, sun shining. Great day for some rugby. I think England's going to win. Team selection, interesting. 1 to 13, I agree with. After that, questionable. Got 2 10s already on the pitch. Why do we put one on the bench as well?
I'm Hannah and this is Michael.
We were here yesterday and the atmosphere was amazing. So hopefully we can be as loud as the Argentinians were yesterday.
It's a tough ask, I think, for us to make as much noise as the Argentinians did, but we'll try.
I think it will either be a narrow victory for us or Fiji will play some amazing offloading rugby and blow us away. But hopefully we can contain them and score early on.
Samuel.
And I'm Kalara. So I think we're excited. Yeah, we're excited?
Yeah, excited. Because Fiji hasn't been in the semi-finals a long time. I'm in quarterfinals, and it's going to be a love and tough game for them today. Because England have their star players compared to the last time we played England. So I think it'll be a really close and tough match for them.
There we go. You've heard it from somewhere, huh?
I'm here to represent the family. My nephew's playing number 4. Iswa Nasila Sila. That's how I got my tickets to come in. He's excited. He's a young kid. First time in the big limelight. It's got to be a close game, but Fiji will prevail.
It depends on how the ball bounces this afternoon, but we're hoping that we will come out victorious this afternoon. To all our supporters out there, go Fiji, go Fiji, go!
Go Fiji, go. Talking of Fiji, this of course is two teams who, if they were both at home, would be playing in white. So England will be in white today, but Fiji won't. And we're getting a bit of a sneak peek as to what Fiji will be wearing, because they've got these bright orange day-glow shorts on that they've been wearing during warm-up. Chaps, this is the kit that Fiji will be wearing today. What do we think? It's naughty, isn't it? Do you like it? You're a bit of a trendy soul, Chris Ashton. What do you think?
I like it. Different. It's paying homage to the Fijian Islands, that's for sure. To be honest, Sonia, I don't really know if it matters whatever they wear. They're going to look good in it.
Yeah, unlike the Wales team yesterday with the numbers falling off their backs, let's hope that that's not an issue today. We are getting very close to kick-off here at the Stade Velodrome. We're just, 15 or 16 minutes away from that first ball floated into this pale blue skyline. Players just going through their final warm-ups. Matt, you were really interesting. You're always interesting, but you were particularly interesting on the Rugby Union Daily podcast last night, where you talked about the team that wins this World Cup is the one that will be mentally the toughest, that they will not be bothered by any what-ifs or maybes that might happen as a game unfolds. Does England have that? I'm not saying they're going to win a World Cup, but do they have that toughest teak mentality that might be needed to win one?
I don't think any of the sides are at the level of New Zealand, Ireland, France and South Africa. When it comes to that, I think it's certainly one of all of the strengths of those four teams is their ability to win games from any position, whether you're 13 points down in the first 10 minutes or 13 points up. They just know how to do it because of those scenarios. That it comes with consistency, it comes with consistent selection, and so it's very difficult for England to be, covering all the what-ifs, because there's so much to take on board when you're making so many significant changes over a short period of time. It's very, very difficult because you're concentrating on the here and now, who you're passing to, who's the left side of you, who's the right side of you, the types of calls, the lines of running, etc., etc. Whereas those more established teams, they sort of know all of that. It's second nature, and then they can a little bit like New Zealand last night were magnificent. However, the one thing that stood out for me was they must have spent so much time on Ireland, on working Ireland out. No other team has got close to working Ireland out. And, Ireland played really well, but a lot of what they usually process it, and the things that work just weren't working, simply because of how New Zealand had taken the time out to work them out. And they've taken the time out because the rest of their weekly diary is not taken up with allowing for new positions or new strategies, new styles, because they have their own.
We've just had one or two England players doing some final sprints. It was Lewis Ludlam, who's on the bench today, was sprinting up and down the touchline here with his replacement's bib on, but the England starting 15 have gone down into the tunnel. So have the Fiji players. Chris Ashton, when you sort of go into that tunnel and you're in the dressing room for that sort of last time before you come out, what's that like? What were you like in that moment? Were you pretty relaxed? Were you slightly stressed? What were you like in that moment?
Well, I mean, just watching both teams walk in together, first of all, Sonia, the size of Fiji right next to England, some of the boys are absolutely massive, the Fijian boys. I think when you get into the changing room, it's probably one of the few moments that you have building up to a game where it's just personal time, really. You have moments to yourself, you'll have moments in your groups, or if I was on the wing with the back three, just trying to cover anything off that we needed to do. And I think with having Marcus Smith at the back there, the lads Johnny May and Elliot Daly have got a job today in helping Marcus to cover the backfield and just really help him feel his way at full-back, and let's hope we don't get caught out and it's all about attack today.
Matt, you played in a World Cup quarter-final, obviously, went all the way to the final and lifted Bill. What were you like in those final moments? Were you quite a relaxed soul, or were you sort of pacing up and down the dressing room?
Well, I had contrasting quarter-finals, one in '99 where it didn't go well, and actually we played against Fiji on a Wednesday and South Africa on a Sunday or something like that. And we were, but actually the common theme to both of those were that we were quite tired, emotionally and physically. And we got it wrong against South Africa in '99 and didn't have that ability to change what was going on in front of us. Was Yanni de Beer was kicking all his drop goals, whereas in 2003, even though we went in behind at half-time, we had individual brilliance, the likes of Jason Robinson, that could make a difference. But two, we had a playbook and an understanding of how to win a game from behind, from in front. We were mentally incredibly strong. A lot of that comes from calmness. I wouldn't necessarily expect everyone to be bashing their heads against the wall and chests and in the changing room. Maybe some of the forwards will be doing that. Otherwise, a calmness, a real calmness over this England side is going to get them through the line. That sounds ridiculous because you want them physically ready, but mentally they have to be calm to get themselves through this fixture.
Big moment for England's Beth Mead at the Emirates Stadium. Flo Pollock.
Yeah, a big cheer rings around the Emirates, not for an Arsenal goal. They still trail Villa by a goal to nil, but Beth Mead back. 11 months since that serious knee injury. England coach Serena Wiegman here today as well. We'll be very happy to see her back. Arsenal need a clinical edge. They are losing here by a goal to nil, less than 3 minutes left. Beth Mead back on the pitch.
And that game on BBC One, should you want to watch it. Let's go to the cricket. It's England against Afghanistan in Delhi. They're chasing 285, but it's been hard work. How are they getting on, Ellie Oldroyd?
Well, Harry Brook has 50. He's been the sole bright spot, really, for England in this run chase. They're 134 for 5. They need another 151 runs from 24.4 overs. Sam Curran at the other end on 8. England need this partnership to stick around together. They can't really afford to lose any more wickets. The target is still within reach, but if they lose more wickets, they will be in all sorts of trouble in this Cricket World Cup. 285 the target, England 134 for 5.
A fantastic spectacle here at the Stade Velodrome as the England team just being announced onto the big screen. If you heard a boo, that was because the name and picture of Owen Farrell were up on the big screen. Make of that what you will. The group of children away to the far side, dressed in blue and white, have formed that now very familiar diamond shape. They will help to sing the anthems here. Chris Ashton, when those two teams come out into the tunnel, we're about to get the knock on the door. We know it's imminent. What do you like when you walk out shoulder to shoulder with your opponents? Do you look at your opponent? Do you smile? Do you have a chat? Or are you got game face on?
Yeah, I always try and suss them out, find them where they are in the lineup. Hopefully you don't land up next to someone who's 6'8".
I was going to say, what if they're Radradra or Tuisova?
Well, I think the key thing is you have to try and find a win of some sort straight in the game. You have to get yourself into the game and get one over your opposition, no matter who it is, as soon as possible. Just settle yourself into the game.
There was a moment in 1999, England versus New Zealand, the opening game, opening ceremony, and we were lining up, and next was obviously these enormous All Blacks, led by the great Jonah Lomu, and we had that feeling, well, I did, obviously I was one of the small guys. I'm like, I'm playing for England, I don't care, but oh my goodness me. And the referee, I think it might have been like Jim Fleming or something like that, and he turned around and gave that classic referee's line of, right fellas, here we go, may the best team win. And Jason Leonard said, I hope not.
That's a great story. We're just seeing inside the England dressing room as the starting team form a huddle, all dressed in white tracksuit tops and shorts and the navy blue socks. Oh, what do they say in a huddle? What do you say in a moment like this? This is pivotal. This is a do or die in a World Cup quarter-final, Chris Ashton.
Yeah, they're important moments, you know. They're actually some of the moments that I cherish most, is the before the game and being in the huddle. It's you're together, you're going to go out there, and when you're in an atmosphere like this, a lot of the time you're actually on your own, thinking and trying to talk to each other. It's so loud you can't do it. So those moments, they always be special moments to me, just being together in a huddle where you can see the Fijian boys almost saying a prayer together. They're very special moments that will stay with me.
Yeah, I think the Fijian players were actually almost singing to themselves. We will no doubt have singing here as well at the Stade Velodrome as the England replacements give their team, led by captain Owen Farrell, pats on the back of their head. A round of applause as they make their way down the tunnel. This is big, and these are the moments where you can feel the tension. It's palpable in the air. There's Marcus Smith looking calm for such a young man. England about to emerge into the bright sunshine here at the Stade Velodrome. It's a sea of white here, as inevitably it would be, with England here playing Fiji. This is it, the first World Cup quarter-final of today here on 5 Live. A little bit later on this evening, we will have the big one, the hosts against the holders, France against South Africa. We've lost Ireland, we've lost Wales, haven't we? It's a question of what can England do? Their cricketers in the World Cup are chasing 285 to win. It's 135 for 5 at the moment. There's a goal at Arsenal for Flo Pollock.
Arsenal equalised, Arsenal 1, Villa 1, Katie McCabe fired it into the back of the net. The stadium erupts, Arsenal 1, Villa 1, 10 minutes left of extra time.
As Fiji make their way now down the tunnel, fans around me here take out their mobile phones to try and capture this moment forever as Wasaya Nyaisalevu, this athletic, tall man, this Fijian captain, takes the hand of the youngster to his right. Dan Cole looking steely-faced. My goodness, who'd have thought Dan Cole would be here 4 years on from playing in the final in Tokyo 4 years ago. Here we go, the stage is set. England, finalist 4 years ago. Can they take another step to repeating that? Chris Jones is standing up because it means he's ready for commentary. All yours.
Thanks, Sonia. Here we go then. Match 3 of this epic quarter-final weekend is minutes away. Will England or Fiji join New Zealand and Argentina, who are already there Friday night in Paris? England or Fiji to play the winner of France or South Africa, who meet tonight at 8 o'clock on 5 Live. England are out in their white tops, and Fiji, the change kit we were talking about, the multicolours of red and black and orange shorts. In a moment, the Fiji national anthem, the England national anthem, and the Simbi, Fiji's cultural challenge. But first, we'll have a moment of silence to mark the events in Gaza and Israel.
Un esprit de solidarité mondiale est plus important que jamais.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the anthems, we invite you to join us in observing a moment of silence in solidarity for all those who've been affected by terrorist attacks and for all innocent victims. In these challenging times, a global spirit of togetherness is more important than ever.
Merci.
Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur des deux équipes, nous vous prions si possible de rester debout pour les hymnes nationaux des Fidji puis de l'Angleterre.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of both teams, and if you're able to, please remain standing for the national anthem of Fiji, followed by the national anthem of England.
Well, the Fijian players had their eyes closed, their heads up to heaven as they sung their anthem with pride. And now here's God Save the King. Around the velodrome, the Fijian Simbi coming up any minute now, but just enough time to go to Ellie for a wicket in the cricket.
141 for 6. England are in so much trouble here. 144 more needed from 22 overs. Last man out, Sam Curran, caught at slip off Nabi for 10. Harry Brooks on 52, but can he get England out of this dire situation? 141 for 6.
Thank you, Ellie. Back with Ellie as events unfold in Delhi. England are lined up on the 15-metre line to our right. The Fijians spread out in between the 22 and the 10-metre line. Their skipper, Wasai Naisalevu, was down on halfway line, kneeling, saying a prayer. And now he prepares to lead the Fijian Cultural Challenge, also known as the Simbi. The challenge laid down by Fiji, accepted by England. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. We are moments away from the World Cup quarter-final, but late drama in the WSL for you, Flo Pollock.
Astonishing turnaround at the Emirates. Arsenal lead Villa 2-1. Beth Mead with the assist. Alessia Russo with the goal. 2 goals in additional time. Minutes remaining here. Arsenal 2, Villa 1.
Nice one, Flo. England are ready to go. Fiji are ready to go. Here is how England line up. Ellis Genge, Jamie George, Dan Cole, the front row. Mara Itoje, Ollie Chesham in the second row, with Courtney Laws, Tom Curry and Ben Earl in the back row. Alex Mitchell and captain Owen Farrell at 9 and 10. Manu Tuolangi, Joe Marchton in the midfield. Elliot Daly, Johnny May and Marcus Smith, just his second start at fullback. They make up the back three. Fiji, Aroni Maui of Saracens, Tavita Ikanaveri at hooker and Luke Tanguy at tight head prop. Isoa Nasilasila, he's in the second row with Albert Tuisui. Lakima Tangi Valu is at 6 with Lavani Botia, Bill Mata making up the back row. Frank Lamani and Villamoni Botitu at 9 and 10. Josh Tuisova, Wasai Nesalebu, what a centre pairing. Semi Radradra, Vinaya Habosi and Eliza Droa Sisi. The Fijian back three, the fans are on their feet all around us, and Captain Owen Farrell is preparing to kick off as the noise goes up a few levels. The referee is Mathieu Reynal of France, assisted by Pierre Brousset and Nick Berry. Reynal in his yellow top, England all in white, Fiji in their black and red and their fluorescent orange shorts. As we wait for the countdown, Chris Ashton, your final thoughts before kick-off?
Well, this is it. There is no tomorrow, there's no next week right now. He trained so long. A couple of months worth of training's gone into this. Doesn't matter what's gone previous. Just need to get through today.
Start's so important though, Ash, innit? It really is. We were talking not about 20 minutes, not about 10 minutes. This is the kick-off. The kick-off, spot on. First tackle, first challenge. Put some pressure on the opposition from the off.
The countdown clock, 3, 2 and 1, and Mathieu Reynal says to Owen Farrell, let's go to work in the quarter-final. And it's Bill Mata of Edinburgh. What a player he is and has been for club and country. On his 31st appearance for Fiji, he takes it in. And Frank Lamani, their scrum half, is preparing to clear the lines. Will he look for touch? Will he keep it in? It is the latter. And Marcus Smith is under it in the backfield, wearing 15. He links with Farrell, and straight away England putting width on the ball. Elliot Daly out to Tuolangi over the 10-metre line. Decent handling from England in the early stages. 30-odd seconds gone, 0-0 on 5 Live. Farrell on the 10-metre line finds Bernoulli's having a good World Cup, keeping Billy Vanapola on the bench. Mitchell to Farrell, who switches the playing and looking to move the ball. This is good to see. Smith, Courtney Laws throws a dummy. He had Tuolangi hugging the left touchline. All England in the opening stages on 5 Live as Farrell goes to Smith in the backfield. Marcus Smith throws a big dummy and almost gets through, but Fiji stop him just about. Curry's the first receiver. Farrell now puts a little kick across for Johnny May. That's nicely done, and May manages to take it into the 22. Go England, who have started well at the Velodrome. Farrell, who's nice and flat, finds Ellis Gens. This is a good intense start from the men in white. World Cup semi-final awaits the winner here as Ben Earl goes over the 22. Slap bang in centre field, there's Lavani Botia, penalty. That's what the Demolition Man can do. The moment England are isolated, who else but Botia? No one's got more turnovers this World Cup. He's added another one there.
Great ambition from England. Good way to start. Marcus straight away looking to shift. He had 2-3 touches just in that block of phase, so good to see England wanting to attack, but you just can't get caught in the midfield like we've done, 25 metres up to the 22. And we missed one clean, and Botia turns it straight over.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that England have done anything other than in training, putting someone in a bright orange bib and saying, that is Botia. If he is near the ball, clear him out. You can't be missing him today. Saying that, great invention to start from England.
Well, it's actually called on the pod. That's why Sam Underhill's been flown out to kind of play the Botia role as Fiji now attacking. They're going wide and they've linked nicely. And Habosi's gone streaking down the right touchline. He got a kick away. It went out on the full. Some of the Fiji fans or the neutral French fans are convinced that Habosi was caught late, but the referee and his assistants aren't bothered. It will be a line outdoors to England and Jamie George.
Nothing wrong with the tackle, but my goodness me, if that ball had landed in field, Fiji were likely to be scoring under the sticks. I think Tuisova was just on that supporting line on the inside. If the ball had landed in field, there's the danger play from Fiji early on.
England win their line out inside their own half, a few metres inside the 10-metre line, but only 5 metres from touch. England trying to get a maul going. It's crabbing across the field. Referee Reynal is happy it wasn't brought to ground illegally. Have Fiji turned it over? Yes, they have. So England not being able to get them all going there, and Fiji have it inside English territory. Lomani, wild ball out to that man Botia, who's played a lot of rugby at centre, so used to carrying in the wide channels. Little crossfield kick from Botitu. Again, an England player was through on him. That time it was Farrell. Nice kick though from Villamoni Botitu. and it forces England to throw into the line out. What's that, about 12 metres from their own line?
Oh, yeah, I mean, listen, both sides so far are playing a cracking game. Very tight defence, very competitive over the ball. Real intent for both sides to be having a go as well, actually, even off multiple phases. They're looking for crossfield kicks, little dummy and goes. All the options are there for, and people are taking them.
Does Botti to go for that option if Freddie Stewart's at the back there? Maybe not.
True.
Good line-out drill from England. Jamie George to Courtney Laws, who's taken the first couple. England setting up the maul inside their own 22, but they're getting a good drive on here, are England. Jamie George still has it at the back. He said this could be his last World Cup for England, could be his last campaign for England. 33 soon, Jamie George, one of a number of England players who feel this is something of the last dance for them at the very highest level. Alex Mitchell will kick, will go to Flo at the WSL shortly. She's got full time, but let's see what happens from this kick. It's nicely taken in by Semi Radradra. Tom Curry's on the floor trying to steal, but it's slowish ball for the Fijians. And yeah, good shout from Chris Ashton there, trying to test Marcus Smith, but he will take this easily, Smith. If you're going to put up a high ball, they need a slightly more contestable one. Smith takes it with ease. Free kicking, and Flo come in full time from Arsenal.
They've left it late, but Arsenal have beaten Aston Villa. Joy around the Emirates. Beth Mead back, and a first win of the season. Full-time Arsenal 2, Aston Villa 1.
Thank you very much, Flo Pollock at the WSL, as Smith and England clear up nicely into the Fijian half.
I would have liked Marcus Smith's got to claim the mark there. I would have liked to speed it up, just keep it fast, keep the tempo going, but we're not. Marcus slowed the game down, purposely let everybody get behind the ball, but we want tempo in this game from England.
Well, Fiji playing with tempo there, Ashley, because they straight away threw over the line out to the on-rushing, rampaging Jos Tuisova, and they carry again over the halfway line through Mata. Now Batitu, he might be through here, and he goes to throw a wild offload to Ikanaveri, the hooker, who lost it forward, but another little sign of what Fiji can do with the ball in hand.
If that had come off,
How did he even see him?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Do they train in the dark, like in pitch black? So they just feel it, or there's a sense? That would have been absolutely outrageous.
Okay. There must be some truth in that, because he can't see him. You just know that somebody, if you flick it around your back, will be coming with you. And it nearly came off.
Botti is sort of stepped off his right, and he's running right to left, and somehow sensed that a Fijian was behind him, and he, on the way down in the tackle, tried to flick it up. It went slightly forward, unfortunately. But that's what I mean. There's the message for England. There's got to be the defence has to be so offensive, really in Fiji's face. Anything submissive, and it does. Oh, here we go.
Well, England won the free kick from the scrum, and they sped it up just like Chris Ashton demanded, but Naisaleva read that really well on Joe Marchant, and now they're over the ball. They've got another penalty, Fiji. This time Habosi, the right winger, so twice they've won holding on penalties. Steve Borthwick spoke about it in the week. He spoke to us after the Samoa game, talking about Fiji's breakdown threat, and Macha Reynal has twice given the Fijians the penalty at the breakdown. If that trend continues, it's going to be tough for England, Chris Ashton.
Yeah, it was the right option to go left. It was a clear 4-on-2 down there, but Owen gave a miss pass early. Just wasn't necessary. Should have gone through the hands, just took the meters off Fiji.
Naisaleva read that beautifully. You called it perfectly, Chris, in that commentary. But you can't help think that if there was someone like a George Ford in there, he would have picked the man to go through the hole rather than going for that miss ball. But Owen Farrell's got to be just a bit sharper.
Well, interesting tactics for England to go quickly, and now Fiji attack. Marchant's off the line to read that one, but still in the possession of Fiji roundabout centre field. Frank Lamani, the scrum half, has got Naisaleva left, but he goes right instead to Nasilasila, the second row. Now Drasisi, the fullback. Curry's in there trying to spoil, but there for Fiji. 8 minutes gone, 0-0 as they drive on once more through Nasilasila. And a wide ball has put Radradra in space, and up against Marcus Smith. I mean, Smith stands firm, but he's bounced by Semi Radradra. That is a physical mismatch. Ball at the back from Ekanaberi was loose, and it's got Fiji on the back foot a little bit. It has to be tidied up by their tight head Tanguy. England get the penalty this time at the breakdown. Tanguy caught in possession, and it's Courtney Laws who wins it. And I wonder, Matt Dawson, whether Elliot Daly goes for goal here. He was banging them over in the warm-up. You spotted it from way away.
And that, you know what, it was exactly the same spot. I don't know why Daly's not getting the ball. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, he's going for touch. Honestly, I'm not joking, guys. He hit one from that spot, which is, what, 54 metres? It went into the stand.
So why not build scoreboard pressure there, guys? Why kick to the 22 when England could have a shot to go 3-0 up?
I don't know.
It's a clear plan. That would have been the message. It would have been clear from Borthwick. If we're in this situation, we go for the line-out.
The previous line-out drive was very impressive, so we shouldn't really be...
Well, they've gone off the top. England keeping us guessing as Farrell finds Tuolangi, who barrels into the guts of the Fijian defence. There for Mitchell. England only 6 minutes out and they get a penalty. That's very kickable. George, short ball, upended his Genge. Atoje's in there to clear. He does that really well. Mitchell to the left. Farrell wings it out. Johnny May steps. May's almost up to the line here. He's only 3 metres out. Good stuff this from England. Almost 10 gone on 5 live. Mitchell to the left. He dummies. He's almost caught. He is caught. Matters there trying to steal. I think he has stolen it, yes. So go back for the penalty advantage. No advantage from England. They'll get a penalty. They'll get at least 3, but maybe could have had a few more.
A couple of opportunities. Again, a lovely little run down the short side. Probably a 3-on-2, 3-on-2.5 possibly. Could have finished into the corner for England with Johnny May.
And not roll away.
I mean, what for both sides? They have to slow each other's ball down at the moment. It's so ridiculously quick at the breakdown that, you know, there should be tries aplenty. Any of the back rowers start slowing the ball down regularly, then you're going to be in with half a chance. But at the moment, it is lightning quick.
An England lead as Owen Farrell belts it into the stands. He said he was so disappointed not to play against Argentina. He's dreamt of playing in the Velodrome since watching his old man play here 16 years ago. He's getting his Velodrome experience. He's on the board. England are on the board. And interesting there, Chris Ashton, how Bottier, I think it was, who got penalised. So he's got 2 penalties, but that time the referee had judged he wasn't legal enough, and England lead 3-0 after 10.
Yeah, a solid start from England. I think the most impressive thing been so far is the physicality. When they are making the tackles, they are hitting Fiji back, which is forcing them to offload. We just need to maintain that.
England take the kick-off. They set up a maul outside their own 22, but they're getting some good go forward in this area. 7, 8, maybe almost 10 metres made at the maul. Now they peel away through Ellis Genge, the vice-captain. And now Mitchell will kick about 15 metres further forward than he would have done if he'd kicked straight away. So solid work from the England forwards. England lead by 3 on 5 live after almost 12 minutes. Daly was blocked, and it's a penalty, England, because one of the Fijians changed their running lines, impeded Elliot Daly, and England have got the penalty. And what do you do here, Matt Dawson and Chris Ashton? It's kickable, although far out and quite near the touchline.
You're banging that in the corner, aren't they? If they were banging it in the corner previously, they've got to do it for this penalty as well. Good drills from England. Really disciplined. Great kick-off. Solid drive up the field. Box kick. And, OK, it's not going to be the most attractive for the first 50, 60 minutes, but it's so painful to be on the receiving end of it.
Bit naive from Fiji. Bill Matter you cannot afford in this game, in this intensity, to just give silly penalties away.
Itoje and Jamie George combine, as they've done so often for Saracens, England and the British and Irish Lions. England are 6 metres out with the maul. Mitchell is poised to go left, but he hasn't got too many men with him. Will he end up going right? England might not need to use the backs. The forwards are still going. They're driving to within 3 metres. The ball is now on the floor. Mitchell digs. He's hit hard, but it's an advantage being played as Fiji go offside. Tuolangi's up to the line in the corner, and he scored. They did go down the blind side, and Tuolangi lets out a roar, as do all the England fans round us. He scampered over in the corner for his 20th test try, He scored in the semi-final 4 years ago, and he scored in the quarter-final now. Big match player Manu Tuilagi, and England lead by 8.
England, too much power, too much pace, too much strength at that driving ball. Fiji had to squeeze in. They had to try and stop the juggernaut in the white shirts. And a lovely late read from Tuilagi to switch from right to left. Bit of a cartwheel into the corner, thanks for coming, try time.
There was nothing more in it than Manu just wanting to go and get the ball and score the try. It was that as simple as that. And that's how effective you can be when you are Manu. And you make the decision to want to go and get the ball and bump people off, you can score tries like that.
But are you already actually seeing an attitude and energy shift from the Samoa game last week?
Oh yeah, we are a million miles away from that right now. Just from the start, as Dorsey said, we're just efficient, getting out of our half, being good at what English rugby's good at, set piece, making it difficult for Fiji.
Owen Farrell from the touchline as he got this one. He's hit the post, left upright, stays out. 15 minutes gone, England 8, Fiji 0.
Yeah, I've got to say, that last 3 minutes from England, and it's a long way to get from 3 minutes to 80 minutes, but that is semi-final, final quality rugby. Very accurate, very precise, pragmatic, physical, mentally right. England on the right track.
Yeah, reminiscent of 4 years ago, wasn't it? And there's definitely been a drop-off over those last 4 years since the highs of the quarter-final and semi-final in Japan, but a lot of these guys were there. They're back for one last shot at that golden trophy that's below us. And they've made a great start to this quarter-final. England 8, Fiji 0 after 15 minutes. And just like we said yesterday, Chris Ashton, when you turned up at the last minute to
on the line.
Wales against Argentina after your brief stop home, it's the building of a score and England making Fiji chase the game that could be so important here.
Sucks the jumper.
As referee Reynal says that the maul from Fiji went to ground, but not through any illegality from England, so Frank Lamani will go to the skies. He kicks downfield, Elliot Daly scampers forward and takes it, and straight away replies with interest. Does really well not to put that out on the full Daly. That's the footballing skill of the man. And now Droa Sisi, the fullback, lamps it downfield where Mitchell takes it and wings a beauty of a pass to Marcus Smith, who is in space. What's he got, Marcus Smith? He steps, he's caught very well indeed by Tuisova. And then Fiji with a brutal counter-arc. That's brilliant from the Fijians en masse. They have cleared England off the ball and they have a turnover and they power on through Tanitaki Valu. Lamani, nice ball out to Tangi, the tight head prop. Fiji with a little bit of momentum here as Lamani comes to the right again and finds Droa Sisi. Advantage being played as England edge offside. So Fiji will have a shot for goal or a chance to go into the corner, but they might want more as Radradra is caught on the 10-metre line. No advantage. Penalty to Fiji.
Courtney Law's just a little bit quick out of the blocks there when because he knew if he was slightly isolated on that short side, needed to get out quickly to make the tackle and compete, but just half a yard. Unfortunately, very exciting in the crowd are loving the fact that Marcus Smith is getting the ball, but he has...
They egged him on there, didn't they?
Oh, my goodness me. I mean, lovely, great idea, but the whole goose step, hop, skipping and jumping and all the rest of it, Marcus, you ain't got time for that today, pal.
He got lured right into the trap. If you'd have just got... It was just such good defence in the end. That's the difference between Marcus Smith and Freddie Stewart. Freddie Stewart, that is 60 metres down the other end of the pitch, which is exactly what we needed, versus Marcus ambitious to run. You just got to contain it.
Well, Fiji going for goal through their scrum half, Frank Lamani. Both scrum halves of the goal kickers in this Fiji outfit. Their starting 10, Caleb Muntz, injured, sadly, just ahead of the tournament. He played when they won at Twickenham in August, and Lamani has hit the post, then he's hit the post protector, and then Daly with a wobbly kick goes out past the 22. So no points for Fiji. Lamani misses a golden opportunity to get the Fijians on the board. Daly doesn't quite connect with his clearance kick, so Fiji will have a line out about 30 metres out from the England line, right below us here in the velodrome.
5 live from the BBC. England 8, Fiji 0. England struggling in the cricket. That's over on Sports Extra as they chase down 285 against Afghanistan. Ellie Aldroyd will have the latest. This Tuisova is upended to some remonstrations from Fiji. Itoje then takes an intercept and he's over the halfway line and he's still going, Itoje. What an incredible run from Itoje. Can England show some composure? May plays at 9, he could have left it to Mitchell. Dan Cole then does well. Was that a knock-on by Fiji? Deliberate one as well.
Gonna go all the way back. I think the referee's been told about a no arm tackle on Tom Curry. They're going to have a look at this.
Delay there, Matthew. It's 10 metres outside.
Yeah, I see.
10 metres outside.
Okay, so it's against England. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Very, very dangerous.
Okay, we will debrief that in a second, but let's go to Ellie at the cricket.
Chris Woakes has just survived an LBW appeal on review. 160 for 6, though England in 32.2 overs. They need another 125 runs. Harry Brook on 64 could be the man who will get them there, but it's going to be touch and go.
Thanks, Ellie. Over on Sports Extra for ball by ball from the Cricket World Cup. At the Rugby World Cup, England are given a penalty away. Yeah, it was that tackle on Tuisova when he was upended. I mean, there's no head contact. There's no danger. I wouldn't have thought of a card, would you, Matt Dawson?
Are you kidding me? That is so dangerous, Chris.
Here it comes now, Matthew.
So dangerous. I mean, for both of them. You're going in there, no arms, head down. He could have broken his leg. I mean, honestly, that is so bad.
Okay.
It's not like sending off bad, but
it's just it's because he's so low. You right at a kneecap.
Okay, no arms tackle, penalty kick.
That's a result for England.
It's penalty only.
No arms tackle.
So no card for Tom Curry.
Fine, I disagree. I think that is incredibly dangerous.
But it is a penalty to Fiji and a chance for Frank Lamani, and he missed the first, and he's just got Bottia going over to him and giving him a little pat on the back as if to say, don't worry about the last one.
He hasn't hit a kick nicely yet, even from scrum half, doing these box kicks and stuff. He's not struck it too well, so this easier kick should hopefully settle the nerves.
England lead by 8. The first 20 has whizzed by in the Velodrome. Oh, there's been a wicket in the cricket. Goodness me, England are struggling in Delhi, chasing down 285. We'll be with Ellie right after this Frank Lamani kick. The 27-year-old of the Fijian Drua has kicked some nice goals this World Cup, as is the other 9 Kuravoli. This time Lamani, he drifts that one in nicely, yep, straight through. England 8, Fiji 3. Ellie.
Chris Woakes is out, having survived that LBW, bowled by Mujib-ur-Rahman, and Afghanistan, who batted brilliantly, have done the same with the ball. 160 for 7 now. England need another 125 from 17 overs. Harry Brook still there on 64.
England struggling in their defence of the Cricket World Cup. Lost to New Zealand, and while they beat Bangladesh with a bit to spare, that target of 285 still looks a while away against Afghanistan. Ball by ball over on Sports Extra. 8-3. England have made a really fast start, but Fiji have kicked a penalty. And for both of you guys who have played in World Cup quarter-finals and huge finals at all levels of the game, when you're 8-0 up, how do you just keep that momentum going, even though you know the opposition will come back, but England just want to keep their momentum up if they can?
Yeah, it was time for Fiji to have the ball. Now it's time for England's... there we go.
Ben Earl to Joe Marchand, that was neat. Onto the 10-metre line going. A lot of numbers to the left, actually. Owen Farrell out the back to Marcus Smith. There's a slip from the Fijian defenders out wide, and that gave a chance for Smith to sidle up to the 22. 21 minutes gone on 5 live with the Velodrome. Farrell with a dummy. He's then hit hard as Bottia lurks around that breakdown. Ben Earl's a first receiver. I think Bottia's on that ball again. Is he looking for the turnover? But it's a slow rock for England. Mitchell centre field, 25 metres out. Ellis Genge wide, it goes to Johnny May, who's up the left touchline. Well tackled into touch, he got it inside to Itoje. And play on, says the referee. I thought he was going to give a line out, but therefore England and Mitchell, they've got an advantage, England. Ben Earl means business. He's to within 7 or 8. England looking for their second try after that Tuilagi effort. Courtney Laws, this warrior of English rugby, he drives on, gets a nice offload to Genge, who finds try scorer Tuilagi. Elliot Daly's hugging this right touchline, but Mitchell dummies and then finds the on-rushing Laws to within 2 or 3. Can England execute? Can they show some ruthlessness?
Genge to within a couple of metres. They've got numbers peeling to the left. Farrell finds Joe Marchant. Marchant could be in. He's up to the line and he's scored England's second.
Brilliant. Brilliant play. Heads up thinking. Heads up running. Heads up execution all day long.
Foul play, head contact.
England traditionally...
by Fiji on number 15.
Traditionally, England are just going to go the same way. Pick and go. No, not this time.
Tiamo. Okay, put it on the screen, please, Ben.
Yeah,
I think the try is going to stand, but there may be a head-on-head collision previously on Marcus Smith.
It's the 14, right?
Yeah, number 14.
Okay.
Oh, this is one of those
so
really awkward rugby incidents.
Clear contact to the head, so that meet the yellow card threshold. I will give a yellow card
Marcus
to
Smith is on his previous challenge, stepping off his left foot, completely flummoxed. The Fijian winger in Habosi.
He's going to the bin here, isn't he, Habosi?
Yeah.
Captain.
Again, there's nothing he could do about it.
He's trying to tackle low because his arm's around the waist of Smith, but he's caught a heavy glancing blow head on head. So technically he's just got his tackle a bit wrong because his head is high.
No,
which makes a little bit of a mockery from yesterday with Tompkins.
That's a yellow card and go for a field review.
Okay.
Well, it's just interesting how Macha Reynal said head contact, straight away yellow card. But Carl Dixon deciding there wasn't foul play yesterday with the Tompkins incident. But here, Chris Ashton, the officials making it quite clear that there was foul play and now they'll go through the protocol. Yellow card for Habosi. And what else is happening here, Ashi?
Well, I've just been watching the Fijian players, and some of them are struggling. They are out on their feet 23 minutes in. Some of them couldn't even get across to Marchant to make the tackle on him. They had to give up, so we're seeing some replacements.
Yeah, it looks like Luke Tanguy, the tight head, is limping off. Donge is coming on in his place, and England have had to make a replacement because Marcus Smith needed to go off for a head injury assessment. Right, so after all that, England try Joe Marchant, England conversion Owen Farrell, Habosi of Fiji in the sin bin, Smith off for an HIA, Ollie Lawrence has come on. As well as that, Luke Tanguy, the tight head, has limped off for Fiji to be replaced by Masaki Ndonge wearing number 18. But England have a magnificent foothold, Matt Dawson, in this World Cup quarter-final. 15 points to 3 as Mitchell clears England's lines.
Yeah, and are so good for it. It's been a masterclass, these 23 minutes from England, of how to play against Fiji particularly. They've stifled them in defence. I haven't seen any sort of continuity from Fiji with their offloads. They just haven't been given a sniff.
And now their line-out's malfunctioning, and you feel England can put this game to bed in the next 10. Habosi's in the bin. Fiji are 15-3 down. They're down to 14 men. And will the message go round the England camp as Mitchell puts it out on the full, so they lose territory? But Chris Ashton, is this where England needs to be saying to each other, come on, another score, and you can really wreck Fiji's spirit here?
Oh, for sure. But we're not going to help ourselves if Mitchell's not going to keep the ball on the pitch. And Fiji now looking to speed the game up just to get their offload game going and find something.
Advantage.
They've got an advantage, Fiji, yeah, and a penalty. As England, I think...
7 takes the 9.
Yeah, Tom Curry's taken Frank Lamani out.
That's annoying. Really annoying from an England perspective. Exactly what you're talking about, Chris. Momentum, next 10 minutes, everything going your way. And Tom Curry taking out, you know, simply any player can't take the scrum half out without holding the ball. And he is furious with himself. He knows he's made an error.
Well, Fiji are going for goal. Lamani's missed one, then he's kicked one, and he's got this from just in front of the 10-metre line, so just under 40 metres. Ever so slightly to the right of the post. He'll look to draw it in from right to left. Fiji trail by 12. England lead 15 points to 3 after 26 minutes of this World Cup quarter-final in Marseille. Cricket World Cup over on Sports Extras. England try and chase down 285. Here's Lamani. I think he's dragged this across and he's missed that one. And Daly will go for touch rather than the goal line dropout. So Fiji will still have field position, but they can't be missing kicks to goal like that.
No, this is, you know, we're top 8 in the world here. We're quarter-final stage in front of the sticks. They have to go over if Fiji have got any chance. As we saw previously in the pool stages, when Fiji got off to a great lead, kicking their goals, gave them the confidence, and the game opens up and it plays into Fiji. But if Fiji are chasing this game this early on, goodness me, they're in trouble.
Yeah, you're quite right, because building a score has worked really well for them this World Cup, especially against Australia. So no great surprise they've gone for the kicks to goal, but they just can't be missing them like that. Tuisova drives on. England looking to defend this 15-3 lead up against 14 men of Fiji, who have it through Tuisui, just short of the 22. Let's see how this Fijian attack unfolds, but there has been developments in Delhi as Nasi Lasila drives on. Fiji just going through the phases with Tuisui, Lamani to the hooker, Ikanaveri over the 22. Have Fiji got a cutting edge? Have they got a thrust in attack, especially with Habosi in the sin bin? Here is Botita, who gets it away to Tuisova. That's great from Fiji. There's that offloading threat, and they've gone to within 10, and they are queuing up to carry the Fijians to within 5 now. That's much better from the men in black. They've got a penalty advantage as Lamani gets it away on the floor. Then it's been lost. Still there for Fiji. It goes through the legs, and they're going to be in, and they've scored under the post, and it's Bill Mata. And what a response from the 14 men of Fiji. Game on.
First time they've broken the line, actually. When it first time got the offload away, England couldn't stop it. And you just felt there was this rush of orange and black in those Fiji shirts, thinking, yes, this is what we want. This is the opportunity. England couldn't stop it.
Fiji, interesting their style of play, attack they had, they're going over infield, back to the short side, infield, back to the short side. And then as soon as if you let them between 2 defenders, as we did, let them punch through and get an offload away, just on the back foot. Maro just really didn't need to give a penalty away though. As soon as you get a penalty, you know the relief comes on, you're like, right, we can play. And Mata just throws an audacious offload straight under the posts.
Bill Mata, the Edinburgh man, a gold medalist with Fiji, so he is used to the big occasion. And Lamani adds the 2. England 15, Fiji 10. So England ahead, but just by 5 points now. How are the cricketing counterparts getting on in Delhi? Ellie Oldroyd.
Not very well, 169 for 8. Harry Brook has gone, caught behind off Mujib, who's taken 3. Wood and Adil Rashid out in the middle together, 169 for 8. They need another 116 runs. Only 2 wickets left. If they lose here, they're not out of the World Cup, but it's very hard from this point.
Good stuff, Ellie, over on Sports Extra's Ball by Ball. Remember, England started their 2019 World Cup slowly. We know how that ended up, but not looking good for
just guys,
England, and we are getting comps now.
Remain a yellow card,
right? Okay.
Because there is a mitigation. Okay, so there is a step inside, so that's a mitigation. Okay, change of direction. Thank you.
Well, Naisa Levu and Owen Farrell were summoned by referee Reynal to explain why Habosi's yellow card is staying as a yellow card. It went to the bunker to be reviewed as to whether it should have been upgraded to a red, but it will not be upgraded. Farrell didn't really agree with it as Fiji are charged down as they try and exit. And they might actually be, oh, that's gone forward, hasn't it? No, Mata Reynal's happy as Radradra takes it on this left touchline. So Fiji playing with fire a bit in their own 22. Half an hour gone, 15-10, Ashi.
No, Semi Radradra doesn't look fit to me. He's just hobbling around. He's got his right hamstring heavily strapped. He just doesn't look quite at the races.
Well, can they afford to make a replacement? They've got Habosi, who's still off with his yellow card. They've got Mankala and Yosefa Massi to cover the back line, as well as scrum half Kuravoli. Clear to touch by Lamani, and this is a nice platform for England. Matt Dawson, isn't it? Jamie George to throw. Their line has been like clockwork so far.
Pick their options at the moment.
Oh, off the top, Curry, Mitchell, Farrell on the gain line. Earl, nice drill. Marchant, Daly over to Johnny May, who's stepping. Elusive stuff from Johnny May, tackled by Tuisova. But England on the 22, the forwards have reshaped quickly. Farrell throws a dummy. He is tackled by 2 or 3 Fijians, but good quick ball. Maritoje means business today. He is rocked in the tackle just as I say that, but he recycles it well for Mitchell. Daly's in a first receiver. He whizzes it out to Courtney Laws. Laws is savage. Oh, what a tackle. That is an iconic World Cup tackle from Bill Matter and friends. Not many players rock back Courtney Laws. That was shades of Mickey Skinner and Mark Session, an old reference in the World Cup, as Courtney Laws is carried out of play, and that certainly got the Fijians and the neutrals in the crowd going.
What a hit. I mean, and you know, like all good scrum halves, making big hits on massive people. That is probably one of the greatest scrum half tackles ever.
Yeah, Lamani was actually in there with Bottier. I didn't give him credit on first viewing. Fiji with a beautiful line-out drill. It is a helter-skelter game here in Marseille. England 15, Fiji 10. A minute left on Hebosi's yellow, but, and this will annoy Steve Borthwick, the yellow card so far has been won 7-0 by Fiji as England stop them all and they get the scrum, Chris Ashton. So if they can get this pack down quickly, they'll be able to attack a backline that's one man short with Hebosi yet to come back on.
Yeah, good drills from England, just stopping it at source. Set piece have been on top. It's when the game's open that Fiji have looked dangerous, but perfect chance here for England to put a good move on. We've got Manu, we've got Ollie Lawrence, we've got options here that they can play around with a Fiji right winger down. It's got to be some space somewhere, Dos.
Well, Jamie George has got Courtney out of trouble there, hasn't he? Just wormed his way into the middle of that maul, got his grubby little mitts on it, wouldn't let go. Fabulous turnover. Courtney Laws the first man to go and give him a tap on the backside.
Penalty England at the scrum, that'll get the crowd going here. A lot of England fans here, not the raucous atmosphere of Argentina-Wales perhaps, with the Argentinian fans so loud, but the England fans in great voice. And an England fan just to our right points at the post as if to say, don't even think about doing anything but kicking this goal. Is Marcus Smith coming back on? I think he is, after his head injury assessment. They had to reshuffle the back line with Marchant going to the wing, Daly to full back and Smith into the centre, but Lawrence into the centre, but Smith does seem poised to come back on, I think. He's just loitering around the touchline as Owen Farrell prepares to try and kick England into an 8-point lead in the World Cup quarter-final on 5 Live with 7 minutes to go until half-time. 2 tries for England, Farrell and Tuilangi and Marchant. Farrell converting one, kicking a goal, and he's kicked another penalty. Nicely done from the England skipper. England 18, Fiji 10, Matt Dawson.
Yeah, just knocking on the door, just chipping away at the scoreboard. That is exactly what England need to do. I think that's Fiji back to 15. Is that Hebosi just strolling back on?
Hebosi is back on. I'm still looking down at Marcus Smith because he's still in his kit. He's not showing any sign of going, into a tracksuit, which suggests he's passed his HIA. He's having a chat to Kevin Sinfield as well.
Yes.
So we'll just wait to see if Smith comes back on, because it has been about 10 minutes or so since his HIA, as the kick from Mitchell is charged down by Fiji, but only a little bit. It just deflects the ball rather than charges it. It means that England will have the line out edging towards the halfway line.
I mean, they're the wonderful little breaks that can make such a difference. Possession's so key. England look great from the line-outs. You've got to fancy a set-piece move here from England.
Jamie George has got his line out so nicely tuned today as Bennell throws a dummy, well tackled by Bottier, but at least when Bottier's tackling around the legs, he can't be on his feet trying to steal the ball. So Mitchell kicks, hoists it into another beautiful sunny day here in the south of France as England try and get that ball back. I think it was knocked on by England as they rush forward, and yes, it will be a Fiji scrum, Chris Ashton, just outside the 22. England lead by 8 with 5 minutes to go until half-time.
I know we want to see a move, but right now there's just no need, is there? There's just no need. We can just 8 points clear. We can play the game down in Fijian half, and we've been so dominant once we've got into the 22. Scored 2 tries from just getting into the 22. that the chances will come. Just play the game down there.
Early engage, okay?
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind a set piece move, but that was isolating Ben Earl somewhat at the back of the line out. You're feeling it just needs to be one of those simple sort of shift of the emphasis, because Fiji are going to be so focused on that driving line out, then maybe you could start to use the likes of Manu and Marchant in the midfield to set up those rucks and those quick rucks, because there's going to be a little bit more space. It's just giving a bit of variety. You're absolutely right, Chris. You don't want to overcomplicate things. There's no need. But you can still shift the emphasis.
World Cup winner Matt Dawson with us on 5 Live as ever. So too, record Premiership try scorer, multiple European and Premiership winner Chris Ashton. As Fiji through Tuasova throw a huge ball out to Radradra, who is making a few metres, but he's well tackled by Joe Marchant. England try and counter ruck, and they've done pretty well to slow up Lamani's ball. Fiji now just 13 metres in from touch, but England have won a penalty as Fiji flop off their feet. And surely if you're Owen Farrell, you just keep chipping away. Another 3 would take England's lead out to 11.
Yeah, then Nayasaleva just getting lazy. Getting a bit lazy on the ruck. Needed to go and secure it, but you've got to stay on your feet. That is a cheap penalty from pretty much the same spot. Owen Farrell's just bang one over for him, so his confidence will be high. Looking for an 11-point lead, which feels getting towards that sort of level of margin where it's comfortable.
I don't know what Fiji are trying to achieve. They're shifting it wide early like that, giving it to Semi, and Semi Radrad's not looking to take Johnny May on. He just ran over him, ran at him.
It's not the threat, is it?
No.
When the ball in the air for a long time is not the threat, easy to defend. You feel that they need to threaten individually, get it through the hands a little bit more.
Yeah, and want to go on the outside, not look for contact. But, I mean, happy days for England.
Farrell, 13 metres in, 30-odd metres out. Another decent strike. Well, this looks good. Yeah, nicely done, Owen Farrell. England lead by 11. And the England fans round us who have enjoyed their weekend in Marseille are starting to believe Paris may await in the semi-finals. 21-10 England lead with a couple of minutes to go to the break.
Yeah, from England's perspective, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nothing needs to change here, boys in white.
Well, England do then just drop the kick-off, so it will be a scrum to Fiji, and there are
can't touch a player in front.
Just about enough minutes left for Fiji to have a go at something here. It's nicely positioned for the Fijians, and there was good contest, but Courtney Laws just took his eye off it and knocked it on, maybe a bit unsighted.
It's a great kick-off, a half a metre from the touchline. Just puts everyone in indecision. You don't know if they'd line up, if they're gonna go up and take it, or you have to take it yourself.
Fiji then with the scrum, with just over 90 seconds left of this first half. England 21, Fiji 10. On 5 Live Sport from the BBC, your World Cup station, 8 o'clock tonight. That heavyweight encounter between France and South Africa. Do not miss that. And all the reaction, as always, on the Rugby Union Daily. Out every single morning, all through the tournament. That's a good Fiji scrum. They might get a penalty here, you know, guys. It's then shot out, and it's taken by Habosi's back on after his yellow card, so full of energy after a 10-minute breather. Lamani comes to the right as Fiji set it up, and Lamani will look for Botia. Atoje's all over him. Benel's looking to get a turnover. He has got a turnover. He loves that, Benel. Macha Reynal happy he was legal, and that should be it for half-time for England. Maybe time to kick and have the line out. But Fiji caught, and Benel onto it like a flash. Big intervention from Earl. England win the penalty, and they will be able actually to end the half in Fiji territory with a very handy 21-10 lead.
That was a big couple of moments there, because you felt any kind of score from Fiji, from Fiji, just takes a little bit of the icing away going into half-time. But Ben Earl,
so fast.
Oh, how has he got? I mean, in his body position, some would say there's no way he's supporting his body. His legs are so wide, so strong and flexible. and it was as if he only had one arm on that, Ashley.
Can England score once more? Because Farrell's line kick was a beauty. Another great drill. Jamie George to Laws. That man Earl finds Farrell, goes inside to Daly. Little bit telegraphed, but it's decent platform for England. And a toe J on the 22 in Fijian territory. 21-10. The clock is up as Gench throws a beautiful pass out to Daly, who kicks for himself. All on the bounce. Fiji gather, and they will dot this down. Or they're not going to dot it down. They're going to run it out. And they do scamper it out. I'm sure Lamani will say, let's go to half-time. He does. He kicks it down the field, and that is going to be it. Marcus Smith watches it go out, and a very eventful first half comes to an end. We've had tries, we've had yellow cards, we've had plenty of points. A record number of points for England in the first half of a Rugby World Cup quarter-final. And they lead Matt Dawson by 21 points to 10. They're 40 minutes away from a World Cup semi-final.
Yeah, England, that's been a fast 40. It's flown by, so much going on. But England, I have to say, have been incredibly disciplined, incredibly focused, have played in the right areas with the right tactics against Fiji. The good times, if England come out in the second half with that mentality for 20 minutes, the good times are going to come in the last 15-20 for England, because Fiji will not be able to compete at that intensity, that ferocity for 80 minutes. They just won't be able to.
An 11-point lead, not a bad thing to have in a World Cup quarter-final. England leading Fiji. There was a marvellous moment, Chris Ashton, in that match when Courtney Laws, you don't see that very often. He's normally doing it to other players, isn't he? Was bundled,
for sure.
Yeah, well, he was bundled into touch by Frank Lamani, among others, the Fijian scrum half. What's it like when you're in that moment, right? You've got a couple of Fijians bearing down on you like that, because I imagine you've been in that position.
Oh no, I wouldn't run at them, Sonny. There's a difference. I try and run round them. But two phases before that, they absolutely smashed Marrow as well. So we're not going to go through them. We need to fit where it's worked and where we've got success. Is yes, the lads in the middle are doing the hard yards, but finding the edges, just finding little gaps out wide with Marchant and Tuolangi. We've just found an edge enough to put them in enough chaos and get the tries. That's what we have to do. Unfortunately, as always, the forwards have just got to wear a couple.
Absolutely. We're going to hear from Lionesses, Alicia Russo and Beth Mead after the news here on 5 Live. An extended news on this occasion with Nick Hatton.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Sonia. Good afternoon. The US says Israel is turning back on the main water supply in southern Gaza. The Israeli government had come under increasing pressure after cutting off the supply when it issued an evacuation order from the north ahead of an expected ground offensive. Our chief international correspondent Lise Doucette is in the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon.
That is very interesting, because that's another piece falling into place. When Israel gave that evacuation order, telling more than 1 million Palestinians they had 24 hours to basically pick up and go, at a time where going means on roads that are strewn with glass and rubble, where whole streets are cement and ash, and where the bombardment is continuing. And of course, we've been hearing the reports that once they get to the south, they wonder, where can we stay? Where is safe? The fact that the water has gone on, that must have come under huge pressure. That may signal that the south is being prepared as a possible relatively safe area, although the bombardment is continuing there. But it sounds as though they are trying to set up, they're trying to divide the strip, to go through it piece by piece, rather than everyone on the run with nowhere to go.
That's Lise Doucette in Ashkelon. Well, in the last half an hour, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has been speaking after meeting Egypt's president in Cairo.
It was important to make it very clear that the United States has Israel's back. We will stand with it today, tomorrow, and every day. And we're doing that in word and also in deed. I spent time with Prime Minister Netanyahu to go through the needs that Israel may have to make sure it can effectively defend itself. And you've already seen a lot of that assistance moving forward, and that's a conversation that'll continue. Israel has the right, indeed it has the obligation, to defend itself against these attacks from Hamas, and to try to do what it can to make sure that this never happens again.
More than 1,400 people are now known to have been killed in Hamas attacks on Israel last weekend. More than 2,400 have since been killed in Israeli bombing raids on Gaza. Hamas has been designated as a terror organisation by many Western governments, including the UK. Ehud Barak is a former Israeli Prime Minister, and he says a ground offensive would have one key aim.
It's to make sure that any military capability of the Hamas will be erased. We were happy if it could have been completed from the air, but it cannot. You have to set boots on the ground to make sure that it really happens, and that's the reason for this wide-scale operation.
Earlier today, people in northern Gaza were given another 3 hours to move south safely while Israeli attacks continued. But hundreds of thousands of people remain. The General Secretary of the Palestinian National Initiative political party, Mustafa Barghouti, says the situation in Gaza's hospitals is dire.
Children are dying around the clock because of lack of electricity. Children who are in incubators will die or have died because there is no electricity. Israel is fighting not Hamas. Israel is fighting all the Palestinian people. And the vast majority of people killed there are Palestinian civilians, including children and women.
Well, the UK's Foreign Secretary James Cleverly says they've not been successful yet in opening the Rafah crossing into Egypt to help British nationals leave Gaza. Mr. Cleverly says he's working with Israel, Egypt and other political voices in the region to open up the crossing. Jan Egeland is the Secretary-General of the Norwegian Refugee Council.
It will take time to have the corridor established, but it will come. I'm confident of that. First from Egypt. I hope also Israel will understand that to starve 1 million children will look very bad for Israel in the history books. We are we're trying to find out how to organize the convoys over Rafah into Gaza, and then also how to receive and distribute supplies, but also to evacuate the wounded, the sick, into neighboring countries. The hospitals cannot take them.
Clashes have also intensified on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. Our correspondent Anna Foster's there.
Hezbollah, based in the north, militant group very allied with Hamas. Hezbollah are also, like Hamas, a prescribed terrorist organisation by various countries around the world. The big question now is how much Hezbollah will actually decide to attack Israel, really to sort of make a show of solidarity with Hamas. And that is why these last few days we've seen these exchanges of fire across the border. This morning we saw Hezbollah fire an anti-tank missile across towards the village of Shtula.
And we'll keep you updated on the situation in the Middle East during 5 Live Sport. You can also head to the BBC News website and app for the latest. Elsewhere, Vladimir Putin claims Russian troops have made gains during an offensive against Ukrainian positions. Ukraine admits fighting has intensified around the city of Avdiivka in the east of the country. And Luton Airport says it's unlikely any vehicles will be salvageable following a massive fire that caused a car park to collapse. Up to 1,500 vehicles were in the car park.
I'm Mark Chapman and welcome to the Monday Night Club. Jim, after last week's show, please cut out all the in-jokes and banter and talk about sport. Honestly, it's really poor.
It turns out if you shout at a kid through a megaphone, they do what they're told.
You absolutely destroyed me. Chris, when you joined Birmingham, what made you pick number 40?
You can't miss the start of something on iPlayer, Chris. That's not how it works.
This could be a long 2 hours. What have I got myself in for?
The Monday Night Club.
I hope Jim, who emailed about last week's show, is listening to this. Join us Monday nights from 7 on 5 Live, BBC Sounds and BBC iPlayer.
Every game live. Rugby World Cup 2023 on 5 Live, Radio 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website with Sonia McLaughlin.
And there's a hum around this stadium, the Stade Velodrome, as these England fans take in what they've seen in this first half. 2 tries to England, Manit Tuilangi and Joe Marchant getting over. England leading Fiji 21-10 at the break. And we will be back for second half commentary. So it seems England's rugby players certainly taking a positive steps, aren't they, towards a potential Rugby World Cup semi-final. By contrast, England's cricketers are on the cusp of what could be a costly defeat at the Cricket World Cup against Afghanistan. Ellie Oldroyd.
Absolutely, this has got all the signs of one of those great World Cup upsets. England 205 for 9. They need another 79 runs from 62 balls. And this has been, it's been a terrific performance by Afghanistan. You've got to say that. First of all, if England lose here, they won't be out of the World Cup. But Alex Hartley, who's been watching this game in Delhi, England is supposed to be all about the positivity. But this has been, apart from Harry Brook, a pretty negative performance.
Yeah, it has indeed. You know, as you say, Harry Brook was great with the bat. He showed real maturity, getting 66, but, you know, dismissed quite softly along with a lot of other England batters throughout the day. And we talk about England and this England team and how they want to be positive. They want to always take the positive action, almost run into the danger. Well, again, in this World Cup, they haven't done that.
Afghanistan batted really well, particularly at the top of the over. They put on 114 for the first wicket. But what have you made of their performance with the ball?
Yeah, Afghanistan, they were brilliant with the bat. England poor with the ball, but with the ball we knew it was always going to be tough for England with their quality spinners that they've got. You know, Rashid Khan and Mujib was great at the top of the order. I think they just look like a team that they know their strength is within the ball or with the ball, and they know how to rotate their bowlers. They've been brilliant today.
They have indeed. Mujib's taken 3 wickets. Rashid Khan, the brilliant leg spinner, has taken 2. That's another 4 for England, but it may be coming too late in the innings for them. Sonia, if they lose this, which they almost certainly will now, England, they will probably have to win 5 out of the 6 remaining games they've got in this long group stage. It's 9 games in the group stage, but they have still got to play South Africa, India, Pakistan, Australia, Sri Lanka and the Netherlands. So 5 wins out of 6, definitely they would need to make it through to the semi-finals. So they're going to have to do it the hard way, England. 213 for 9 currently.
Yes, after losing New Zealand, Ellie, they didn't have a lot of wiggle room, did they? So that defeat, if they went, as and when it happens against Bangladesh and Afghanistan, not what they wanted at all. Thanks, Ellie, very much, Ellie. We're going to get some reaction to the earlier game in the Women's Super League. Arsenal scored twice in stoppage time to beat Aston Villa 2-1 at the Emirates. Alicia Russo with the winner, thanks to a little help from Lioness Beth Mead, back after 11 months out.
Into Mead. Russo! Her first WSL goal for Arsenal. She might have just saved Arsenal. Set up by their returning number 9.
How does it feel, Alessia, to get your first goal for the club?
Oh, absolutely buzzing. First goal, but also the win, and here in front of the fans, I think we really needed them today, and they come out in full force every time. So it's tough. This league's tough. You've got to dig deep to get results, and we definitely did that today.
How does it feel to have Beth Mead back on the pitch as well?
Oh, absolutely buzzing. I think you can see by her reception here today is exactly how we feel as players. She's a top talent, and it's exactly what you want coming back. She's so exciting, and I can't wait to play with her. It's been obviously a long injury, been a tough injury, but the fans here today are incredible. Got a little bit emotional running on the pitch, but amazing to be back, so amazing. I hoped I wasn't too rusty coming out today. Got myself an assist and Alessia's important goal, so I'm happy with my job I've done. Mentally and physically being tortured throughout, it's been a long one, and I've had amazing teammates, fans, family, friends, everyone around me to get me through, so it's why you play today, to feel as special as this, especially at the Emirates, a place where I did my ACL. It was nice to get this game out of the way, get that done, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Few of the replacements on the pitch here at the Stade Velodrome, and the crowd enjoying, or maybe not, depending on your persuasion, Kiss Cam, which is currently entertaining them at half-time. Elsewhere in the WSL, it finished Manchester United 1, Leicester 1. Manchester City beat newly promoted Bristol City 5-0 to go top of the table. It's currently Brighton 1, Tottenham 1 at half-time, and it's goalless in the Merseyside derby between Liverpool and Everton. Now, Rangers have a new manager. Philippe Clement has signed a 3.5-year deal at Ibrox. Michael Bill Doyle was sacked earlier this month. A reminder that Wales' Euro 2024 qualifier against Croatia is on Sports Extra tonight. They need to win to have a realistic chance of qualifying. Kick-off in that one is at 8 o'clock. We had the draw for the first round of the FA Cup earlier. A few ties catch the eye. Cray Valley Paper Mills, now they're of the 8th tier, go to Charlton of League One. Horsham, also in the 8th tier, go to Barnsley. They're also in League One. And away from football, after Wigan won the grand final yesterday, the London Broncos are the latest team to join the Super League. They came back to win against Toulouse Olympique to be promoting, at which point Chris Ashton gave me a fist pump. What's that about?
Warriors.
Oh, you are the Wigan Warriors. I thought you were pleased the London Broncos have, have been promoted. England, that's right, England. Fiji are back on the pitch in those distinctive orange day-glow shots. Oh, Ellie, it's all over in Delhi. That rhymes, isn't it?
It is, yes. Afghanistan have won by 69 runs, probably the greatest night of their World Cup history. Jonathan Trott, former England opener, mastermind in the victory for Afghanistan. England all out for 215. Afghanistan win by 69 runs. England now have a week to go, or 6 days to go, before playing South Africa, and they're going to have to win pretty much every single thing from this point onwards if they're going to make the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's one of those that will go into folklore. A cricket upset in the World Cup. What will we get one here, I wonder, with England leading Fiji by 21 points to 10. What can the Fijians do, Chris Ashton? Chris Jones, sorry.
And Chris Ashton will be involved as well. And Matt Dawson.
And Matt Dawson.
Botita kicks off. So far, so good for England. England 21, Fiji 10. England are 40 minutes away from Paris, from the Stade de France, from the semi-finals, and a meeting with South Africa or France, who play tonight at that same stadium. But here in Marseille, England's 2 tries to Alanya Marchand, both centres, and Farrell's unerring boot have helped build England's score. As Lamani kicks towards opposite number Mitchell, who takes it comfortably, and Chris Ashton and Matt Dawson. How important's the first score in this second half?
Okay,
England can manage it, Ashi. How big an uphill task will it then be for Fiji as Mitchell clears downfield?
Yes, definitely. Fiji noticeably out really early. They didn't have long in changing rooms at all. They wanted to get out here. Seems like the message has hopefully been sent home that they need to be better this second half, but England completely in command, and we need more of the same from them.
Yeah, first score. I mean, it's crucial.
Okay.
Yeah, totally crucial
Time
now.
back on.
Just to put a lid on it, take all the momentum, energy, adrenaline out of the Fijian side. England really need to graft hard. Defence or attack, get themselves in a position, a drop goal, a penalty, anything will do.
Well, Fiji won the line out, then it looked like the ball went to ground, but the referee was happy as Abosi drives, and then it's ripped by England in the tackle. That was nicely done. Didn't quite see who it was for England.
Ball is here, available.
They then have gone to ground, they've got the ball. Mitchell is being told to kick by Marcus Smith. Might have been Owen Farrell, you know, who did the ripping work, and so Mitchell does kick a little bit too far, that one, and that is going to be taken comfortably by Drasisi, the fullback for Fiji. Okay. And he kicks downfield, free kicks, hasn't gone for touch. A lot of fans still making their way back to their seats. A lot of England fans perhaps feeling quite calm and confident with this 21-10 lead. Lamani, though, takes it just inside his 22 and switches with Botitu, who steps past Earl, well tackled then by Smith. England are on that ball trying to steal, but there for Lamani, who goes to the right, and to Asoba, who kicks. There's just a frantic nature to Fiji's play, which will be warmly welcomed, I'm sure, by the England coaches and their players, including Owen Farrell, who hoists a kick that is taken by Radradra just inside the 10-metre line. Fiji territory there for Lamani, goes back for Botitu, who then flips it to Drasisi.
There's going to be a check here on Owen Farrell, high tackle for sure.
Well, Daly found Smith. They're still checking it then in the TMO bunker, Ben Whitehouse, but I think they're happy as Farrell prods a little kick through for May, who's quick. That might just dribble out of play. No, brilliantly done from Radradra to scoop it back, and Fiji keeping it alive. It is hectic stuff in the velodrome. as Daly scampers over the halfway line. Good step, Elliot Daly, and he goes over the 10. He's still going, Daly, almost up to the 22. Mitchell with 3 England players to the left. One is Farrell, finds Ben Earl, his Saracens teammate, who steps and does well to go inside the 22. Bottia's on that ball, but he's been penalised, Bottia.
On the ground first.
He came away with it. He was convinced he'd won the ball at the breakdown, but Mathieu Reynal says he was illegal. And Farrell has a chance either to prod England into the corner or to kick the lead out to 14 points. What do you do here, Matt Dawson?
Personally, I would kick the goal, but I don't mind going to the corner either, given where England are. And that's a field decision. And England's so confident with their line out, with their driving maul, they would say, they would fancy this to be 80% success rate of scoring points, either try or another penalty. Brilliant position for England to seal the game.
To the tail, George goes. Oh, that was tight with Bottia's penalty, but it went England's way. Can they capitalise? They're only 5 metres out there. Moore looks well set. George has it at the tail. Still Jamie George. He's driving through. He could be driving England into the semi-finals. Still Jamie George. He's going to be stopped a metre or two short. And this might end up being a Fiji scrum. If it doesn't come back on the England side, it doesn't. It is a Fiji scrum, so Fiji survive, Ashi.
Fiji are hanging on here. They're all over the place before this line out. They've managed to stop that and get a penalty now.
He slapped him.
Ellis Genge.
Slapped him. Don't holding.
What are you doing?
No, don't holding the jersey.
Holding on
I don't want you
to Lamani, the scrum half there, as if he's sort of giving it the old school forwards bully. What are you thinking?
We already checked it. Okay?
So, all happening.
No full play.
Semi Radradra thought he was hit high by Owen Farrell. They checked it and nothing was illegal according to the officials. Then England was stopped at the maul, so it's a scrum to Fiji, but some afters from Genge, much to Farrell's dislike. It's a penalty to Fiji and against England. And Owen Farrell, you heard maybe over the referee's mic saying he slapped him, thinking that it was Fiji who were the instigators of the scuffle. But penalty Fiji, not the best line kick from them, but it will be a line out to Fiji just outside the 22.
And how many times have you said that, Chris? It's not the best kick, or it's not. They're the little details from Fiji that make a huge difference. To have a line out 25 metres from your own line to being in more of an attacking zone is huge.
And then England gets stuck into the line out through Chesham, and Atoje cleans it up nicely. And England have good field position here through Mitchell. And Earl out the back to Farrell, who kicks, who's onto that, hasn't quite worked. A couple of England players had their running lane closed. Boos from the Fiji crowd, Fiji supporters in the crowd and the neutrals. But England attack through Smith, and now Marchant, who's stepping. He's caught well by Jos Tuasova. Up to the 10-metre line, though, go England and Marchant. Farrell on the gain line, nice ball out to Earl. There's a bit of a zip in this England attack. Up to the 10-metre line, good quick ball for Mitchell, who whizzes it out to Farrell, who throws a nice ball to Daly, hugging the left touchline. He's tackled by Mankala, who's on that right wing. But still with England, who lead by 21-10 at the Velodrome. Attacking round the halfway, but after a few phases, I think they'll go to the boot now. That's how England often do it. And Farrell goes with a kind of spiral bomb. It's a nasty one for Radradra, who does take it nicely. And he offloads to Botito, who gets a brilliant ball away almost to Naisalevu. And maybe Fiji will decide if they're going to have any chance in this quarter-final. They might have to throw caution to the wind. England have Fiji still pegged back in their own territory with this 11-point lead, 7 minutes into the second half. And Chris Ashton, that's clearly a tactic from England. Go through a few phases. If it's not working, they go to the boot.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think the level we're at now is the right thing to do, but you've got to get your chase right. You cannot allow Semi to half get an offload away and be tearing up the field 50 metres. Owen's kicked it out on the full.
Owen Farrell kicking out on the full, so will be a line out to Fiji. And they do have now, Matt Dawson, a handy set piece at the line out on England's 10-metre line.
Yeah, you feel Fiji have just got to mix it up a little bit here with their line outs. Do they cut their line out? Do they go to 4 or 5 man? They've got to make England think, because at the moment England are happy to send up a couple of the towers in that line out. If it's Chesham Itoje, great ball off the top from Fiji.
Tuisova out the back, but Tita didn't quite work. Mancalans though got away, and over to Radradra on the left touchline, and he stormed into the 22, and he gets an offload into Drasisi. Lamani now, forward got in the way, and Curry goes to intercept. He definitely went to catch it, so will just be a scrum. Loose.
First knock on.
Ball again from a second knock on, this time by Fiji. And it will be a Fiji scrum, 22 in England's own half. 21-10 England. Chris Ashton.
Just a bit frantic. England have kind of instigated it being all frantic with the unnecessary little chip, and then giving the penalty away on Fiji's line. Just calm it down. Allowing them to bump tackles and get on the outside. We just need to bring control back.
It's so easy, isn't it, to be up here giving advice on decisions that need to be made, but you can't lose focus of where you are in the game that you're in. You're 11 points up, which is fabulous. Get to 14, make it really awkward. Take the 3 penalties, take the 3 points from the penalty, take the drop goal, regroup, frustrate your opposition even more. And I know ordinarily England drive that over, but save that for the last 20 minutes when Fiji have got nothing left. Bit more pragmatism, I think, from England.
If you're just joining us on 5 Live from the BBC, a shock in the Cricket World Cup. Afghanistan have beaten England by 69 runs. So England faltering in their Cricket World Cup title defence. More reaction from 6:30 onwards here on 5 Live as we build up to the final quarter-final in the Rugby World Cup. France, South Africa, that's at 8 o'clock with Steve Crossman and the team at the Stade de France. 50 minutes gone here in Marseille. England 21, Fiji 10, England half an hour away from the semi-finals. And given their preparation, given their form coming into the tournament, that'll be some achievement for Steve Borthwick and his side. Tuisova, though, as Fiji attack through Naisalevu. Now great offload, Botitu. This is why Fiji cannot be written off. But they lose it forward off the foot. And then I think they've got it back, have they? Or is that with England? England have scrambled well. And you saw great go forward from Fiji with Tuisova and Naisalevu. But their accuracy deserting them. And that's part of the reason why England lead by 21-10. They've just done a lot of little things that bit better than Fiji.
Tom Curry and Ben Earl just outstanding. On the ball so quickly. It's giving Fiji no option.
It's like they've sensed that Maturay now is happy for a contest. A couple of early penalties went Fiji's way, and England are giving as good as they're getting at the breakdown, and that's decent from Mitchell. Clears up almost a halfway as England snuff out that Fiji attack.
I mean, Fiji is still dangerous. They're still breaking the line. They're still creating go forward, but they've got to win those fast rucks. And you know, we've all mentioned the fatigue and the tiredness of this Fiji side. They're being beaten to those breakdowns by Earl, by Curry. So as many breaks as Fiji are making, they're just losing the ball at the breakdown. It counts for nothing.
They've won the line out. Sam Matavesi is on as a replacement hooker. They've also got Donge on. Earlier on in the game, the tight head as England turn it over from the maul. This is going really well for England, isn't it? England 21, Fiji 10. Mitchell's kick has got high, not necessarily that far, but Mancala's lost it, and England now have it from turnover ball. Oh, they've gone back inside. Farrell to Genge. There were numbers to the right, but that's a really good carry from Ellis Genge. Centre field for England. 30 metres out, loose. Jamie George does well. Now Farrell, that's a better pass out there to Marchant, who kicks for Johnny May across scrums Drasisi, and he goes up the touchline, and England will get the line out, and Johnny May punches the air. Energy's all with England. One more score perhaps could settle this quarter-final, and they've got a great set-piece opportunity here, 15 metres from the Fijian line.
Look at their lips, England now, all of them. Strolling over, taking their time, slow it down. Right, what's the banker ball here? Jamie George.
5.
You probably would want to go to your Saracens colleague in Maro Itoje just to make sure.
Everton lead in the WSL, the Merseyside derby. Liverpool 0, Everton 1, edging towards half-time as George finds Itoje. 12 minutes into the second half here as Daly comes on a good ball from Farrell. 6 metres out, England. Can they score a third? Driven on once more to within 5 metres by the England forwards. Mitchell comes to the right, Curry out to Smith, who's caught, but no, a penalty England. Smith was caught, he lost it. Fiji thought they were away, but they were offside, and surely Farrell kicks the goal to take England 14 points clear as Chris Ashton nods his head.
Yeah, for sure, we've got to take the 3 here. Fiji, you just never know when the ball's on the floor. You think they're going to break away or something's going to come of it. We've got to get 2 scores ahead, 2 tries. Just make sure, calm it back down, bring it all back under control. We go for another set piece in the kick-off.
Yeah, sensible choice. As much as the crowd maybe don't like it, they are not on the pitch. They have not just slogged it out for 55 odd minutes to be messing around with any more risks. This is 14 points, crucial. More pressure on Fiji. They've got to try and score 2 converted tries. They have to throw the ball about, and at the moment England are lapping it up in defence.
They just seem like they could score at any point. That's why it's essential to get ahead here.
And Farrell edges England further clear. England 24, Fiji 10. 54 minutes gone at the Velodrome. England have more than a foothold. It's a proper buffer. 14 points clear. And England just need to see their way to Paris surely now, Matt Dawson.
They're certainly in the car. Whether it's the driving seat or the passenger seat, they are in the car.
As Laws takes the kick-off and sets it up just outside the 22. Can Fiji score next? It's just not quite gone for them, has it? In a variety of different ways, but England's control of the game has been really solid as Mitchell sends up a high kick, and England have won that kick battle. George to Laws. Laws moves it to Farrell. Farrell puts some width on it to Tuolang. England attacking from their own half. Martin, he's got to put May away, and he does, but May had to stretch a bit. Naisalebu marked him well, and he works his way back in field, Johnny May, and sets it up just short of halfway. Slow ball for England, but it is still ball for England as Mitchell finds Earl. Really growing into this England back row, Ben Earl, after a kind of up and down start to his Test career, mainly off the bench, then lost his place, but back starting World Cup knockout games as Farrell goes crossfield to Daly, and I think that might have come off a Fiji hand, Drew Assisi. What's going to be decided here? They're still waiting to get a call. Oh, it's a knock-on into touch by Fiji, so England will have a choice of a scrum or a line-out.
Again, wonderful position then for England. You just called it there on the comms, Chris. Every bounce of the ball, every high kick, even whether it's a good kick, bad kick, seems to go towards England. You've got to make the most of those opportunities, which England are, but they are definitely getting the bounce, which is great.
What do you want from this line now, Chris Ashton? It's right below us.
It's a Fiji ball.
It's a Fiji ball.
Yeah, Elliot did touch it. They changed it.
They've changed their mind. So I imagine you want England to get up and compete at the line-out.
Just keep putting pressure on.
Matavesi prepares to throw. The voice of Chris Ashton, former England winger, the greatest try scorer in Premiership rugby history. And the star of the Rugby Union Daily this World Cup, which will be out first thing in the morning. Debriefing events here and at the Stade de France later. That monumental showdown between South Africa and France on this epic weekend of World Cup quarter-final. Fiji have the ball, but it's slow ball. The England fans in fine voice as the sun just starts to set. 6:20 local time in Marseille. Another gorgeous day on the south coast. Daly takes the kick from Lamani and gets away, showing good strength, having a decent, solid game, Daly. And again, Farrell goes inside to Smith. We did wonder whether there were numbers outside. Smith a little bit under pressure there. He has got it back. And you get the sense that Farrell doesn't necessarily want to be playing too much rugby from this part of the pitch. And Laws just sets it up for his team. And Mitchell will kick. It ages over this, and the rest allowing him taking a while, isn't he? And Mitchell clears it downfield, where Drew Assisi, always composed at fullback, he goes infield to fly half Botitu, who then sends a wild ball out to Botia. This is 7 stuff as Botia runs into Daly and flirts with this right-hand touchline, just short of halfway. Change to scrum half as Kurivoli comes on for the flying Fijians, as Botitu goes out to Radradra, who may have come into the centre, and he gets a nice offload away to Matavesi, gets a brilliant offload away to Radradra, who throws a wild pass out to Naya Salebu. He's gone over halfway. It is really breaking up. And maybe that's the way Fiji wants it. Oh, but it's another penalty to England as Fiji cross. And Fiji are getting nothing from the ref. It's all going England's way. And you can hear the boos from some of the neutrals and the Fiji fans in the crowd.
12, obstruction.
As Josh Tuasova is called out for obstruction. And this is actually really in Owen Farrell's range all of a sudden.
Yeah, why not? Why not? And you know, and also
and there is an obstruction. You can have
the leadership of this team. People like Owen Farrell, even the messaging from the touchline should be coming on to say, we have this game under control. Go for posts, run the clock, save the energy. You are going to need every single ounce this week to compete against either France or South Africa. So just don't go down that unnecessary road of trying to, you know, continue to maul and drive, and all of a sudden you're taking another minute out of the game, knock 3 points up, everyone's having a little bit of a rest.
It's a really good point, because it's a tight turnaround to the semi-final from Sunday to Saturday, 6 days, and you do feel France and South Africa is going to go to the wire, and they are going to take lumps out of each other. So England have got to get the job done first, but if they can get it done and not be pushed completely and utterly to the end, that will stand them in good stead this week. The shot clock is ticking down quickly. Farrell got caught out in Lille against Samoa, but he's going to get this one away. 24-10 for 27-10. That looks nice from Farrell. Has he got the distance? No, it drops just an inch short of the crossbar. Naya Salebu takes it incredibly and drives out. He's then brilliantly tackled by Tuolangi. Oh, the show of physicality is just awesome to behold as Fiji have it just outside their own 22. It's turnover by England though. Courtney Laws is in there. Fiji couldn't resource their ball, and now they scoot to the left. Mitchell is half tackled by Kuravali, but not before making a few metres. But Fiji this time get the penalty. England isolated, and Fiji winning the chance to go back into English territory. Chris Ashton.
Stop!
Oh, something's broken out here with Bottia prominent. Curry 2. As always, nothing really happens in these
I don't know.
these altercations.
I think Bottia threw a couple.
Oh, do you think? Well, that would definitely change it.
Couple of slaps. I don't think they were punches, but there's certainly frustration. We'll be taking a bit of time to work this one out. Of course, Owen Farrell is right in the middle of it, trying to influence the referee, but we'll be looking at a replay a couple of times. That just shows the frustration, doesn't it, that Fiji are going through.
Do you want me to reverse the PK? Okay.
Well, right now, Liz.
Okay, 7.
Well, let's see. Is Bottia? I don't think he's. Oh, he's put a hand in Curry's face, and that's going to interest the officials. It really. I'm not sure if he's pushing Curry away to say get away, or whether there's anything more forceful. And yeah, the referee decided it was the former, so no reversal, still a Fiji penalty, still a chance to go into English territory.
Aside from that, before this happened, Courtney Laws, I reckon he's had 4 or 5 turnovers. He has put one hell of a shift in so far today. Any tough carries that have been needed taking, he's been the man to do it, and he's been all over the breakdown.
14 points the gap as Danny Kerr comes on for Mitchell, as Fiji throw long from Matavesi to Tuasova, and now Mata drives the try scorer. Slap bang in centre field. Great attacking position this for the Flying Fijians as Matavesi comes on appeal. The Northampton hooker. Really good ball in hand and getting it right at the line out too. 24-10. A Fiji try to make this really interesting. Botitu. Out to Drasisi. But it's been knocked on by Fiji, and look at England's celebrations. Again, Matt Dawson, you feel Fiji are doing plenty of stuff right, then they make a mistake to give the momentum initiative back to England.
Well, they're obviously wanting to play this very fast, phased game. And for the first 10 or 15 minutes, brilliant, because everybody's in position. But if you go 2 or 3 really quick phases, you've got to be so fit to get on the far side to go and then support your ball carriers, support those line breaks, support those wider rucks. And England are just simply too quick, too fit, and too strong at that 3rd, 4th, 5th phase at the moment.
Yeah, I can't agree anymore. England are just being a nuisance, really. Fiji get any sign of slightly getting go forward, it's almost too fast for them to get round for the third, fourth phase, and England just, the back row of England has just done a hell of a job at the breakdown of slowing any sort of ball down that Fiji have.
Hour gone in Marseille, 5 Live from the BBC. Rugby World Cup quarter-final action. Already New Zealand and Argentina are there at the expense of Ireland and Wales after a dramatic day yesterday here in Marseille and in Paris. As another change for England, with Joe Marler coming on for Ellis Genge. And as we touched upon, Danny Kerr is on for Alex Mitchell. Kerr scoring that winning try in Lille last weekend against Samoa. 20 minutes away, England, from the World Cup semi-final, as Kerr prepares to feed England's scrum, which is solid. This will be one for Earl. It's actually wheeled around, and Fiji have been penalised. Fiji penalised for their wheel. They try to put pressure on the England scrum, and that's a pressure reliever for England, as Joe Marler makes an immediate difference at the break, at the set piece.
Yeah, super solid. Super solid. And even though replacements have come on, you can see the fitness of this England team really coming through. England will, and England's coaches will be wanting to protect their team ready for next week, because it's been a pretty darn good performance so far, and they will want to build on this going into what is of course going to be stiffer opposition up in Paris.
24-10 to England as Jamie George prepares to throw. He goes to Itoje. Another lovely drill from George and Itoje, but England have given a penalty away. They've obstructed at the line out, blocking Fiji. And Maturé now this time has given a penalty to Fiji, who have conceded, I think it flashed up, 10 penalties already in the hour. They'll be disappointed with that, the Fijians. And also, just you touched upon it, Matt Dawson, could have gone much deeper into the 22, couldn't they? That's sort of 25 metres out now. It's very different to 15.
Yeah, and they've pre-called it for a four-man line-out to try and break it up. But you've got loads of defenders in the midfield for England. Makes life so much more difficult.
Kuravoli at scrum half. It wasn't the greatest ball for Fiji. Penny Ravai, the replacement loose head, drives. That's good power from Fiji. Mata was prominent. There for Kuravoli, and now Botito, and now Naya Salebu, the skipper, almost up to the 22. Big collision there, just short of the 22. Ravai again, but England's defensive work on the gain line, Tom Curry prominent, is impressive. Kuravoli, Botito, Donge, and they go wide now to Makala, who's stepping nicely. Can he stay in field? Yes, he can. Kuravoli, out it goes to Ndonge, the replacement tight head. They get a penalty advantage, Fiji. This game is still alive as Matavesi linked to Radradra, and that's a lovely ball to Naisalevu, up against Johnny May, round Johnny May, just short of the line is Naisalevu. May just did enough to stop him scoring in the corner. But here goes Ravai, and Penny Ravai scored for Fiji, and this one is definitely still alive. We've got some Australia fans who have crossed out the Wallabies and written Fiji on the back of their shirts. They're on their feet. Certainly the neutrals' favourites, Fiji. Good try, Fiji. Penny Ravai, and England still have work to do, Chris Ashton.
Yeah, great try for Fiji. Just perfect rugby, side to side. Semi Radradра's come in from his wing. He was involved in twice, 2 involvements, long balls over the top, which were proved vital for how Fiji scored the ball in the end. And then the substitutes coming on. Front row impact. What a try.
And conversely, where's the impact from England's bench? It was Carl Sinclair giving the penalty away, so of course the advantage goes to Fiji, and it lit them up. They think, right, we've got a freebie, we're away.
Kuravoli for an extra 2. That's going to sneak in. OK, it's a one-score game all of a sudden in Marseille. England 24, Fiji 17.
Yeah, we're just stepping out of the car now, just for a little moment. We're going to get out of the passenger seat and all the drivers, and just maybe wash it for a little bit, just to see what it's looking like.
Just when you're in complete control. I said they can always score. They're always going to score tries. That's what they've done this whole tournament, and that will fill them full of confidence scoring a try like that.
Change for England in the back line. I think Lawrence on, with Johnny May off, so Marchant then goes to the wing. So Marchant to the wing and Ollie Lawrence to centre. He's having a good World Cup, Ollie Lawrence, in little cameos mainly, but always efficient and impactful as Fiji get away down the left touchline through Semi Radradra. He's up to and over the halfway line. On Fiji, have a bounce in them now. Bottia, there are numbers to the right for Fiji. Kuravoli, penalties coming to the Fijians. Kuravoli couldn't get it as Botita kicks for himself. He thinks he was checked, as do the crowd, but England with the ruck form put their hands in, and the neutrals and the Fiji fans, the French who are in this crowd, who are only supporting one team, they feel there could have been more there, as Botita kicked and was checked, and they're going for goal now, Fiji, to cut the gap from 7 to 4.
It's got that little feel of Wales-Argentina, where momentum shift, didn't it? All of a sudden the Argentinians were just rallying and Wales went into a little bit of a spin of, oh no, what's happening here? Just keep doing what you're doing, Ashi.
I can only apologise to Semi Radradra. Said he didn't look fit first half.
He didn't look fit there, did he?
Oh, wow, that is outstanding.
30 seconds.
2 10-metre passes creating the try, and then up the touchline, brushing off forwards. And I think he might be sending Marcus Smith off here because he's ran over him Mike Cat styles.
They're going for goal. Kuravoli with 10 seconds left of the shot clock. He's got to get on with it. He's going to be okay. 24-17. This to cut the gap to 4. Up he steps. Beautiful strike. Is it fading away? It's hit the post again. I can't believe it. But it's back in Fiji possession through Matavesi. And the crowd are now really into this quarter-final, as Fiji have territory. They didn't kick the penalty goal, but they do have the ball inside England's 22. 20 metres out in centre field. Kuravoli waiting for it. The ball is so slow for Fiji, but it is coming back for Fiji. To the right they come. And Tuasova, who's on the right touchline, tackled by Kerr, who shows good strength to keep Tuasova in check. 22, Kuravoli. Ndonge, the tight head. These replacement Fijian front rows have made a big difference. Botitu is caught on the 22 as Marla tries to steal, but still there for Fiji. It is getting really loose. This is how Fiji might like it. Tuasova and Tuolangi combine, or collide really, as Fiji are forced back to the 10-metre line and Albert Tuasui has to carry. Decent defensive set, but it's a penalty advantage. England tackle high. Radradra, great offload away. And Fiji are going to score. And they're going to go level, are they? Botitu has scored. Unbelievable stuff in the Velodrome, as Fiji comes storming back into this quarter-final.
Semi Radradra again. After chaos phases for Fiji, he somehow powers through 2 players and finds an offload. And then they're just tearing through the Fijians. Trying from nowhere.
England can't get hold of the ball. They can't get hold of the ball, and it's frustrating them. It's you cannot defend against this style of Fijian attack for multiple phases in the 60th minute. They have to get control of the ball at some stage. I think we're looking for a... No. There was a potential forward pass, but no, referees.
What a try.
Amazing try.
Got it away to...
They just don't miss those opportunities, do they?
But it's the lock. Nasilasila comes onto the ball and then links with Botitu, who's been great today. And this kick from Kuravoli will put Fiji level. England 24, Fiji 22. England were in Paris with a 14-point lead. But these Fijians can score 14 points just like that. And Kuravoli to level the scores. He's kicked it. It's 24 all in the World Cup quarter-final. Remarkable scenes in the Velodrome. 2 converted Fiji tries. They look completely out of it, Fiji. And now England need to summon something at 24 all with 70 minutes gone.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. England in complete control of this game, very similar to yesterday with Wales and Argentina. And Fiji have summoned from the gods The last 10 minutes have been incredible.
Their bench have been brilliant, haven't they? The front rowers, the replacement 9, Carafoli, who's half charged down, and this will sit up for Marcus Smith, who's got a tape job and no number on his back because his shirt was so blood-soaked. Now England, what are they going to do? They're going to keep playing. Farrell, oh, that was almost intercepted, but Laws did well. Courtney Laws over the 10-metre line. There for Danny Kerr. That slowish ball for Kerr, but he finds Carl Sinclair, who just runs straight into the Fijians. There's Ben Earl, that's brilliant from Earl, he throws a dummy. How good is that from Earl? He's to within 15 metres. Kerr goes left, maybe should have gone right, but Tuolangi, oh, Daly could have walked it in. Still Tuolangi, 3 metres out. Good response, England, to that Fiji blitz. 8.5, 9 minutes to go. 24 all in Marseille. Kerr with 3 metres to go to the line. Finds Quinn's clubmate Marler. He's 2 metres short. Can England reply with a 7 to calm the nerves? Great pick up, Courtney Laws. The pass was low from Kerr. 5 metres out, England still. Just to the left of the post, 24 all. Farrell out to Smith. Marcus Smith dummies, then he is just melted by 2 Fijian defenders. Do England think drop goal to just get the lead?
Yes, they do.
Or do they keep playing? George Martin sets it up. Kerr out to Itoje. Maro Itoje 6 metres out. Farrell may think drop goal. Back to Farrell. He drops for the lead and he belts it through. And England lead again. And it's Owen Farrell with the drop goal. England 27, Fiji 24.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant from England. Maybe a couple of phases too long for my liking, but it's in his mind. Fantastic play from Owen Farrell. Clear, precise. This game, I don't think, is over.
Ben Earl instigated all that, just picking the ball up from the ruck, making a half break, getting through, getting his nose through, allowing everyone else to flow onto it after that. But yeah, we're far from over here, aren't we?
Yeah, brilliant footwork from Ben Earl. Tremendous, loads of momentum. I saw Kyle Sinclair just sort of giving that sign to say, just calm down, we're 5 metres, relax, let's go through our process. Brilliant to see from Kyle.
Well, England 27, Fiji 24, 8 minutes to go. Extra time of 10 minutes each way. And then a further 10 minutes each way before a kicking competition, just in case it does go that far. But England have a
2 sets of 20 minutes.
Yep, just reading the tournament guidelines. Extra time, and then not off the normal extra time, a 5-minute break, and further extra time of 10 minutes. Have England been forced out? I think they have. I mean, we talk about extra time. England lead, but if Fiji score next with a try or a converted try...
I'm not feeling that Fiji are going for a drop goal to level the game here.
The 13 is here, so it's still the 13.
Yeah, they're going to kick from 20 metres. And they're going to throw into the line out of 20 metres, Sam Matavesi.
Fiji, 5. No, replay.
Fiji have lost Joshua Tuisova too. That tackle with Tom Curry has finally had an impact on him. He's had to leave the field.
Matavesi to throw the line out 20 metres out for Fiji. They win it in the middle. It's then been lost. It's on the England side, so England spoil the line out. And I think England might just want the scrum. Marler's just standing up as if to say, I'll just take the scrum.
Great spoil, George Martin.
What we say in the changing room. Okay.
Niggling away. Itoje niggling away.
That's a
showing some real composure after a fairly harum-scarum 10 minutes. Set piece should be solid for England. These are one of those moments where you actually don't mess about with it. Don't give the referee an opportunity. You know, you don't want it wheeled. You don't want to be driving it forward. This is rock solid clearance. Unless it's so blatantly obvious you're going to get the penalty. England can't risk.
73 minutes and 13 seconds gone. If you were just joining us on 5 Live, England were 24-10 up. Then a Fiji blitz made it 24 all. But a Farrell drop goal has put England 3 ahead. But they're deep in their own half. and prepare to feed the scrum through Danny Kerr. Can England win a scrum penalty to relieve the pressure? They're going to work on the Fiji scrum. It's crumpled. It's really crumpled, and referee Ray now will do a reset.
This is what we're talking about, Chris. This is the risk. England can't be doing this. The ball's got to be in and away. Billy Vunipola, get your hands on the ball, get in play, take the risk out of this scenario very quickly.
Does this take you back, Matt Dawson, to 20 years ago? We spoke all day yesterday about these games being on a knife edge, little moments, and how your whole World Cup destiny can hinge on something so small.
This is very, very simple. Danny Kerr needs to be having his signal to Billy Vunipola to say, get that ball up and get it away. We know exactly where we're going. 8-pick, get it in field. Tuolangi coming in to secure quickly.
The threat is Bottia off the scrum. On Billy, like a flash, that is the threat.
Straight.
England peel away Billy Vunipola, who's on at number 8, and they're exactly as what Chris Ashton said is Bottia. But Billy Vunipola's done well, England have done well. They have to get their exit right now, England. They lead by 3 with 5 minutes to go in Marseille. England 27, Fiji 24. And all of these quarterfinals, as we thought, are going right down to the wire. Kerr kicks, he's gone for touch rather than distance, but it's given a lovely platform now for Fiji. 30 metres out, they'll throw into the line out.
Yeah, I mean, it just needed a solid whack down the field there into the 5-metre channel. Just turn Fiji, boot it down there, get England's chase. Fiji cutting the line out to 4 men, trying to secure the ball, keeping it easy for themselves. Just about secure it.
They've got it, Fiji. Mangala drives on into centre field, 30 metres out. Caravoli, oh, he almost got it away, and Massey would have been in, but England come away with it through Earl. Here goes Ben Earl, over halfway, he's still going. What an extraordinary run from Earl. Those margins again so fine. They've got to go left, England, they've got a penalty, and that surely will be the semi-final for England. With 4 minutes left, they've just got to show some composure. Kerr is caught, but he's 20 metres from the Fiji line, where Fiji was so close to going in, but Ben Earl saved the day. Fiji are off their feet, and Owen Farrell will take every single one of these 60 seconds with under 4 minutes to go. England 27, Fiji 24, but England have a kick right in front of the post.
On the ground, clearly, and on the
Can you
ground.
imagine all those
and second
hours,
here, you've got a clear
days, months of training. You know, the pain that you go through to get into a World Cup competition, it hurts so bad, and yet to be able, and that's for the one moment Ben Earl had there, where just to accelerate away and give it absolutely everything for 50, 60 metres was brilliant. Incredible fitness.
But how close were Fiji, Ashley? Massey was in. If that had gone to hand, that is
the line that they tread.
The margins are brutally fine. Under 3 minutes to go. England fans are on their feet. England will be given the fright of their lives. It's not over yet.
Owen Farrell looking at the clock, deliberately looking at the clock.
Here's that experience of Farrell, 110 caps and counting. He is waiting for the clock to go down. That's canny from the England skipper. He lamps it through. England 30, Fiji 24. And unless Fiji score a converted try now, England are going to the semi-finals.
Well, if there's one team on this planet that are capable of doing it, that's Fiji. They've got to get the ball first, though.
Well, extra time now seems incredibly unlikely because Fiji would have to kick 2 penalties. There's not enough time for that, but England have lost it forward. So those 2 extra time periods and then sudden death, I don't think that's happening, but Fiji will have one last shot at glory. Owen Farrell is talking to Matthew Reynal, and Joe Marler just says chill. Here we go then, Chris Ashton. England 30, Fiji 24. England needs the scrum of their lives, as do Fiji, because with the likes of Massey and Mangala, Naisa Levu and Semi Radradra, they can score a converted
England,
try
please, come on,
in an
come on,
instant. We've
guys.
seen it in the second half. 90 seconds to go at the Velodrome. England 30, Fiji 24, and some of the England fans around us are too nervous to sing. The scrum is in between the 10-metre line and the 22. It's just to the right of the post, and there is now just over a minute left. Fed by Kuravoli, the scrum is solid. England have to come up with something defensively. As Mata holds it in, does Mata knock that forward? It's peeled round, and it will be a reset.
What are they doing?
Fiji.
What Fiji doing there? What the
must have
Wales the
fancied
number
it.
8 waiting for? Scoop the ball up and get it in play.
Ball available, you can use it.
Jeepers. Honestly, I mean, listen, the brain is mulch in it right now.
Okay.
When you put so much into it, there are some crazy things that creep into your mind.
The problem here now is that the Fijian scrum's edge 2 metres in feed, so we've had to get Owen Farrell onto this short side, which makes an even bigger threat on the open side.
Listen to the noise around the Velodrome. There are 20 seconds left. England 30, Fiji 24. A converted Fiji try wins it. But if England hold firm, they go to Paris, they go to the semi-finals, and they'll be there next Saturday night against South Africa or France, who meet in a few hours' time in Paris at the Stade themselves. And now the clock is 2 seconds away from going dead. Fiji will not be able to make a mistake. They may have to do it in this phase of play. Steve Borthwick was patrolling the coach's box. Simon Raului looking that bit calmer, knowing that all he can do is hope that his players can come up with something magical, something famous, and something that will live on in Fiji rugby folklore forever. 2 seconds to go. The scrum again goes down.
Bind!
And the referee implores the players to bind and set. As Kuravoli of Fiji prepares to feed. As England try and get a nudge on, but he's got a quick heel, Kuravoli. Can he get it away? Yes, he can. Nice, Alevu's almost up to 22. England bodies despairingly on the turf. There for Kuravoli, he's not got many options. He goes right to Ndonge. England need to come up with something. George is in there. Courtney Law's trying to steal. Fiji, 25 metres out through Botti. A big tackle coming in by Earl. 30-24 England lead. The time is up. It's now or never for Fiji. It's now or never for England defensively. No penalties, the order of the day. Discipline. Hope that Fiji make a mistake as they drive on once more to the 22. Kuravoli out to his forwards, and England so far so good in this defensive set. We're deep in added time. If the ball is lost, England are in the semi-finals. 6 points in it, 30-24. Semi Radradra goes wide, picked up off his shoes by Mangala. Across comes Ollie Lawrence, good tackle Lawrence. England have forced Fiji to around about 40 metres from the line. And the sting has gone out this Fiji attack, but we know they can do something from nothing. So England have to keep their discipline. They have to stay firm as the forwards for Fiji drive on once more. 6 points in it. 90 seconds of added time played. Here's Semi Radradra, who sparked so much of this. Big tackle coming in on Mira.
What a tackle,
What
Danny
a tackle,
Kerr.
Danny Kerr, putting his body on the line, the veteran. Still 6 points in it, and this has been good so far from England. They're quick off the line to make the tackle. They're forcing Fiji back to halfway. So Fiji need to conjure something up. Sam Matavesi, Botita goes wide, Lawrence ever so slightly out of position. Over the halfway line go Fiji. 30-24 England lead. Across Kuravoli scampers the scrum half. Out it comes to Darren Alangi. In goes Lorbs, but no, says referee Ray now. 13 phases, shades of Paris last night. 6 points in it though, Fiji. They've got to score. England have to hold firm. Batitu, there's a good read from Lawrence. Can they get it wide? No, it's been knocked on, has it, by Farrell. That will be it. Earl has dived on it.
We'll check it.
And unless Farrell's done that deliberately, that is going to be the game. They're just going to check whether Farrell's knock-on was deliberate or not. Still we go on in the Velodrome. England think they've won, but it's not sure yet, because in the tackle, Farrell knocked it forward. If the referee deems this deliberate, it's a penalty, it's maybe a yellow, and we will play on with a Fiji penalty. Brilliant defensive set by England.
It's coming up on screen now for you, Matthew.
And it's given everyone that rest, isn't it, after that monster set of phases.
Here's a replay. Through goes Farrell.
He's in trouble. He's got to be in
that's
trouble.
That's a deliberate knock-on.
It's a deliberate knock-on. It's going to be a yellow card, I think, as well.
Is there an opportunity of line break beyond that? Yes,
no different than Aaron Smith last night for New Zealand, was it?
Give me the wide angle, please.
Let's listen in. Owen Farrell is talking now. He can't believe it.
It's coming up on screen now, Matthew. Hang on.
And now they're just checking whether it's a yellow card as well for Farrell, who thought he had led his team to the semi-final. He still might.
Back.
He's saying he's going with a tackle.
He's not in position to receive the ball, so I will say on penalty kick only.
The pass was never going to get to 20.
So
let's listen in.
So that's a deliberate knock-on for me, so that's a penalty kick against you.
You don't think there was a line break opportunity?
No, because, can you put it again on the screen? Because he's not in position to catch the ball, the Fijian player. So I don't think there is a line break opportunity. Are you agree with that, Ben?
I think the assistant referees have come in just to say, hold on a minute,
so just
maybe there's another angle, another process about whether it was deliberate.
Okay, we are 4 minutes after the 84 minutes gone. Penalty Fiji, it's deep in their own half, but T2 can kick. Oh, he doesn't really get that one, and that's a bit of relief for England. Danny Kerr tries to G up his forwards. Owen Farrell hasn't been sin bin because there wasn't a line break opportunity, as there was, I suppose, for Ireland last night with the Aaron Smith one. Matabasi to throw, just inside the England half. He goes to tail. George Martin gets up. It's loose ball for Fiji, but they still have it, and still we play on in the Velodrome. England 30, Fiji 24. Fiji have to go 50 metres, but if any team can, it's this set of flying Fijians. Kuravoli the 9. Out to replacement Lucid Rabbi, who scored one of their tries and made a big difference off the bench. England just have to hold their discipline. Penalties will give Fiji a chance. Earl is in there. How good's he been today, Ben Earl? Out it comes again to Derelangi of Fiji. It's slow, it's ponderous for Fiji as Laws tries to steal. He's won the penalty, and England are in the semi-finals of the World Cup. Look at the reaction from the fans. England put through the ringer by a brilliant Fiji comeback. At 24-10, England look destined for Paris. They've got to Paris, but how they've been pushed.
Can I speak?
A Farrell drop goal, a Farrell penalty, drama right to the last. Courtney Laws with the key turnover. Farrell kicks it out. England almost two times to celebrate. Manu Tuolangi's down on his knees. Courtney Laws on his haunches. Fiji bodies strewn across the turf as well. What a contest in the Velodrome. And Reynal is wanting it retaken. And this time Farrell kicks it out with even more force. And England are in the World Cup semi-finals. Not huge celebration from England. Respect for the brilliant Fijians who know how close they've got. But it's England who before the tournament struggled so much for form, so much for identity. They've won their pool and then they've beaten Fiji here in Marseille. How well did Fiji come back, but England just had enough. And it will be England who go to the semi-finals of the World Cup and a meeting with South Africa or France. Matt Dawson.
Yeah, just watching the Fiji players just strewn across the field. Heartbroken, nothing left in the tank. They gave it their best shot without question, but England were magnificent in that first half. They had a dodgy 10 minutes, but all in all, that's by far the best England performance we've seen for a number of months. Their defence at the end there, superb, because of the threat of Fiji, whether it was 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 metres out, had to be on your guard to watch against any type of offload, and England were tight, they were strong, they were committed. Fair play to England, fair play to Fiji, but my goodness me, I think England deserved that. On to the semis.
A third epic quarter, a third quarter final that's gone right to the wire, Sonia. but England to go to Paris. England 30, Fiji 24.
And tension writ large in this stadium for the England fans is released. That turnover from Courtney Lawes, and hotly followed by eventually the ball kicked into touch. England could celebrate, and as Matt Dawson mentioned, that there was Wasaya Nyasaleva, the Fijian captain, just distraught, pleading with the referee, could not believe that Lawes had won that turnover. Oh, and the Fijian players were on their knees. Chris Ashton, just explain to me what goes through the minds of the England players when the fatigue is just palpable and you have to keep your cool in those closing minutes of that match, just waiting for one of your players to do what Courtney Lawes did and win that turnover.
Yeah, England's defence at the end was outstanding. They were knocking Fiji back, knocking them back and knocking. The problem is with Fiji, if they already think about the offload around your back before they've even taken into contact, so it's just a threat at any point, and that's how they scored the 2 tries in the second half. They did exactly that, but England did enough. The back row for England was outstanding today. Courtney Lawes, Ben Earl, they were everywhere. Just any bit that was created, a positivity or momentum came from those two. We need exactly the same next week.
Correspondent Chris Jones has disappeared. He hasn't left the building. He's gone down to the tunnel area where he will get the reaction from these England players who are into a Rugby World Cup semi-final to play either France or South Africa, who meet in Paris this evening at 8 o'clock. And the England fans, frankly, they're just celebrating now as a chorus of Hey Jude rings out around the stadium. There's a bit of confetti being thrown around. The players are on the pitch. Handshakes all round. Matt, you mentioned fatigue a lot in that last 5 minutes. We saw it in New Zealand against Ireland last night, where Ireland were throwing the kitchen sink at the All Blacks, and the All Blacks knew they just had to hold them out and not give away a penalty. How difficult is that to do in those moments? England had to do the same thing here. Do not give a penalty away.
Yeah, and I say that it was their fitness, their mentality around defence was superb in those last passages of play. And Fiji would have had the energy to sort of pounce on an opportunity, but actually the set-piece plays at the end of the game for Fiji just didn't suit them, because England's line was out there, and it's so difficult to break the line from first and second phases. Fiji needed the game to be broken up. Actually, when the ball got loose, when England made a tackle and Owen Farrell had that little intentional knock on, actually that's the danger moment for England, because it gets loose and you're out of system. But Fiji couldn't get out of system. England were perfectly in system and really looked, well, I seem to remember Fiji were near enough at the 22 at one stage and ended up being closer to their own 10-metre line because of the brilliant defence from England.
Was there a bit of you were going, oh no, please let this narrative not be? Owen Farrell gives away a penalty, potential yellow card, Fiji go down the other end of the pitch and score. Because that flashed into my head, because I just thought, oh God.
Not in the slightest, no. He played really well today, Owen. There were a couple of opportunities early on where you thought just needed to go through the hands. I think he was just finding his feet in the game, but actually, he marshalled the troops very well. He kicked his goals. The strategy of England, going through a phase, if it's not on, belting it into the air. Owen is probably better than George Ford at that, so Steve Borthwick, absolutely right selection.
We inevitably have Sweet. Do you like Sweet Caroline, Chris Ashton?
Yeah, who doesn't?
I don't. Because we hear it constantly now at rugby union matches. The Fijian captain, Wasaya Nyasaleva, is now wearing white jersey. He's done a jersey swap, and we have the Fijian players in a huddle. The England players are in a huddle. What's that feel like, to be in that huddle when you know you're in a World Cup semi-final?
Oh, it must be lovely, Dorse, that.
It's a very nice feeling.
Considering where we were 5-6 weeks ago.
Correct. I think the conversation is going to be very different. I like and I know they're going to go for the stereotypical lap of honour to the fans.
You hate a lap of honour, don't you?
Hate it. Hate it without a trophy. But, you know, their celebrations were slightly calmed down, other than obviously Ben Earl gave us his traditional pump to the crowd, which is, you know, now what we expect, which is great. But actually, for the rest of the players, it feels to me that's not job done. It's, okay, we're in the semi-final, let's regroup over the next couple of days. What you wouldn't want to do is that be one of the dirt trackers and have to do a load of fitness session,
which is
like
what's
Billy
going on, right?
Vunipola and Theo Dahan and George Ford sitting there doing some reps.
What's really interesting is, because I mentioned this as the game came to that dramatic conclusion to producer Adam here, Billy Vunipola didn't get on the pitch, did he? Throughout the entire... Did he get on?
Yeah, he got on.
Right towards the end, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, but Ben Earl, how good? Best player on the pitch for England,
He's just everywhere. I think that it's hard to single Ben out. He was outstanding because he has his moments in attack where he just created momentum for England's attack twice. Once on the turnover where he had a 50, 60 metre break where he's so fast he got away from everybody, and the second one where he just used his rugby brain. The ball was free at the back of the ruck and he picked it up and away he went. We need more players like that, more to play what they're seeing. Ben's become more and more into implementing his own game on the England team as the tournament's gone on. But the whole back row today were just as we needed them to be because of the threat that Fiji had with Botia. They were on everything, and every time Fiji wanted the ball, wanted quick ball, wanted to chuck an offload, one of the back row lads were there and they were on it, and that's probably why Steve has left Billy Vunipola on the bench and gone with the 3 back rows that we have.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you you always think pick an England team, an England pack. It's going to have a big old ball-carrying number 8, right? And they haven't really gone with that model, have they, under Borthwick? What do you make of the way they've gone about that in that back row, Matt?
It's a lovely balance for me. I mean, they've still got plenty of bulk in Courtney Laws. Tom Curry is, he's not a mouse by any stretch of the imagination. Ben Earl, yes, will be a little bit smaller than Billy Vunipola, but he's so dynamic, so fit, brings a dimension to the game. And when you're playing against these top players, as England will find out next week against France or South Africa, having that mobility, having that agility with the back row across the field, multiple players able to pilfer the ball is now absolutely vital.
Just seeing a shot of Owen Farrell in the England huddle, and you did not need to be a lip reader to kind of work out the raw emotion that was coming from the England skipper. So by contrast, obviously, we've just seen the Fijian players in a huge huddle with a lot of their backroom staff. The photographers have been in there. There are tears streaming down the faces of some of those Fijian players. Just give me a sense of how much they contributed to the drama we saw, Chris, in that last 15 minutes. They suddenly came alive, didn't they?
Yeah, and that was always going to happen with Fiji, the way they've been this tournament. I mean, just the past 2 months, they've beaten England, they've beaten Wales, they've beaten Australia. They more than deserve to be here. I think when you get to this stage in the competition, you have to kick your penalty goals. You have to be finding touch when you've got a penalty and you're going for a line out. You've got to kick the ball more than... They were kicking some of them 10, 15 metres. It's just, you're completely losing your advantage. And like Dorso alluded to, they actually prefer the game to be open, whereas England want a set-piece battle. So every time they got a penalty, they looked under pressure the whole time in the line-out. And yeah, if he kicks his 2 penalties today, it's a different game.
Was this in a sense, and this is no disrespect meant to Fiji, but was this in a sense their final, getting to this quarter?
I'm not so sure, I'm not so sure. Maybe in other World Cups when they've been in quarterfinals, then possibly. But I don't know. They had enough today. They had opportunities, chances that Chris has just mentioned there. to win this game. They're players in that group that are used to winning quarterfinals. They are not scared of semi-finals. They're not scared of the big teams. You know, they didn't create enough in the first half. They had a couple of opportunities.
I need to interrupt you, and I apologise for that, but Chris Jones is with the England captain.
Yeah, and he's live on 5 Live. Owen, a World Cup semi-final. You've led your team there. How proud are you of your side?
Yeah, massively proud. I think it was a hard-fought game. Like everybody will see that they're a tough team to play against. You're never home and dry playing against Fiji. I thought we did a good job in the first half. Plenty of stuff to still work on, but I thought it was a good fight to grind the win in the end.
What did you say to your team when Fiji came storming back and took it to 24 all?
No, he didn't have to say much. We was clear. There's a few things to fix up, but the main thing was getting after the next moment, and I thought we did that after conceding the 2 tries. As I said, they're a team that can hurt you from anywhere, but I'm glad that we was able to stay mentally strong enough to get into position to win the game.
The drop goal always on your mind today?
No, it was 24 all.
Silly question.
It was 24 all. It was in there 22. We needed to come away with points, and the forwards got us on the front foot. We actually pulled the trigger a bit too early with the backs and got caught behind the gain line, and they got us on the front foot towards the post again. And Danny was pretty in sync. I think he called it before me, so he got the ball to me, and thankfully he got it over.
With so much drama to come, Fiji attacking. You thought it was over with the knock-on that was deemed a penalty. So many thoughts, I imagine, going through your mind at that point.
Yeah, not ideal, yeah. I wish it didn't happen, but I looked back at the boys and a few of them said, no problem, let's go. So that's the mindset that we had at that moment in time. We'd done it for 6 or 7 minutes before that, so we had another minute to go.
I know it's all about the team, Owen, and not about you, but there's so much debate around the England number 10 shirt and who plays where. So with that in mind, how important was you on an individual basis to put in a really strong performance?
Well, there's always debate, Chris. Always. It's a big talking point for everybody else. All I know is that this is a 33-man squad, and everybody's got a massive role to play throughout this All World Cup, and that'll not change going into next week. The boys who have different roles, who finish the game, are even those ones that haven't been involved today. They have massive roles during the week, and they have massive roles today in how this team feels, and that'll continue.
2-part question to finish. France or South Africa for you, and how much better will you have to be, whoever it is?
I'll start with the second bit. No, we know we've got a lot to work on. We know we're in a position where we've still got a long way to go to get to where we want to get to, but we'll get after that this week. And as far as the first question, who knows? I'm looking forward to watching it tonight.
The journey goes on for this team, many of whom might not play at a World Cup or for England again, and for these fans who have packed out the stadium again.
Yeah, no, it's been brilliant. The lads have been brilliant. And as I said, we'll get after this week. And as for the crowd, some atmosphere today. This is some place to play rugby.
You said you always wanted to play here, didn't you?
Always, yeah. And it made me want to play more when I watched that Argentina game. So I'm glad I got the chance to. But it's special that the England fans made it a day like today.
Nice to know and see you in Paris.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, man. Cheers, mate.
Owen Farrell, the England captain, finally realised a dream by playing at this stadium, much like his dad did. There are some England fans away on the other side. It's like a disco. They are literally dancing together, having a high old time, waving their shirts in the air. Matt Dawson, Chris said in commentary, is the drop goal on? You went, of course it is! And it was Danny Carey, according to Farrell, who had the rugby smarts to call it before even the fly half saw it. That's good play from the 9, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, listen, the decision makers for a reason, aren't they? That they are supposed to make decisions. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be front and centre. It just has to be more and more in these tight games. And there is a classic example, whether it's Argentina in the opening game, whether it's Fiji in the quarter-final and it's 24-all, changes the complexion of the game, mounts the pressure on the opposition. You know, it has to be front and centre from the off, actually, and particularly when England are now going to be facing two incredibly good sides. They're going to have it front of mind.
Well, we've heard from the England captain, Owen Farrell. Let's hear from the England coach now with Chris. He's with Steve Borthwick.
Live with the England boss, who has led his team to the World Cup semi-finals. Steve, your nerves in those final few minutes?
Well, I thought the players handled some of the ebbs and flows of that game really well. I thought the controlled the game for large parts, and there was that period where they scored back-to-back tries. And I think what you're going to do is recognise here what a team Fiji are. Jam-packed full of world-class talent, power and pace, and they scored those tries in a way probably no other team in the world can score. But what our team did was find a way to get back ahead on the scoreboard and handled it in a really composed, mature, smart manner.
So even though some of the fans around us may have been getting comfortable at 24-10, you always knew that was coming from Fiji?
I think Fiji are always capable of doing that, and we saw that a few weeks ago. And I think the team's learned a lot and grown a lot over the last period of time. And I think within that game today, you saw some really good rugby. Some really good rugby from both sides. Clearly, I was very pleased for large part the way that the England team played, but I was particularly pleased with the way they handled that closing out the game.
Yeah, was that the bit that really stuck out for you? I was going to ask what was the most pleasing aspect of the game, but was it that final five, that defensive stand?
I think what stuck out for me more than anything else is the incredible support we've had. A lot's been written and said and spoken about what support we get. What I see is an England support that are right behind this team, that I think feel like they're part of this team. We certainly feel that way.
Some individuals really stand out. I know you'd want to look at the team, but your captain Owen Farrell, how pleased are you for him that he kicked his goals and led his side to this point of the World Cup?
I've been saying it right from the start. He's an incredible leader, an incredible player. He just rises to the biggest of occasions, and he led the team phenomenally well today. And you're right, you could talk about every one of the players in that regard of how well they played this evening, and the whole 33 was part of the preparation for that performance.
When you see a player like Ben Earl, Steve, who's had a bit of an up and down start to his Test career, a lot of caps off the bench, then fell out of favour, to see him doing what he's done tonight at this level, that must fill you as a coach with a lot of satisfaction.
Well, I think I'm really pleased for all the players. Let's not forget that this team was written off. There was lots of people saying this team wouldn't get out of the group, and then the team tops the group. Then saying we'd lose today, and they won today, and we're going to be written off again. I know this group of players was going to be written off again going into Paris. We'll make sure that we prepare well to do our very best next weekend.
Is that going to fire you and the team on, the fact that people might not give you a chance next weekend?
We concentrate on our preparation, Chris, as I've spoke to you all along. I said the team would be ready for September the 9th, and the team was ready for September the 9th. And the team is built through the tournament, and we will continue to build.
Cheeky question to finish, France or South Africa, do you think?
I'm looking forward to watching the game.
Thank you very much, Steve. Many congratulations. See you in Paris, and we have been joined by Ben Earl. We mentioned what a game he had. Ben, not many things in your career, I imagine, have topped that?
No, that's probably one of the best days of my career. Yeah, I've not really had a feeling like that. Come the end of the game, relief. It's just surreal. It's not really sunk in yet.
What was going through your head when you went on that mad, 60-metre, or let's call it 80-metre dash?
I wasn't really.
Do you think you could have got there?
Well, when I got smoked from behind, I was. That probably brought me back down to earth very quickly. But like I said, yeah, it's just surreal. I'm just so pleased for obviously pleased for the group, but certain individuals in this team that we owe them to have another couple of weeks playing in the England shirt, and we've given them that.
Been a big motivating factor then, the fact that there are some kind of greats of English rugby, 100 cappers who might not play much World Cup rugby or England rugby after this, and for you guys who've got a fair bit of your career ahead, you want to send them out in style, do you?
Well, I want to make the most of playing with those guys, like the chance to play with Courtney Laws, Owen, Dan Cole. These guys are greats to the game. Never mind English rugby, but I'm just so pleased for the group, so pleased for the staff. Now we've got 2 weeks of hard work.
Talk us through the next 24 hours then. The celebrations weren't huge, were they? You may have been really tired after that defensive stand, but just talk us through how you mark this occasion, but you've got to get back to work because you've got an almighty opponent coming up next weekend.
Exactly. We'll enjoy the win. Don't know if there'll be too many drinks flying around tonight. I think there's some sore bodies, but travel to Paris tomorrow afternoon and then get ourselves prepared for whoever we're playing.
Now, you would have noticed all the talk about the sides of the draw and what's happening in Paris, what's happening down in Marseille. You're nodding along, you're aware of it. How much does the England team want to say, OK, we can go and beat one of the best in the world?
Well, after we played Fiji at Twickenham, some people were saying we weren't going to get out of the group. So we're in a World Cup semi-final. We're in the best 4 teams in the competition. So, it's anyone's game now, isn't it?
Wish you well in Paris. See you there.
Very much. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Us on at 5 Live Sport, David on Ben Earl says phenomenal, possibly one of the best back row performances in 20 years. Dorsey said it was the best day of his career in an England jersey. What sort of bounce now could this performance give England going into what is going to be a huge semi-final against potentially France or South Africa?
Well, let's hope that's the best game of his career so far. Yeah. And next week he can get even better. Fascinating to listen to actually all of those interviews, Owen Farrell and Steve Borthwick, then Ben Earl, all of them talking about the fact that they've been written off. We weren't getting out of a pool. We're going to be. It's just about you're in the bubble. You're in your own little bubble. You think the world is against you because you've read the odd discussion point or an odd article that might give a different view. It's fascinating to hear, but that is the motivation. It's great that they use that for motivation, but they also need to understand that it really doesn't matter what outside influencers say. Forget about it. People are always going to knock England. You're wearing the white shirt of England that everybody on the rugby planet hates. It doesn't matter. Focus on what you're good at, as they are, and England will have a chance next week, because as much as the quarterfinals can be a little bit of a lottery sometimes, if you're in a semi, you know that you have an opportunity to win it.
Yeah, it was nice for him to actually mention the players that he's playing with. He went away from it a little bit, didn't he, about everyone's writing us off, although Steve loved it, was saying everyone's writing us off from the start. But he had to actually mention the lads that are not going to be here potentially for very much longer. Maybe that becomes the focus now this week. The lads are going to be potentially playing their last game for England, and they have been greats of English rugby for the past 10 years. Some 100-cap players that potentially are not going to play again. So if that becomes the motivation, then so be it. Like I say, it doesn't matter what it is. Just find it and use it.
You and I both looked at each other when we've got a busy 2 weeks coming up.
Ambitious. It's ambitious.
Well, no, they're going to be in a 3rd and 4th playoff anyway, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are here till the end of the tournament. That's what he meant.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm talking about some of those players who perhaps playing in this England team for not much longer. Danny Kerr, as cameos go, I could go, if that famous beard did cameos. Danny Kerr is doing okay, isn't he? He's made a real impact in the last 2 matches. Your old mucker, Chris, on the Rugby Union Daily.
Yeah, he has. He's doing it. I mean, he's using his experience. That's what he's there for, to come off the bench and just control the game. He's got obviously a great game understanding, so he knows what's needed at the right time, whatever stage the game is. We saw him today come and make a couple of big tackles on the touchline, because that was what was needed at that time. You've got someone coming off the bench with not as much experience, and not even experience, he has experience of coming on as a substitute, which Dawes, is a very different mental place to be, coming off the bench as a sub, especially into this environment.
Yeah, it was as if he would have been watching the game carefully. Lots of messages would have been going via Danny Kerr, but as a scrum half or a fly half particularly, you're always, when you're on the bench, you're always assessing where England can get better. Where can you improve? It might be, and tonight was a good example where Danny was just thinking, I need to organise the defence, I need to hold that short side, and when it comes down, I need to personally step up and be superhuman in defence against people that are probably double the size of him. And it wasn't a game about Danny running. It was more about his defence today.
Now this could be interesting, because Chris is with Ellis Genge. Never a dull moment.
Yep, you're live on Radio 5 Live, Ellis. We've heard from Owen Farrell. Yep, back home.
In the car.
Yeah, everyone back in the car. Yeah, they'll be very proud listening into you live on 5 Live. What was that like watching the final few minutes after you've been taken off? Tough watching?
Yeah, not good for the heart, that. After you've had a fair bit of caffeine as well, the tickers go, and
good and proper. I've been in that situation before with Coley. I can remember at the Prem final, same look on his face. So look, the hard work starts now for us. I just want to say that Fiji, absolutely unreal opponents. We had them a few weeks ago at our stadium, and we knew what we had to do to front up today, and honestly I'm tattered and torn now, so yeah, take my hat off to Fiji.
You mentioned you were sitting next to Dan Cole. Do you just look at each other and go, this is tough?
He don't give me much, and he just raises his eyebrows and he stays reasonably cool. But yeah, obviously over the moon to get to the World Cup semi-final.
Given the way Fiji came back and then you edged back ahead and then you had that big defensive stand, what does that say about the group that you were able to keep a side like Fiji out at the end?
Look, we fight for each other. I think that's been built over. You got to go through some adversity to get to that. You can't just pretend to have that, and I think that's what we were doing probably a few months ago, pretending that we had that sort of group narce, if you will, that like really sticking together, and it takes time to build that. By no means a finished article, but we definitely graft for each other now, and hopefully that's what we see come to fruition in the next few games.
Yeah, how far do you think you've come over the last few weeks?
Massive, obviously, leaps and bounds. You see it. Like I said, there's still a lot of work to do. If you're playing against Fiji and you think they're not going to try and come back like that, you'd be naive to think they're not going to chuck an offload and stick. They're the best in the world at it. That's why they've come so far as a team, so we're probably a bit upset that we let it slip away, but like I said, you see the boys fight like that, it puts a lot of hope into you.
When you come through a game like that, Ellis, does it really bring the group even closer together?
I don't know. We haven't really thought about it too much at the moment. Obviously, what was it? 20 minutes ago, we were still playing. So I guess we'll go back to the hotel, sit down, have a few chats over the game that we watched tonight, and we'll work out what we need to improve. But winning brings you together. It's just not necessarily like putting 100 points on teams. It don't bring you together. It makes you happy. But like scrapping wins out like that at the end and seeing the fight and coming through, that definitely brings you together. So that's all I know about that.
There weren't wild celebrations from you guys at the final. Is that because you don't want it to end in the semi-final? You feel you can go deeper in this tournament?
Well, yeah. I think everyone would be lying if you were going to sit there and say you don't want to go on and win the World Cup. I'm not going to say it's been an easy path, but sometimes a few people are jumping up and down, like can't control themselves. But it takes proper mettle to go on and kick on in this tournament. And obviously two of the best teams in the world going at it tonight, and we'll find out who we're playing against. So there's a lot of prep to do. But yeah, mate, I want to win a World Cup. Of course I do.
Yeah, because all the talk, you'd have been aware of it, has been about the teams up in Paris, the higher-ranked teams, the teams down here. You're shrugging your shoulders. You can only beat what's in front of you, of course, but you've got a chance next weekend to show that you can mix it with the very best.
Well, everyone on 5 Live said that we weren't going to get through to the quarterfinals.
I don't think that's so. I can find you plenty of clips saying that we thought you'd get here, but
I'm winding you up. You've heard the noise. You heard everyone saying they had an easy pool, and I beg to differ. I think the games that we've played have showed that every team's been at it, and we've had to really be on it to get to where we are, and we're just on to the next job. As cliche as that sounds, that's what you got to do. You're in a tournament, and you can't rest on your laurels. Yeah, we put probably a good 60 minutes in, and then we fought for each other for the last 20. But yeah, now the hard work starts.
Word for the fans, both at home and around here?
Just get behind us, It's a lot easier to hear the bad noise. It comes through a lot quicker than the good stuff. So the more the good stuff you put out, the more boys do hear it. Like in the end, I don't know. Let's just get after it. Jeez, my mind's racing. I just want to play now.
Well, good luck in Paris. Many congratulations. See you there.
Same, mate. Ta-da, everyone.
Ta-da. Ellis Genge, always entertaining, never quite sure what's going to come out when you ask him a question. You do, don't you, get that sense? You picked up on it, Dorse, you're absolutely right. That siege mentality, that backs to the wall, we've been written off. It's radiating out of these players, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that they are focusing on the point that their own are not supporting them. I think they need to get out of that mindset pretty damn quick, because we've all got a role to play here. We've all got a job to do. We've got to speak how we see it and how the game goes. There's always going to be negativity from abroad, from other teams having a dig, all that sort of stuff, and that's where most of the noise comes from. But as far as England fans, all the England fans that I know are right behind the team. The media English media want England to do well.
One word, quick word before we go. We're just going to have a word with Andrew Cotter over in Paris, ahead of South Africa, France, Chris. the Marcus Smith, I won't call it an experiment because he's international class rugby player, but what did you make of the way he went at fullback?
Well, I wouldn't say Fiji's tactical kicking was at its best tonight, so it probably wasn't tested in that area, but as an attacking threat, when he did have the ball and did try to get involved, and fortunately for England, they played a lot of the game in Fiji's 22, so we didn't need to see him in that aspect, but I don't know, Dos, what do you think? It was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it wasn't necessarily needed, was it, tonight, I think?
I'm not sure that they will go with him next week, either France or South Africa. You feel that there were a couple of moments where when he did get the ball, there was indecision, or there was, oh yeah, I'm going to go for it, when it just didn't need to happen. He wasn't quite taking in the context of the game and where England needed to be.
Very different next week.
A completely different. Great performance from England. It's going to be fascinating to see how they prepare for, which was a great question from Chris Jones there on, it is a step up. The reality is a lot of people do realise and do know it is a step up next week when you're playing against France or South Africa.
Yes, so, oh goodness me, it's going to be quite some arm wrestle, isn't it, between those two at the Stade de France tonight. As we've repeatedly said, you can't write the script really, can you? Because it is the hosts against the holders. And what gives tonight? Andrew Cotter is going to be our lead commentator. What about that? What gives?
Well, who knows? That's the thing. And I think this one, I was chatting about it with a few media colleagues a few moments ago, and we all agreed that it's going to be close. I can't see either of these sides letting the opposition get too far ahead. I cannot see it being a blowout. They're just too evenly matched in most aspects of the game. And this is the return to Paris for France. This has been taken over by Ireland in the last few weekends. And so this is a chance for the National Stadium to turn blue and to sing for the side that is carrying all their hopes. But again, what a match to have at this stage, these two coming together. I think this is the only match that could really follow last night's encounter between Ireland and the All Blacks. That was epic, and again, we hyperbole in sport and we do go over the top at times, but that really was epic last night, and I think tonight has a chance of measuring up to it.
And even surpassing it, maybe.
Well, possibly,
Andrew.
yeah, exactly. It's and there's so many questions around Antoine Dupont coming back just 3 weeks after breaking his cheekbone. It's a big call, and he's saying he's 100%. But that first collision, and Charles Olivon has talked about the match back in November 2022 when France finally beat the All Blacks for the first time in 8 and just got home again. So he said the violence of that game, and it's violence in a sporting context in rugby, but it is when you play the Springboks, that is what you're going to get, and you're going to have to be able to live with that and match it. And France are one of the few sides that can live with South Africa in terms of power, so it's who adds the extras to that and has that combination of power and craft and guile, and is able to cope with the pressure, which at this stage in knockout is such an overbearing factor almost.
And I know it's going to be a lot about Springbok power, but it's quite intriguing as to what Rassie Erasmus and Jacques Nienaber have done at the halfbacks with Faf de Klerk's on the bench along with André Pollard, and it's Farid Dupria who starts in that 9 jersey. What is being said about that selection?
Well, it's interesting. It's Cobus Reinach who's starting at 9 tonight.
Sorry, Cobus
Reinach,
sorry,
exactly. A very similar player to Farid Dupria. But you've seen so many South African number 9s over the years. They are of a level that you could almost interchange them. And Faf de Klerk is a wonderful scrum half, but Cobus Reinach, we're told, has just a little bit better at dealing with a kicking game. Now, you might think of South Africa, if you've watched rugby over the years, as they'll be the ones who are power and kicking. But actually, they kick far less than France do. So France have a very, very clever kicking game with Ramos at fullback, and so Cobus Reinach is somebody who's just perhaps a little bit more strategically sound than Faf de Klerk, but a Faf de Klerk to come off the bench, and then you talk about that bench, Sonia, suddenly there's a curveball from Rassie Erasmus and Jacques Nienaber, and they've always been a 6-2 split. It's always been about the power on the bench of South Africa, of 6 forwards and two backs, sometimes 7 forwards and 1 back, but they've gone for 5-3 this time. France have gone for 6-2, so who knows what he's going to be flashing down with his light signals as well, Rassie Erasmus, from the stands tonight, but I'm looking forward to it enormously.
Yeah, you talk about the lights. I thought they were about to go out here because they suddenly had a big old surge. Thanks very much, Andrew.
Thanks,
Enjoy
Sonia.
the game. It's gonna be phenomenal. I do feel a little bit like one of those rugby players who's like got to the 80-minute mark and your brain is just, it's fatigue. Ah, yes. There we go. Final thoughts from Matt Dawson and Chris Ashton, and Chris Jones can talk to us as well from in the tunnel where he's been doing all those interviews. We know now England are in a semi-final, Matt Dawson, and it could be France or South Africa. If England are going to compete, how much better do they have to be to get onto that level from what we saw tonight?
I think England will compete if they play like they did in that first half, particularly with their accuracy around their set piece, their kicking game, their kick chase, their discipline, the way that back row swarmed around the field. I think England will get opportunities to kick points. They will get the odd opportunity to finish a try. But they're a team that I think will be scraping their way to a victory, and they're more than capable to do that, because I saw, we all saw a huge amount of graft and determination in the last 5 minutes. So I think they will compete. Whether they compete for 80 minutes, Ashley, we'll see.
And I think whoever they face, France or South Africa, England go in there as underdogs. So let's just throw at it. It doesn't matter. You've got a free shot. They can use that all week, that no one's expecting them to do anything in this semi-final. If they want to use it, everyone thinks a surprise that they've got to a semi-final. It doesn't matter. They've got a free shot now. Whoever the pressure is on will all be all on France and all on South Africa. England can sit back and just have a go at it.
Chris Jones, final word to you. England in a World Cup semi-final. Does that feel 100% deserved based
doesn't
on the
matter, does it?
Well, I just think based on the performances that we have seen from England as they've grown throughout this tournament.
Name me a World Cup in history, Sonj, where the best 4 teams get in the World Cup semi-finals. It doesn't happen. World Cups are strange things. They're funny places, and odd stuff happens. Yesterday is a great example of it. Look, are England a better side than Ireland? No, but are they there and Ireland aren't? Yes, that's the brutal reality of the draw, and it happens at World Cups. England could only beat who's in front of them, and they've won all 5 of their matches there to withstand a rally from Fiji today. Yep, they'll be written off ahead of South Africa or France, and South Africa or France will justifiably start as the favourites. But I think it was telling that there weren't wild England celebrations at the full-time whistle like there were with Argentina yesterday. It felt as if the Pumas played their World Cup final yesterday against the Welsh. But on the looks of some of the England players down in the tunnel, they want to make sure next Saturday isn't their last game.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Chris. Sterling job. And thanks thank you. Also thanks to Matt Dawson and to Chris Ashton. So, England go through to the semi-finals of the Rugby World Cup, beating Fiji by 30 points to 24 here in the Stade Velodrome, which is now very much the calm after the storm, as all we've got is a few ground staff working on the pitch. The fans have gone into the evening and their party will continue. Excuse me, my throat is just also getting to the end of its endurance test, I think. Steve Crossman going to be with us very shortly to take us through part 2 of today's 5 Live Sport. He'll be inside the Stade de France for France against South Africa, and he'll also have all the reaction to England's cricketers losing that match at the Cricket World Cup against Afghanistan. That's all after an extended news bulletin here on 5 Live with Nick Hatfield.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Sonia. Good evening. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israeli forces are ready to demolish Hamas. He's been speaking at the first meeting of an emergency war cabinet. Airstrikes on Gaza have continued while troops and tanks continue to mass on the border ahead of an expected ground offensive. Earlier today, people in northern Gaza were given another 3 hours to move south, but hundreds of thousands of people remain in the region. The General Secretary of the Palestinian National Initiative political party, Mustafa Barghouti, says the situation in Gaza is dire.
Children are dying around the clock because of lack of electricity. Children who are in incubators will die or have died because there is no electricity. Israel is fighting not Hamas. Israel is fighting all the Palestinian people. And the vast majority of people killed there are Palestinian civilians, including children and women.
Palestinian doctors in the territory have warned of a health catastrophe. Officials in Gaza say nearly 2,500 Palestinians have been killed. It's now known that more than 1,400 people were killed in Israel when Hamas attacked last Saturday. Ehud Barak, a former Israeli Prime Minister, says a ground offensive would have one key aim.
It's to make sure that any military capability of the Hamas will be erased. We were happy if it could have been completed from the air, but it cannot. You have to set boots on the ground to make sure that it really happens, and that's the reason for this wide-scale operation.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to our Middle East correspondent Tom Bateman, who's in Jerusalem, and I asked him about Israel saying it would turn water supplies back on in southern Gaza.
The Israeli government has said that it will reconnect or start resupplying water again to the south of the Gaza Strip, because remember the Israelis had said they were putting a complete siege around Gaza. That includes cutting off all electricity, fuel supplies going in, food and water supply. Now, one Israeli minister had said that that was directly related to the fact that Hamas had taken Israeli hostages and was holding them in Gaza, and he had said that nothing would go back in until the hostages were released. What the Israeli government has said now, this afternoon, is that after a tour of the region by Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, there's been a lot of discussions about the humanitarian situation. They said they're turning the water supply back on to southern Gaza. The point about this is, though, there is a desperate crisis in Gaza. I mean, there always has been a problem with water. There is mains water supply to some homes and buildings, but most of the time it's undrinkable because it's polluted by the seawater, which pollutes the aquifer under Gaza. And so to get clean drinking water, most of the time people will get it from water supplies that's brought by truck or buying, large quantities of bottled water. Now, it's not clear that either of those things are available in any of the quantities needed. So just returning on the water supply doesn't necessarily solve much. And also, the water needs to be pumped, so you need electricity to do that. The power grid is out. There's only generators that can offer power, so that it won't actually allow the water supply to work. So it's not necessarily going to make much difference amid an absolutely critical humanitarian situation in Gaza.
Yeah, because is that area where people who have been asked to leave the north, is that where they're arriving now?
Many of them are. I mean, in the city of Khan Yunis, for example, one of the southern cities, the population there appears to have more than doubled in just 2 days. Reports of up to 500,000 people there in that city now. And so it's putting huge pressure on services. People are sleeping in schools, some on the streets. The hospitals are just overwhelmed. And there is this huge problem with, a lack of basic supplies and food and water. So, the reports we're getting from there is it's a very, very critical situation. And the journey itself remains very dangerous for people who want to come from the north because, of course, the continuing risk of Israeli bombardments.
Yeah, and I guess those bombardments have continued, and there has been Benjamin Netanyahu has been meeting with his cabinet, and I guess we're all kind of waiting now. When is the ground offensive going to begin?
Yeah, there is a huge number of Israeli troops now around the Gaza perimeter. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about a long statement from the Israeli army talking about the logistics and the supplies, and effectively saying they were building up forces and they were prepared. What they've said today is that now the decision on launching a ground invasion is a political one, which I think suggests that from a military perspective they believe that they are ready. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, held a full meeting of his cabinet this afternoon, reiterated that their objective is to crush Hamas, he said. And, all the signals are that this ground offensive is going to happen soon.
And you mentioned earlier Antony Blinken, of course, keeping his tour of the region, diplomatic tour. What has he had? He has spoken in the last hour or so. What has he had to say?
Yes, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has been visited 7 different countries now in this this very rapid visit since this crisis erupted. Now, he spoke at Cairo airport after meeting the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and he talked about priorities, basically. He said, we came with these key objectives, which he said were backing Israel, fully backing Israel, trying to ensure that the crisis doesn't spread to engulf the wider Middle East, to release the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza, and also, he said, to ensure that they can alleviate or do whatever they can over the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. So he spoke about each of those elements. I think one of the most urgent, when you're talking about the Gaza situation, he said that the Rafah border crossing, that's the crossing between Egypt and Gaza, that will open at some point. Now, that would be important and significant because it would allow some foreign nationals and dual nationals, Palestinians who have foreign passports as well, allow some out into Egypt and to safety, and it will also crucially allow aid supplies to get in. There's a convoy of aid trucks backed up in El Arish, in the Sinai province, in the Sinai Peninsula, ready to go into Gaza, but they haven't been able to make any political progress on that. So if the crossing reopens, that will be really important.
That's Tom Bateman there in Jerusalem. Well, as Tom mentioned, Anthony Blinken has been speaking in the last hour or so. Let's have a listen to some of what he's had to say while on a visit to speak to the Egyptian president.
It was important to make it very clear that the United States has Israel's back. We will stand with it today, tomorrow, and every day. And we're doing that in word and also in deed. I spent time with Prime Minister Netanyahu to go through the needs that Israel may have to make sure it can effectively defend itself. And you've already seen a lot of that assistance moving forward. And that's a conversation that'll continue. Israel has the right, indeed it has the obligation to defend itself against these attacks from Hamas, and to try to do what it can to make sure that this never happens again.
Well, as Tom also mentioned, no decision yet from the Israeli government on when a ground offensive may start. Former US Marines Chief of Staff in Europe, Colonel Brendan Kearney, has been speaking to 5 Live about what an Israeli ground incursion could look like.
I think what the Israelis are doing, quite frankly, is going through the motions of trying to avert some degree of this catastrophe that is pending. If even some people get out, head to the south, get across the border into Egypt and are safe, then that's going to be a very, very small success. But, sadly, these people are victims. They're pending victims. And they're going to be caught in the crossfire, and hopefully most of them will not be hurt. But sadly, I think there's going to be very, very high civilian casualties as a result of this high-intensity military operation. There's no way around it. You cannot avoid it, considering the type of military operation that's pending.
Away from Gaza, tension is also rising on Israel's northern border with Lebanon, with exchanges of fire between the Lebanese militia group Hezbollah and Israeli forces. Hezbollah, like Hamas, has been designated a terrorist organisation by the UK, US and other countries. Our correspondent Hugo Beshega is in southern Lebanon.
So today we saw the most intense fighting along the border here between Lebanon and Israel since the war broke out, and we had a number of incidents with the Lebanese group Hezbollah and Israel exchanging fire a number of times in different parts of the border. And I think in Israel there was the first civilian death from a Hezbollah strike in this current wave of violence. It was a man who was killed in a Hezbollah attack with a guided missile in a community in northern Israel. So it really shows how difficult, how tense this situation is. And just hours ago, we had confirmation that in a separate exchange of attacks, a rocket hit the base of the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon, not really far from our city where we are here in Tyre in southern Lebanon. No one was injured, but again, I think it shows how difficult the situation is, and obviously there are fears that if this this fighting continues, Lebanon could be dragged into this conflict.
Yeah, I mean, that is the real fear at the moment, isn't it? And what are you hearing about that from from other countries in the region in terms of this conflict escalating beyond Gaza?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because perhaps, as an indication that the situation here is very tense. We had a number of different players talking about the situation, talking about the things that are happening along this border. We had the Israeli defense minister saying that Israel had no interest in a war with Hezbollah, but again, sending a warning that if Hezbollah decides to go to war, it will pay a very heavy price. We had also some warnings from the United States. The U.S. National Security Advisor said that conversations were happening with Iran. Iran, obviously, the main supporter of Hezbollah, and again, the U.S. Warning Iran against an escalation of the crisis here.
That's Hugo Beshega speaking to me a short time ago from southern Lebanon. And you can get the very latest on the crisis in Gaza on the BBC News website and app. Just a couple of other news stories to tell you about tonight. SNP delegates have backed Hamza Yousaf's plan to use the next general election result to push for a second independence referendum. An amended version of the strategy was voted through overwhelmingly at the party's annual conference in Aberdeen. And Luton Airport says it's unlikely any vehicles will be salvageable after a massive fire which caused a car park to collapse. 1,500 vehicles were inside the car park at the time.